Babylon street down to the wire. Bang, bang. Jump them loud. Girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho pero no acá faltan mucho de su chen. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. Pégate.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestigious. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe.
Este puro tiempo es verano. Todas las guiales con su tanguita, todas las guiales con su bikini. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura que le en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo un after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Hay un after party en la piscina, llegó la policía. Dice que la bocina se escucha hasta la otra esquina. Oficial, usted tranquila, de mucho de tequila. Y si quiere comida, venga y pase a la cocina. No sé sinceramente qué le pasa a la vecina. Si yo solamente invité un par de amigas, Pamela, Carolina, la Daniela y a su prima, Susana, Catalina, Mia Califa y a Cristina. En hilos de estar bailando en agua en cristalina. Pura guiale dura, nada de que latina. Europea, china, morena, la latina. Racataca, oye, ya no importa, voy pa' encima. Están haciendo fila desde la marquesina y mi vecina de al lado asoma por la cortina. Artistas que en tarima llegaron en limusina. El Neki con los racas que tú comes que adivina.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura guiale sexy en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo una after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. En su hilo dental, en el hilo dental, en su hilo dental, se ve bien criminal.
the crop. Y'all be acting funny when you see just what I got. I'm out here trying to get it, I'ma get it when you not, Been a boss all my life, I'ma go take that flight. Party on all damn night, I'ma be dope damn right. You ain't even know I'm cold, I'm taking over, yeah, I've been that. Money in the vault, I don't care about the internet. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. I'm a boss. Yeah, I handled my business, did it all independent. Better check out the digits, I get the money and spend it. Y'all be looking and looking, y'all need to mind your own business. Cause I be cooking and cooking, I be all up in the kitchen and I'm controlling it all. Got it locked overall. When you see me, they respect me, that's the one protocol. I'm the one that they call, I'm the real, not a fraud. People claiming they the boss when they know it ain't all. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me.
I attracted friends while you press record. If you really bout to strengthen, you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal, got you fighting lords. Gotta cut the cord to your fear, ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I'm standing. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, like at a bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest, legacy before Lange. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane.
Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we treated. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we treated.
Play the game, make a school. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mode, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it done their hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's so hot when I run it back. Modi keep a stack, that's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, so go. But you got to
Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we treated. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we treated.
Stand up, hands up, everybody stand up, hands up, everybody stand up. Throw your flags in the air and then put your
fresh out the huddle with no rebuttal and no remorse. I'm in the trenches with dogs, the type who stay the course. This the season of winning, no need to reinforce. A big deal like we got endorsed. Crowd screaming as we walk through the tunnel, we bout to rumble. We the type to step on the field and force a fumble. Blaze of grass turn to a flame with every step. And I'ma get this game my last with every breath, Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up, This ain't no competition, I'm here to defy the odds. Here to complete a mission, I'm out with 100 squad. Might shoot it from the half or run it 100 yards. This is the game that separates real from the facade. I'm running up, time to turn the stun up. Points on the board, putting numbers up. Tails tucked, yeah, they might have seen me coming up. Just because you in the game, that don't make you one of us. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Put your flags in the air, and then put your hands up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Gotta lose. You can put it on breaking news. I ain't never ever been a loser. Gotta put the work in till they can't outwork in. And when they interview you, lights out, camera flash, ain't fast. Gotta use that to fuel you. All gas, no brakes, spectators. Wanna figure out how you do it. Oh, you can tell the truth. Put your hands in the air and then bust a move. When you know you the one, never play the two. Tell them we gon' turn it up. This is how we do. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up.
Way too quiet. If it keeps up, then I might start a riot. Got up out the bed and your boy chose violence, knocking off heads like a first round lineman.
call it perfect timing. I work so hard that my stock keeps climbing. I want those rings with the big fat diamonds. Let's just say I understood the assignment. My team's the nicest, your team is frightened. Under 2 minutes, crowds getting hyper, lights getting brighter, palms getting tighter. All I wanna know is who in here trying to get come through, crank up the volume. Shoes up from Prada, flight to Osaka. Eating sushi with my rib, watching Harry Potter. Spur of the moment, call me Twin Towers. Ducking on your man and I'm Robinson's partner. Give me about an hour, the blackjack power. Now we up 24, gon' hit the showers. Do it for the doubters and the unbelievers. Better pray to Jesus if you need a breather. You're still undefeated.
Please turn that speaker up.
Who in here trying to get
Yeah, it's been a minute. Call, shining hard. Got a ball on them. Put in work till I'm tired. Bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right to the dag spot. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. Glow, illuminate the whole city. Y'all make that till it's finished. And now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chilling, No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I'll tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounced back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, that'll make you feel so. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim.
Numbers on the back that attach to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest. Forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it. I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off. I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get it. I start then they finish. 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 I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hating on me. I got the letters on me. I am the greatest. I got the flavor on me. Yeah, I be knowing they feeling it. They just be feeling my feminine. Murder, she wrote, I be killing it. I just want all of my dividends. I don't be running my mouth. I don't be looking for clout. I'm on a mission to get it. My vision is vivid. I'm pushing it down. I get it. I start then they finish. I handle my business. Yeah, that's how I'm living. I go where I fit in. And I ain't got no limits. Ain't no pretending. I just keep winning. Yeah. I just keep winning. I just keep winning. Yeah. I just keep winning. Yeah, I just keep winning. I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hating on me. I got the latest. I got the latest on me. I am the greatest. I got the flavor on me. I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hating on me. I got the latest. I got the latest on me. I am the greatest. I get it. I start then they finish. I handle my business. Yeah, that's how I'm living. I go where I fit in. And I ain't got no limits. Ain't no pretending. I just keep winning.
I'm focused on what's in front of me. Opposition only makes the competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. I was born ready to play. I hustle and I grind for it every day. They say I'm battle tested in every way. Catch me if you can, I'm ahead and you ain't. I came too far for me to backslide. I took off and didn't land, I'm that fly. If you need the job done, I am that guy. Go and ask them, they'll say I am him. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough.
I am him. There's an I in win. And I am him. If you get knocked down, get up. Yeah, I know that's right. If you get knocked down, get up. Get up. Get up.
Time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a wrap. They cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put their record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a we on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on the vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. Two play, it'll be played. Get up out my face. We are not the same. Get down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no playing it safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, pick a side. Okay, is you on for the ride? Okay, new kid on the block, next up, best up on the rise. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. I'm the one they talk about up in the streets. I'm the big bad one, don't approach me. Real cute and I'm crazy, wanna see. Kiss you with my tits, you won't be sleeping for a week. Don't fuck, don't touch, yeah, I bite back. I'm sick in the head, but you like that. My body's the epic, you'll never be me. Supersonic cycle got you down on your knees. And then the make a work at you with the little hot. I told you when the reach my head, it's getting down to the wire. She's just like a good fight, I'm so hot, you on fire to me. Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. Crazy cuckoo, limit, creepy man, and too much maniac. Twisted terror, horror's better, haunted love is made to last. Paranoia, losing it, I'll never leave, so watch your back. I will find you better running if you run real fast. Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright.
Ain't no telling what it mean. When I pull up on the scene, like, let's get it, no limit. I get her, way clean. I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Go round. I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the O.
now it's rebels on your scene. Go. Yeah. Drop down to get at 'em. Lock down like it's practice. Pop out to get active. They ask who was the ruler. Right now I'm the captain. They love cause we the shooters. We team up and go tag 'em. Yeah. Found. I had to level up the team. Loud. Now it's rebel everything. Let's get it. No limit. I get it. Way clean. I whip it. The biggest. A boss. The dream. Found. I had to level up the team. Loud. Now it's rebel everything. The E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T.
Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all. Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Never risk it all. Talking forth and down. Putting up them shots and ain't nobody make a sound. Head down, focus, ain't got time to look around. Life has a way of keeping feet on solid ground. Now how you about to handle it? Trophies all on the mantle. Working when you tired to make you the perfect candidate. And when the crowd screams high, you gon' keep the candle lit. Some rooting for you while others try and dismantle it. Still keep it authentic. It ain't all about winning. Time in versus time out. It's about how you spend it. By being committed. Ride it down and go get it. Ride around on that side of town. Tell yourself you done did it. Horses in the chariot, only way you should carry it. Heart pure gold, they tried to label nefarious. No validation, that's the type of thing we stand for. Heavy is the head that wear the crown, that's what we plan for. Yeah, say you want it all. Heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, say you want it all. Heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, greatness I animated and illustrated. Grinded it on the daily, I couldn't take it. Ball rings like Olympics, I'm getting tempted. Pull up with the windows tinted, are you offended? Focused on who I wanna be, not the wannabes. Long live the great, that's the summary. Busy as a bumblebee, the weight of the world will crumble under me. That'll get you anything you wanna be, huh? Just hit the point of no return, everything was earned, lights bright. Jitters with the nerves, make your stomach turn. Fight night, but it's with yourself, someone never learn. Trying to calculate the purse, that is none of your concern. Yeah, they know that I'm about it, can't believe that they got it. Rose up for that concrete, they can't believe that I sprouted. Welcome to my rodeo, they clearly see that I'm wildin'. Don't matter what happened here, I'm still leaving here smiling. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are.
beat. I'm knowing that I got that reach to make them up on in my beat. I'm standing tall like I'm a mountain. I double up and I keep counting. I switch it up then I keep bouncing. They wanna know how I stay valid. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You heard about me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You better recognize I'm on it. I've been triumphant, I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm the champ, I've been 100. I've been done and I keep on running. Yeah. Crimson like Crim. I win and I win, I win and I win. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. Crimson like Crim. Again and again, again and again. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I am not them. I make it go pop. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. Let me make it clear. I'm top tier. I'm the man of the year. Switch them gears, now they all got fear. I ain't gotta lie, I'm the real one here. Yeah, I'm pushing the culture, about to take over, hoping they notice. New heights, they can't see me. Take flight, moving up easy. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, and I won't back down. Yeah, I got what you need. You ain't heard about me. You better recognize I'm on and I've been triumphant. I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm a champ. I've been 100. I've been done and I keep it running. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I am not them. I make it pop. I'm at the top. Like it or not, crimson like Crim. I win and I win, I win and I win. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. Crimson like Crim. Again and again, again and again. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I am not them. I make it go pop. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped.
Yeah, I came to do my thing. 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 Do my thing. 10 toes in the lane.
Back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it in back. I'm never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. We on the way.
Oh my God! It's a massive grab! Wow!
Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Bon dia a todos and welcome to day 5 of First Stand here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. For the last day of the group stage, you know it, it's going to be an elimination day yet again as we're sending 2 teams home tonight. And we see potentially one of them, G2, signing the glass.
Hey, get that energy out of here,
Listen,
Lord.
I got to start low and we'll see what happens here because they're going
Oh, that sounds like G2.
BFS. How do you feel, guys?
There's going to be hostility today on the desk, I feel. We've got EU and NA playing, fighting for survival. And while I'm not too confident about North America's chances, I am optimistic about what G2 can bring to the table.
That's what I'm talking about, Betty. Thank you.
We're the creative team on the table. I'll just let you guys know. I feel like very confident. We're like, what?
Yeah.
The 4th or 3rd seed going into playoffs? 7th seed G2? I don't see it.
Bro.
I don't see it.
Okay, I mean, let's look at how things have... Oh, we had to start here. Okay, sure, let's start with the sad one. Yeah, okay, because this... Yeah, the BLG series for G2 wasn't really it.
Some oopsies here and there happen.
We can put that down to jet lag law. That's right. Yeah, okay.
They'll come back today.
Yeah. And then this one, I mean, this was kind of expected, I feel, Raz. Wouldn't you concur?
No, honestly, we're just trying to get the maximum experience on stage. The live game series versus live, I feel like.
That makes sense.
Broadening our horizons on what we can do in the draft specifically. So I'm very confident with that one.
And that leads us to today, the last hope of the West on both sides. G2, LYON. One of us will be sad. Maybe
it'll be a competitive day.
It's going to be a competitive day anyway. I know that the games have been really, really one-sided, and it's something that a lot of the community has brought up, but I want to check if you guys have been paying attention, and if you guys have been paying attention as well. So, surprise test. Everybody, let's check what happened at first stand so far. The first question.
What the hell?
Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't let you know about this.
I already hate this.
Here's the question.
First one we're going to have
Typical professor.
What was faster, Gen.G 6-0 or Worlds 2025 finals? See, I don't like that.
Oh my God! It has to be the Worlds 2025. It has to be the finals.
Or wait, really? I mean, yeah, we're talking about six games versus 5 games, but the 5 games were competitive.
I think the Gen.G 6-0 must have been faster.
Yeah,
surely.
I would say so as well.
I'm gonna go with KT because I never have faith in KT. Yeah.
You know it's.
I never have faith in them.
We shouldn't have had in the end. And the answer is.
Okay.
Yeah, Gen.G, makes sense.
Never mind.
Showcases how fast it's been. 6 games.
They've been a little bit dominant, just a
smurfed.
touch.
Completely
Just a tiny bit.
All right,
next
second
question.
one. What champion has been played in 3 different roles?
3 different roles at first stand?
It's Poppy.
Yeah?
I always think it's Poppy.
I put my money on that as well.
Poppy's a good point.
It's
Poppy's a
Poppy.
good point.
Yeah.
I'm just going to steal your homework on
Yeah,
that
of course
one.
you
Yeah,
are,
I'm
of
going to
course
take
you
that
are.
one.
I
Absolutely.
should have let you
Yeah.
answer first.
Yeah.
Top, jungle,
American
and
exceptionalism.
supports.
I'm taking that
point for you.
answer. I'm taking that.
Third question we have.
Boom. We all get pluses on
next
that
question.
Who is taller?
Oh,
Caitlyn
that's
or
me.
Raz?
Caitlyn or Raz?
That's of course me.
I think.
Of course it's me.
It's Caitlyn, I think.
What do you
I think
mean?
it's Caitlyn. I mean, she's a tall individual.
She's really
very tall.
She's a tall.
But
individual.
the one critique to Caitlyn is she wears high heels. But she wears high heels!
She doesn't. She's
6
a
feet
cop.
even?
She doesn't have high heels.
I'm 5'11", but without heels, she is simply like 5'10".
You know what? She's taller than both of you. in the
She's
end,
taller than me.
so-
That's true. She's taller than me.
You're
Okay.
6 foot! This guy lies about his height, by the way. He lies about his
No, I
own
mean,
height.
Caitlyn's taller than both of us. That's okay.
That
I'm
is
fine with that.
disgusting.
That's cool.
I've never
Good job,
seen someone
Caitlyn.
who makes their height shorter than what it really is.
This is embarrassing, guys.
Yes, it is embarrassing. I agree. I'm embarrassed for him.
Anyway, last question
Okay,
we
what?
have. Diabo got his 3rd Tier 1 pentakill on day 3 of first stand. Where does this rank him among the youngest players to ever get 3 pentakills in Tier 1?
I'm just going to say first, number 1.
Probably first, yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Because I think I saw something
I mean,
a
where
couple
else could
days
it be?
ago.
And I know our stats guy, he goes for hyper-specific stats, and I feel like that one is a very hyper-specific stat.
I think it was Imp, and then now it became Diabo.
You might be right.
No, oh no, never mind. I'm
Oh,
back.
wait a minute. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay.
That's a win for North America right there. That's a win.
I didn't expect to see Danny
Yeah,
there.
I was kind of surprised. You did say that your stats guy does find hyper-specific stats.
He does.
And of course, he would find the one that caters to North America.
It's not that hard, honestly,
But
to
hey,
find something
Diablo,
like
really
this.
close though. But
Yeah.
credit to Danny. Shout out to him.
And
Yeah.
goes to show how much Diabo has been shining here. And it's really rare, I feel, to see a player live up to his full potential internationally. We knew what he was capable of in the LCK. He's been delivering so far, game and game again.
Absolutely. I mean, when you get a lot of hype around a player, when they come to internationals, they don't always deliver, especially such a young player such as Diabo. But he has completely delivered. I think he continues to exceed expectations. And I mean, I have high hopes for this young man as his career goes forward. Because at 18 years old, already playing like this, I mean, that's just phenomenal.
Yeah, young player. Usually when you're on an international stage, you look to someone else on the team that is a little older that can like impart some wisdom towards you. No, I feel like they work off of his confidence. A lot of it is like, sometimes it's like stupid confidence where he just stands and like takes the fight, right? The 2v2 or a 1v1. But a lot of times you need that, and that is their win condition. So it's really rare to see someone who has that. That tall energy, something that I feel personally. And yeah, Diablo has been exceptional.
It's Ruler who was speaking really highly of him in the LCK, who was saying that this player, I expect that he's going to be a Worlds Finals winner in a couple years. So yeah, props to Diablo. Don't pop off too much today, please. Give us a chance.
Good luck.
On that matchup, we caught up with Vikla actually on Wednesday after they won their game. So let's check out what he had to say about Caps. G2 Esports. What do you think about the team right now, their level, what you should be careful about, and Caps especially in the mid lane?
일단 G2가 일단 안 그래도 이제 서양에서 어떻게 보면 가장 강한 팀 중 하나가 아닐까 싶은데 이제 그런 팀들 상대로 좀 잘해야 될 것 같고 그리고 이제 캡스 선수 플레이 보니까 확실히 뭔가 노련미가 돋보인다 해야 되나 약간 그런 게 좀 있었던 것 같아서 그런 부분을 좀 조심해야 될 것 같아요.
Caps aura. I like it. Thank you. Can't fight against aura.
I love to hear stuff like that. Caps does have aura, that's true.
One of the strongest Western teams, of course, second to LYON. Continue.
You always got to sneak that in, haven't you, Brad?
I have to.
We've got the first matchup first, and I mean, like, this man in the mid lane, I mean, I think that all eyes are on him, especially, because I think that he has been a bit inconsistent so far at this tournament. His first series not the strongest, definitely showing up more against Team Secret Wales, but going up against a player like Caps, I mean, he's the man that all of our eyes always center around. He is kind of the lifeblood of this team, and it often feels like that his success is largely what determines the success of G2, because when we look at that playoffs run, he looked spectacular. He did win the finals MVP with his incredible Anivia performance, but against BLG, I felt like he didn't show up.
Yeah, and that's the disappointing aspect of it, and a lot of it comes to when you're facing BLG. Yes, they're going to have exceptional solo laners, and I feel like Shun has been great for them, but I love a lot of what Caps provides because I feel like in every iteration of G2, he has exceptional synergy with his jungler. And I feel like that has been the same case with Skumond. And so I really want to be able to see how he is able to play around Skumond in particular. And I wanted to talk about Skumond a little bit more just because I feel like he has been such a centerpiece for the team in the LEC. And he's had some great performances here. But in terms of what has been failing for the team, for me, it has not been him. And so I wanted to focus on this play in particular. This is game 3 going up against BLG because he had a really smart pathing and strategy here where he flashed over, of course, the Dragon Pit wall to be able to dodge out on that ward that came in from the Raptors ramp. And so ended up wanting to go for red, Krugs, split the map up a little bit, make it difficult for Shun. And the problem was, the idea was to path through bot lane and look for a gank. The problem was the fact that they lost the 2v2 heavily. And so now that you're pathing towards this, you do not have flash yourself. Your AD carry has to basically play a screen away from them. And now you lost Labrov. Every aspect of this was a horror show, and it turned into an eventual dive.
Yeah.
But the most important aspect from me was the intelligent idea, the strategy that started it. Because I think if you can just work on the execution, Vedius, if the execution is just a little bit better.
I can't refute that, Raz. You make valid points. That's a great, highlight. Thank you. Thank you for breaking that down.
That's the highlighting positive, the silver lining on a poo sandwich.
This game would have been a remake if it was a scrims game. So Vedi, I want to know what can G2 do better, because watching this game, looking at the drafts especially, something was off. What do we want to see? What don't we want to see here?
Yeah, I mean, G2 are synonymous with cooking. And we know them domestically for coming up with a lot of creative ideas. And like the Senna Nautilus was an example of that. But when we look at that first composition, like, they don't have enough damage. In that second composition, it felt like that, okay, they have a little bit more damage, but like the burden of execution really falls on just both their Hans Sama and Caps.
Yes.
And again, like I feel like that what made G2 successful was giving Skumond a ton of agency in the early game to be super proactive. His Pantheon, his Xin Zhao, his Vi, things that pair up nicely with things like Ahri, Talia, Ryze, mid lane champions that enable them to roam and impact the rest of the map. And Broken Blade, he's been getting a lot of counter picks, but Poppy, Sion, Cassante, like this man was playing Yasuo, he was playing Shen, he plays Kled, like he's got these specific matchup counter picks that I think he needs to bring out. I want to see a little bit more flavor from G2 coming into the draft today.
And that's the thing, that's what pissed me off a little bit, because when I saw the Senna, I was like, personally, I was happy about that. That's like a new strategy that's coming through. You're saving counter pick for Broken Blade.
And it was going well, but yeah.
And you have Vi, maybe you're going to play for something extraordinary from Broken Blade. Poppy.
And Annie!
Yeah.
And Annie, mid, blind.
So let's forget about everything that happened here. New day, hopefully new preparation. We don't want to see that again, ever. More agency and more lane priority is what I'm hearing here. Maybe shutting down Diabo also, because we've been praising him.
I mean, that's for me the scariest point. Absolutely. Because that bot lane, like you highlighted execution.
Yeah.
If a bot lane's going to punish you, it's going to be Diabo and Kellen, because I mean, what an incredible player this man has shown up to be. We talked about him earlier. I think this bot lane is just incredibly talented. When they went up against Viper as well, he made fun of Viper. They were permanently 2v2 killing them in the bot lane. So this to me is the scariest side of the map that G2 is going to have to find a way to navigate, because this young man is looking for blood.
When it comes to psychopathic, incredibly talented AD carries, like I remember 2018 Uzi, it creates easy direction for your team. Very easy direction, because then Kellen is like, oh, yeah, just give me Lulu. like, give me Lulu, give me Karma, give me anything to just support him, because that creates direction for your squad, and I feel like it's much needed, and for how talented he is, it's working.
I don't like what I'm hearing here at all, so we're going to skip all that. I want to know what the fans think, actually, in the MasterCard fan prediction. Fans, please do not disappoint me. Give us
We're fighting! Break it! Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
It's
the fan
close,
predictions are still favored, and the fans know best. Wouldn't you agree, Raz? The fans know best. You wouldn't say to their face they don't know what they're talking about, right, Raz?
Nah, they're listening
you wouldn't
to
say
you
that?
right now.
You guys are dumb as hell! What just happened here? Okay, I want you guys to know before the fan prediction rate was like 33% yesterday, okay?
Nah, they had an off day. That's all.
Today they're having a more off day.
Today they're locked in. They're locked in, Raz. They know the truth.
Guys, give me hope. Give me hope, please, because we see a really scary man in the bot lane. I know you're never
Come on,
gonna
give me your
predict
prediction,
G2 to
Raz.
win,
What's
so
your
please.
prediction? Come on.
I deliberated this for a very long time last night.
Yeah.
And the only
No,
answer I
but
came to was a
seriously?
3-0.
Brother.
You guys are just as delusional as the fans!
Bro, no. Listen.
They're
listen
gonna
to
make
me.
it entertaining,
Listen to
but
me
they're
right
gonna
now.
make it.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
okay,
I've got
I'm listening.
evidence to support my side. Can you stand out of the way? Because I had the team
I'm
prepared.
sitting and listening.
I had a graphic prepared. Because here's the thing. Do you know what the international record is for Caps versus LCS mid laners at international events?
Specifically international, so I'm not liking the sound
It's
of this.
23-7, Raz!
Ooh.
And do you know where Vikla played? That's right, fans at home. It was the LCS. Vikla, he's been known as Vic Lamont. And just like Mark Lamont, he doesn't show up at international events. Today is going to be the day of Caps. He's going to body that fool. He's going to be making fun of BNK Fearx. And today is the day that Europe comes back on top. 3-1 to G2, baby. It's all EU. Woo!
I
These
love
are
it.
fake stats. These are lies.
Real stats.
No,
Caps number one, baby.
I can see cooked up stats from a mile away. And there's a reason why you're saying international events.
Up.
Yeah.
You
There's a
think
reason.
I would fraudulently use stats?
Absolutely.
The sacredest of all stats, Raz.
Yes.
Get out of here.
All right, well, goodbye.
I
for
would
the rest
never.
of the day. I'm gone.
That's what I thought.
But honestly,
I'll
there's a
give you
reason why
one
you're talking about
chance to come
international
back,
players.
Raz.
Because you have a North American player within your own league that's dogging on this brother, all right?
Is he here? Is he here? Because I don't see him. I don't see him. All I see is the GOAT, the Western GOAT. He's here and he's ready to play.
Okay.
I'm tired of talking to you. Let's get in the game, Law. Let's get it. I'm done.
I think we're going to leave it here. I think you're going to be very delusional on this one, Raz. G2 is going to surprise you. What happened last time was just an oopsie, was just a mistake. We know that they can make it happen again. I told you the other day, it doesn't start with success. It starts with delusion. And that's what brought G2 so far. They're fighting to get their spot in first 10 today. My analyst has left the stage, but that's all right because I don't need them. I need you guys to believe in G2 and to have hope in the West. It is G2's last chance against BFX today at first 10, and it starts right now.
Honestly, the level of players and teams at first end is just so much higher. There is gonna be so much to grow from this.
每天都有比赛的话，就是也没有训练赛打了嘛，就保持好自己的状态。对战下一场的话，就是可能继续延续我们这种状态嘛，相信我们是能赢下来。
Yeah, the gap between us and JDG is probably not anywhere near as big. I hope that even in this small amount of time that we can even grip better.
我觉得我们面对哪支队伍，我们都不怕吧。好的那个结果嘛，就如果能3比0，就我们会拿出我们的全部实力嘛，就尽全力赢下他们的。
the next series is going to be decide everything, so the pressure is really, really on. And I think we are a team that when we're under pressure, we perform very well.
Tries to get away, but he's down. G2 gonna bear it.
G2는 이제 국제적 확실히 경험이 이제 무시할 수는 없는 것 같아서 좀 더 경계하고 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
We haven't played against BFX yet in our history of G2. We're gonna show you what the legacy of G2 stands for.
G2's just stronger.
브로큰 블레이드님은 제가 이 영상으로만 많이 봐서 직접 붙어보니까 신기하긴 한데
Take down Eddie by himself.
G2 준비 많이 하십시오.
Hello and welcome to First Stand 2026, where we are here for day 5, double eliminations, best of 5 today. First one kicking off, G2 taking on BNK FearX. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Kobe in the caster booth to lead you through what is hopefully a close best of 5.
Yes, hopefully longer than 3 games is what
we
we're
can cross
looking
our
at
fingers,
here.
cross our toes, touch wood, press our thumbs. Get some sage out, maybe, try and get rid of all the curses in the studio, because the last couple of days have been pretty one-sided.
Yeah, they certainly have. So now let's get into some closer matchups, hopefully. How did you feel about Vedius's mid lane little trick that he tried to pull there, huh?
I don't see how that's a trick. He's learned from Jax. Being on Mind the Gap together, he knows how to use stats to his advantage now, right? So, yeah, if Vikla is an LCS mid laner,
I will say, Vikla did look a lot better when he was not having to play against Knight. Well, against Dire, he looked a lot better.
So did Caps.
So did Caps.
A lot of surprise.
So now we get to see how they look against each other. Yeah, because yesterday obviously was pretty rough for Caps as well. And at least in their BLG series. So let's take a look in this matchup. Honestly, I'm hopeful, Medic.
Yeah.
We're going to get more games.
I think it should be a good day of League, even if it is double 3-0. We're still going to enjoy ourselves as much as we can, obviously. When we're looking at these two teams, though, I do want to talk about the elephant in the room for G2, and that has to be Diablo. Diablo is just absurd at the moment. His willingness to go in, his aggression in team fights. I think if G2 are going to stand a chance in this series, they need to find a way to shut down that AD carry.
And I would agree, and I would +1 you. Also add in Kellen.
Yes, very true.
I think Kellen has a pretty big advantage over Labrov in the current meta. I mean, Kellen, when you mention Diablo, you have to mention Kellen right with him, because he's the one keeping him safe and flashing to go put his life in danger.
Get down, Mr.
to save Diablo and do everything he can with all the enchanters. So one of the enchanters is off the board already, but of course in the beginning of Fearless, it's really hard to go after all of them. You know, Seraphine and Lulu, the primary ones. Okay, you can go after a couple
two
though.
of them off.
Smart. So this is smart. You take away the Seraphine so they can't use it later for the rest of the series as well, and sets you up with multiple avenues to go for. We've seen people pair the Seraphine with other AD carries besides Ashe as well, if they decide to break up the combo and steal that away.
That is the standard though, and Hans Sama on Ashe has had some really good performances. His ability to stay back in team fights and see where he can actually go in for the battle is pretty solid. BFX though immediately going to say, okay, we will take the Vi. I'm going to let myself get away with that one, BFX. I know it's BNK FearX. I'll let myself get away with one. But yeah,
I mean, you can say the tri-code sometimes. I feel like, come on, that's got to be legal. That's got to be legal.
FearX for the rest of the day.
Okay, so Vi, you're always thinking Ari and Talia type things. Talia's dropped a little bit in priority since previous, but still, any sort of kill, AP mid lane could pair with it. Technically flexible on Nico, but most probably probably down to support.
Yeah, Nico gives you so much presence in team fights with that Pop Blossom and the ability to find those surprise ganks. We still see people undercounting minion waves and getting caught out by that Shape Splitter.
And I always like, you know, going for super hard engage. You see a Seraphine, so you get Vi and Nico immediately, and look to go, you know, full engage on these squishies. Okay, so no surprises so far. Straight down the line, the classic Ashe pairing with the Seraphine, so you can get the slows, you can prep for the extra synergy there, and then Xin just for good dueling into Vi. You have advantages over Vi in 1v1 early on in the game, so you can force a lot of like early dragon fights or early scuttle fights and you know, skirmish angles for yourself.
Also, the Crescent Guard giving you a lot of control in team fights. If you do go in and there's a Pop Blossom on your back line, you can be on that front line with the Crescent Guard, not taking too much damage, allowing yourself a little bit more safety. Ari is the lock for BNK Fearex. No real surprises there. It was Vicla's most played this year alongside a couple of others as well, if I recall correctly. I think that Talia is up there. But the Ari does just make a lot of sense when you're teaming it up with things that already have good pick potential, and you have the follow-up with the Charm and then the Spirit Rush to run through the back of a fight.
Yep, as we said, all of the most likely pairings here. So in the first game, getting a lot of them off the board. Interesting, we do get the Annie that that has become more and more popular because it is quite good into the RA4 lane, or should be. We saw in the LCS that it actually got turned around due to some individual play, but that's why they're still banning it against Caps, even though Caps obviously in the Annie game that he played
did not have the best
was rendered less effective than normal, but it's still because of the matchup taking it away and what they're showing.
Yeah, Silas and the Annie banned away by BNK Fearex, and then there's the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal taken away by G2. Trying to get rid of things like Diablo, very comfortable on the Ezreal. He's already got a pentakill on it this tournament. And then the Kai'Sa, the ability to dive onto that backline following up a CSAT assist is just so strong.
Yeah, it's just the perfect AD carry to go with a dive comp like this. So pretty good ban so far, but one of the favorite things to watch is Diablo on this Yunara. It's a little bit less exciting when you don't have the Lulu, but still very, very, very powerful. And they have so much like forward-facing CC, so much engage that, you know, they can set him up that way.
Yeah, the issue for G2 now is how do we get onto Diablo before he really ramps up in a team fight? Before Transcend oneself has the Arc of Judgment, huge amounts of damage going across with that Cultivation of Spirit. If they can find picks on him, sure, maybe they can take him out at the start of the fight, but it is going to be very difficult when you have a Nico and a Vi there to protect him. G2 looking for a blind pick top laner will just go towards Broken Blaze Cassante. No real surprises there. Hasn't had the best of tournaments, Cassante. I think 1 and 4 so far here at first stand.
Yeah, still a really good blind pick though. And when you're running Ashe Seraphine, you just want some more frontline up there. So pretty safe pick there. Meanwhile, the LeBlanc into the Ahri. All right, let's see. We're putting it right to the test at the very beginning. We'll see if Vedius is right about his Caps versus Vicla propaganda that he is trying to spread, because the LeBlanc into Ahri definitely is going to be fun with the setup there. It's pre-6. It's going to be more advantage to G2 because they have the Xin matchup in jungle versus Vi, but post-6, Vi and Ahri can really blast them back. So this one's going to be quite exciting how they navigate the early game.
I think a lot of people as well, if you've only started watching League Esports in the last few years, you won't really think of Caps' LeBlanc as this huge power pick. But this is his second most played all time with a 70% win rate. He is incredibly comfortable on this pick, and if he can manage to find some pressure in the early game, his ability to get onto that backline, to get onto Diablo and have that assassination potential is actually really high.
And one of my favorite things to do when I have LeBlanc mid lane, you know, pre-6 again is really a lot of advantages for LeBlanc and Xin. If your Xin if you can manage to go unwarded in the early stages, like sweeper for your Raptor camp and make sure they don't have vision on it, when you do one quadrant, do 3 camps and pass through mid lane, LeBlanc can always, you know, go for the setup there, and it doesn't cost you a lot of time, so you can kind of pass through, and then hopefully you can get some big advantages super early on for your mid lane. And then if you do get a successful gank, you know, getting the flash and a big chunk of HP, even if you don't get the kill, then your LeBlanc can make sure that you don't get invaded afterwards, even though you showed crossing through mid lane. Hopefully you've gotten your early, you know, mid lane advantage, and that can help with the mid jungle. But yeah, Big magnifying glass on mid jungle for this one.
Very much agree with you. Let's get into game one of the day here between BNK Fearx and G2. A do-or-die scenario as Caps is spotted out walking around the corner here. Diablo and Raptor on the chase. Caps will jump across straight into Diablo. Should be able to escape the clutches of the AD carry, but it's going to take over half his health for doing so.
Passive.
Gets the passive out as well. Huge for BNK.
It's super smart from them too, because they know there's going to be so much pivoting on mid jungle that they have the level 1 to prep for it. Kellen might pay the price though.
Big root onto Kellen with the high note. He has to use the heal. Diablo's trying to get across here, but LeBron and Hansama will see if they can keep him at bay. Caps chunked out, electrocute on either side here. Trading in the mid lane already.
Yeah, so super smart level 1 defense here from BNK, having Diablo over there, but Kellen
has to flash. Hans flashes forward, but Kellen flashes just in time. Hans and Lebrov winning out the 2v2 on the bot side because Diablo was here so late. He's going to trade back in, and Hans now has no flash.
Oh, man. Did you see that, too? Ashe had the arrow notched in the bow.
She was ready, and Senna is ready on patch 26.6 as well. You can check out Warhound Senna's. Diablo has to use the cleanse immediately. A portion of those skins proceeds will be shared across all the LoL Esports teams. So if you want to support your team, grab that Warhound Senna.
Wow, really, really good punishment from Hansama and Lebrov in this. You know, they see Diablo punishing Caps in the level 1, and they just take advantage. It's still 0 CS. Okay, he got one. Diablo got one down there.
He'll get caught out again.
Oh my goodness.
It's really good trading from the G2 bot lane. Diablo and Kellen paying for that early game. You see the move here into mid. Level 3 from Skumon as he goes for it, lands the knock up. See a Vault Breaker coming out from Raptor as well. He'll be able to get away. Victor escapes without burning a summoner, but Skumon might look for the invade. Raptor able to secure his Raptors before Skumon can really get there.
Medic, that's the exact 3-camp cross through mid we're talking about, and Skumon continues it.
Wind becomes lightning. Audacious charge already used. Raptor forced away. Bot lane push still there for G2, which means Skumon thinks he's safe enough to push in and take this red. You can see Caps coming across for the red steal as well. Diablo having to flash away down to 100 HP. As G2 currently putting the pressure down onto BNK.
They certainly are doing that. Summoner spells are all gone from the BNK bottom lane here, and Diablo with 7 CS is going to have to walk home. How much do you think you can get from the 10-cent store here with his 7?
Boots, man.
All right, he got his brown bag boots.
Yeah, get a bit of leather, put it on your toes as Skumon did steal away the red. Lebrov here, looking for Kellen. Didn't quite get the slow from the volley out of Hansama, which means the follow-up with the beat drop not enough. Skumon's coming across. Kellen has no flash. Wind becomes lightning. Q3 knock up. Hansama there for the chase. And this time the arrow finds its mark. G2 get first blood.
G2 punishment on bottom lane. This is brutal. The Ashe and Seraphine, so much poke, so much CC from them. Interesting Raptor, very dangerous move, buddy. He's been scouted with the Scryers too. Guess what? Caps can drop his cannon wave and come over here.
He'll get the cannon, drop the rest of the wave. The chase continues as Caps chains don't connect, meaning that Raptor does escape through the jungle, but didn't manage to steal away too much.
Whew. Yeah,
what a start to this game, man.
Very, very dangerous. Yeah, exciting start, and I love it actually from both sides where, you know, G2 trying to attack towards this bottom lane, really punish the BFX attempts on Caps, and they burned Caps' passive, but look at the mid lane. He's been completely fine because of it. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, they did get the first blood, and it went into Hansama's pockets there, so he's got the fully upgraded boots. You know, it's like Diablo is over here on some old thrift store boots, and Hansama's got some brand new sneakers.
He's got the Jordans, you know.
He's got the extra attack speed, which goes a long way for Ashe here, because of the slow that you can provide with a Seraphine on your side too, backing it up. Is this? There's so much threat with that extra movement he's invested in.
Interesting pathing as well from Skumon. Didn't actually do his blue on his first rotation because he saw that Raptor was moving up towards topside. Wants to match where Raptor is on the map as much as possible. So clears out his topside to match Raptor. Now will reset, get himself that tunneler, and then work his way down towards the bottom side of the map.
And it's also a good ward from, you know, Fearx here. They, well, it actually expires now.
The one that was on the blue, though.
Yeah, exactly. Expires now, but they're going to be able to assume that he is over there re-clearing now. And so both junglers should have a pretty good idea. Meanwhile, Raptor is, you know, further along his journey towards this level 6, this big point for the Vi Ahri that we are mentioning. And as long as he can smoothly clear and finish up, try and get to his level 6, then they can try and look for their punish. But at the moment, because of the bot pressure, it really means Skumond is full confidence starting up this dragon. They've got also full vision of Raptor here, so
Caps can stay a little bit safer knowing that Raptor's around. Skumond's sticking on the Drake for now. The chains, Raptor has to use the Vault Breaker to get away. And as you say, a free enough dragon as Caps jumps forward. Vikla looking for the damage here with the charm and the electrocute. Caps having to dash back. Doesn't have the Mimic right now. 5 seconds before he has that extra spell cast, but still G2 will be able to take the Drake, and then Skumond can work his way back towards his blue buff and his wolves.
Yeah, bot lane supremacy, free dragon, and the Seraphine even getting to roam up through the river as well. The investment in wards here with the multiple control wards as well as trinket wards from G2 on this the river between bottom and mid lane, the highway here. Really helping out the possible gank avenues. Raptor once again though wants to slip in and try and take something away, but there's an annoying Ashe on the enemy team, so they're gonna see that you've done this at the very least.
That's the thing, right? You can't really contest it. Your jungler's on the bottom side of the map. Your mid laner was pushed under tower. Your top laner is really struggling into the Gnar matchup. We haven't really talked about it too much, but Clear has built himself up a sizable advantage just in that 1v1, and we're almost still at 22 CS ahead and about 600 gold as well.
Yeah, and it does mean as long as you have the information, then you can just go, okay, fine, I'm going to get the bottom Scuttle Crab, and I'm going to get to my level 6 here for Skumond off that dragon, off of bot Scuttle Crab, and the rest of his camps here able to get to his level 6 just fine. So, man, it is just always so nice to have the Ashe Seraphine lane with big advantages because you have lane priority, you get the Hawk Shot as well, and now you've got access to the Ashe Arrow, the initiation here. So they're going to have to be very wary of the next G2 play.
BNK will have to be a bit cautious around it, but their solo laners are having a really good whale of a time right now. 400 gold lead in mid for Vikla over Caps, keeps him low. Enchanted Arrow will land onto Vikla. The wave cleared out there, the chains. Oh, they have to be careful! Oh, Caps and Hansama teaming up for a beautiful play in mid.
I'm going to say 10 out of 10. That was a literal 10 out of 10 play. Can you please clip that thing? That was the cleanest I've ever seen. And the best part, the cherry on top that bumps it up to a perfect 10 is Caps walking away from the death at the end. Look at this. Full channel on that Ashe Arrow, so it's so far away. The stun is there. Caps changes him and he walks away off screen, leaves the tower to finish.
Nice call, Caps.
Nice call, Caps.
Caps calling for it.
So, I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to the Ashe. Like, Caps called for it, but Hansama hit it.
The French sniper has to find his mark, right? Gets the kill as the wave cleared out by Caps in response. Grubs taken for G2. Gold lead still only about 500. Next Drake 2.5 minutes away, but a strong early start from G2 generally.
And Medic, when I said you got to be aware of the Ashe Arrow engaged, it's kind of hard when it's coming through the jungle wall
nice
like
charm
that.
onto Caps. He dashes away. Skumond and Raptor going to trade down towards the bottom side of this fight. Vikla with the Spirit Rush looking for more, as Raptor did have to burn his flash to get away. G2's bot lane was collapsing because of that. Raptor didn't want to stay in the area.
Yeah, and that's an advantage again, all this vision for G2 through this river. They're keeping that river lit up so they can always respond to these plays, get there in time. Labrov doing a very good job of transferring this bottom lane advantage that they do have with the roams up there. So dragon advantage and the 3 grubs advantage for G2, but the gold is still very close. Biggest difference, of course, is the Ashe advantage here with the kill for Hansama versus the top lane CS advantage.
Whoa! Vikla with these charms, though, continues to land. Caps has to flash away. Vikla in the 1v1 is getting on top of Caps relatively often.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the Ashe Arrow, then he would have be dominating. Yeah, but the Ashe Arrow on Hansama there kind of equalized it for him. Besides that, Vikla had been doing quite well.
Yep. The battle between these junglers is something that has really started off this game well. Skumond and Raptor fighting for pressure not only around the camps but around these neutral objectives, the grubs, the Drake. We have that next Drake coming up in a minute, and both of these junglers are so important to the initial portions of the game for their team. They set their team up really well for success. I think for BNK, when you look at it, it's Diablo that you really look at as the carry later on, but it's Raptor who gets him to that point.
Yeah. Definitely agree. And for G2, it's been really fun to watch the evolution of Skumond as Vikla here with some more dodging versus caps as the 3 members of G2 had converged around. If that does hit, then they definitely pounce on Vikla, but nice little W activation and dodge to the side. Vikla will be fine as Vedius has deemed him our LCS representative in this match.
He's doing well for an LCS mid laner.
Technically, I would say, hey, Vedius, Hansama also played in the LCS. So,
adds his Broken Blade.
Are you going to give us credit for Hansama? Because I think I'm going to take that credit.
I'll be honest, if G2 win, you can have credit for the man. I'm 100% on board with that.
I'm taking it because Hansama won mid lane 4 caps with the Ash Arrow, or at least equalized it for him. Didn't even actually get him ahead with it. And they're crushing bottom lane. So I think LCS is doing great in this game. Medic?
I agree with you, Kobe. I agree. BNK using a little bit of time to get control around this bot side river. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't connect onto Raptor as he is able to dash away. Second Drake, the target for both these teams. Diablo a little bit isolated here. As the chase comes in, he does have cleanse and flash. Volley doesn't connect. No slows yet. Beat drop as well.
Nice walking.
Well walked away. Yep. Man, the devil on his shoulders like, go back in, go back in. No. Diablo able just to walk away safely. Fault breaker out from Raptor isn't going to find anyone. Just trying to keep G2 away as Diablo clears away this ward.
Okay, here we go. The moment of truth. Vi ult is ready. Clear just got his Trinity Force. Clear is teleporting in with Trinity Force ready. And a big shield.
A third sack on the Mega Narbar. Caps trying to go in. Beat drop on court. Follow up as they dive onto Vikla, who does have the flash and manages to get away. Broken Blade trying to get onto the back line as Raptor falls low. All out on him. He's down. Hansama trading with Clear, who's keeping the rest of G2 away from the fight. But the smite comes out and G2 win out on the battle, get a kill and get the Drake.
Yeah, they're just more coordinated. They destroy them. Burst damage is there. Broken Blade and Cap's going to be able to push mid lane afterwards as well. And even the knockback here. But yeah, they just delete him. They push Vikla out of the fight with the combo there, even though they don't actually get the kill onto Vikla. But they completely push him out of the fight, and they're able to run right into the Dragon and delete Raptor. Take a look at this. And the minimap is critical, because the minimap shows that Diablo and Kellen so far away down there on the bottom side that G2's coordination, everybody here, 5 people strong, completely blasts the team fight. And even though they had Clear teleport in first, it's the bottom lane that is desynced for BNK.
Yeah, Clear was doing his job. He kept 3 people from G2 away from the fight, got towards the Mega Gnar, wasn't able to do as much as he'd like, but because of G2's coordination on the initial kill on Raptor, they could just go in, steal away the Drake, and then walk up towards that one remaining member on the top side. G2 now with a 1.4k gold lead, 13 minutes in.
Kind of a head scratcher there, honestly, from FearX, as top lane advantage didn't mean anything, even with the earlier teleport, because the rest of the team's just not there. We'll see about the next one, though. 1,000 gold lead for Hansama. He's got his extra move speed with the Storm Razor, so very, very mobile here with the extra move speed and the safety of the Seraphine. Seraphine team fighting could go huge. BFX or BNK, certainly though, they still have their potential for assassinating targets and big dive.
Broken Blade stopping Clear's reset here. Does still have the flash. Will have to use it to get away from Vikla's charm. Vikla using a good timing there to move up from mid and make sure that Broken Blade had to use his summoner spell. Clear with a sizable chunk of change as his advantage in top lane.
Meanwhile, see what Caps is able to do with his double buffs. Always so fun here on LeBlanc, being able to use that to harass even more frequently. Raptor,
he spotted on a ward.
Definitely, they know, and there's nothing you can do here. Like, it's mini Gnar, and G2 have the extra power, so they can just brute force this tower down. G2 gonna keep it rolling here. First tower bonus.
The extra gold out of that. Coinbase gold grind for Hansama. 1.4k ahead, which is not something I think any of us thought would be the case coming into this series. Diablo is so often the key carry for this BFX team.
Yeah, and to have this completely turned around. Remember how this game started with them having Diablo up towards mid lane and trying to chunk out Caps and being so worried about the mid jungle that bottom lane for G2 was able to punish Kellen a lot, kind of isolated, and then once Diablo joined too, since Kellen was so low and had burned so many summer spells, then they keep that punishment going, and G2 really snowballed that so effectively after like reacting to a level 1 that now it sets them up here with 1,000 gold lead, 2 dragon lead, and looking at Rift Herald.
Vikla off towards the top side of the Herald pit. Diablo and Raptor are there. And Chardacris out, flashed away by Raptor. Pop Blossom doesn't land onto anyone but Broken Blade. Meanwhile, Skimon on the backline's going to pop that Crescent Guard. Season Desist going on to Caps as well, who flashes away himself. Encore onto Diablo. He dashes away with the cleanse as well to escape the fray, but Raptor doesn't have that same luxury. He'll die to Skimon. G2 still looking for the advance, but they can't get close enough to catch out BNK.
Woo, Caps lives. That is so close to death there. He squeaks away with the distortion into the back of the pit. And everything is really coming up G2. I mean, yeah, Raptor did get the Rift Herald, but going down, they're also going to lose out on the rest of their map pressure here. So very nice extra pickup for G2.
Able to run away in time with the Foxfire. It doesn't have Flash, so there was a little risk of Broken Blade going in, Pathmaker all-outing him back towards Skewmond.
Yeah.
But Vikla smart enough to avoid any of G2's clutches. So you say the Rift Herald did go over to BNK, so they might be able to crack through this tower with 30 seconds left on the Drake as well. Kellen stepping a bit too far forward, caught out by the beat drop. There's the chains as well! And Kellen taken out on this Nico. Hasn't had the best of times on this pick across the tournament. He played it in game 1 against BLG as well and really struggled.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous path there to take, my friend. And a good punish once again. The G2 bottom lane just smacking Kellen. All right, well, this is going to pose problems for the mid game because you've got a LeBlanc level 11. You know, this is where you get your rank 2 ultimate, obviously, and your power spike really coincides with your first item, your upgraded Sork shoes, and your extra 4 stacks on your Darksteel. So you get a lot of room to work with on this poke champion.
This is Soul Point as well for G2. Ocean Soul, a possibility for them. There's the Rift Herald put down by Raptor, try and get the charge in the mid lane, try and get Cryo for BNK to step in, but this Drake is already gone. Clear looking for a flank position. G2 can walk away before BNK can really react. The Rift Herald charge will come in, but it doesn't even take down the tower. Chardacris out, dodged away by Raptor. Vikla going in with the Spirit Rush, but dashing out with it as well. In the end, G2 will get the Drake, will kill off the Herald, and won't lose too much for it.
Yeah, feeling pretty strong here. I mean, Hansama's on his 2 items, got his PD finished as well. And
there goes Mega. Diablo. Oh, it's Kellen actually who was caught out. He was cosplaying as Diablo there for a second, but the Shape Splitter blocking the chains. Diablo now is trying to get across. It looks like BNK are playing for that bot lane tier 1. Maybe even for a fight as G2 could look to defend it.
Raptor's cooking here. He wants to be able to burst somebody, you know, Vi ultimate with Diablo close, but let's see if they can actually find one. Okay,
Caps.
Control Ward.
Caps the target, dashes away. Raptor goes in with the cease and desist onto LeBron, but the Encore's going to land as well.
Nice.
LeBron might just be sacrificed here. BNK with a great pick, finding LeBron in the river.
Well, look what it cost them. You know, since they have everybody down here, that's going to be top, just getting demolished. Broken Blade is up there, getting multiple tower plates. Vikla, of course, is able to finish up the bottom tower to kind of answer there. But so much also dropped here on the top side of the map that G2's gold lead is still about 1,000. And the biggest thing, Medic, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
very early
minutes.
Soul.
As you say, before that Ocean Soul comes up. The lead for Clear as well. Still 1.5k. He's been having a really good time on this Gnar, but Broken Blade, he is just a tank. He's going to scale up into the game, doesn't need as much gold as someone like Clear, who is going to face check here. Pathmaker in, Wind becomes Lightning as well. Clear looking for the Gnar, won't land the stun, but the Q3 is going to be procced by Skewmon as they continue to chase in. All out pulls Clear away from the wall. He's going to flash. Hansama caught out as Caps jumps in the way of the charm. Hansama taken down though. Vikla secures the kill. Caps looking for Cannon, can't land the second chains. Meanwhile on the top side, Clear was able to escape with the help of Raptor.
Wow, we got the revenge right there. Kellen and Diablo able to burst him down. Vikla here still looking for more as well. They're going to get a tower. And just like that, BNK, they retake the gold lead. They wipe that G2 gold lead off of the map. And now we're 240 away from the Dragon, so you can start doing your early setup here.
Yeah, huge swing for BNK. I'd love to see how this was set up. Again, it's a pick in the jungle. They're playing around this red buff. Labrov caught out initially, and Kellen just finds a great engage onto Hansama.
Yeah, revenge of Kellen. And it just timed so well, too. As soon as Caps came in, you know, he's just going for the Ashe here, and they're able to snag both of them. G2 starting to get a little bit nervous now. You know, they had so much confidence with how well this early game has gone, and the Dragons stacking. So much power of the Dragons, though, is all in the last one, the final one for the Dragon Soul. So we'll see about that next fight. And look at that. That's not like a graphic, you know, ending early. Yep. That actually just went back to 0. Yep. That's
50-50 between the two teams now. You either win or you lose, and Diablo sitting at 2 items. Kraken Slayer and Fiend Hunter bolts completed for him. This guy having an absolute stormer of a first stand, 2 pentakills so far.
Yeah.
Now, basically even on itemization with Hansama. Hansama does have an extra BF sword, but in terms of completed items, they're basically even.
That's a big sword.
Yeah.
Right there. Meanwhile, Vikla, as Vedius in the analyst desk, has decided that he is our LCS rep. I'll happily take it. The Ahri looking pretty good with some burst damage now. He actually went for the Lichbane burst damage, so we'll weave in those autos. And it all comes down to this next Dragon fight, Medic, and who's going to be able to get some early positioning, because there are really big pick opportunities. Wait a second. Mid lane here, there is an Ashe arrow ready to fire, so I have to be a little bit careful.
Diablo does still have the cleanse and the flash. It would obviously be good for G2 to get those summoners out before the fight begins, but do you want to be using the arrow and then not have it up for the battle? Skummon's going to try and take away the Scuttle Crab, but Raptor's here. Skummon healing up with the Thunder Sky. TP is coming in as BNK want to take the fight. Skummon diving forward, takes the kill on the enemy jungler, uses the Crescent Guard to mitigate some of the damage, and then will flash away. Vikla flashing in, gets the charm onto Labrov. Pop Blossom as well, but it's only going to land onto the sport. Labrov is down. Broken Leg Trader clear down towards the bottom side. Vikla trying to get to the back line as well, but Hansama takes him out. Diablo now in the midst of them. The Nile against the wall. Diablo trying to get out of vision in the bush, but it's warded. Caps jumps across, clear goes down. Diablo trying to escape. G2 don't want to let him, but they might just have to. Caps will have the distortion. G2 will give up the ghost on Diablo, but will turn their eyes towards the soul.
Oh, Hansama was gliding on them at the end there, putting that big sword to work, Medic. And look at this, the jungle fight, the jungle ego battle right by the crab. Skummon says, fine, you want to go on me? I will delete you. My friends over the wall here, Hansama and Labrov were able to help him out. Labrov does get hit with the charm because it was an attempted follow-up at Skummon. You know, Vikla was trying to go for him, but they only deleted the Seraphine, and so that opened up the rest of the fight. Caps and Hansama here, the carries still free-firing him. They chase them down, everybody except for Diablo. And that is going to be Dragon fight number 2. Here we go. Start it again.
And Charlotte Crystal about to come off cooldown. Diablo with no flash. Hans has his and his barrier. Broken Blade on that front line. Clear trying to build up the Mega Gnar. Raptor in the back of the pit. Caps just waiting. Seeing if he can find a way in. Raptor starting up the Drake. Clear keeping Broken Blade at bay. Caps dives onto Raptor, who tries to get onto Hansama. There's the ceasing to say Crescent Guard to stop Vikla from getting the Spirit Rush in. That Crescent Guard was gorgeous. Hansama's still alive as well. They'll take down 2. Kellen kept at bay by Broken Blade and put in the dirt. G2 take 3 for naught and will claim the soul.
They keep Hansama safe and they claim the soul. They can walk over to Baron side of the map now too with the Ocean Soul regeneration here, Medic.
It's the Mastercard priceless moment of the game for G2. Can it buy them a Nexus? As you say, they'll walk across towards the Baron. Still 15 seconds on Raptor. Vikla with no TP is coming up in 10. G2 will try and get all the buffs they can for now, and then we'll see if they can break the backs of BNK.
Yeah, I think that might just do it, Medic. They get the soul, they're gonna get the Baron. Let's take a look at this. Well, it's gonna be a little difficult to do, but you can tell in the slideshow, they're going for Hansama, Vi Ultimate, and they tried to do the Ahri follow-up, but Ahri got knocked aside, as you called out, and they were unable to finish Hansama. He still had his flash, still had his barrier to be able to survive there and used it very effectively, so G2, now they're in a very commanding position here in game number 1.
But what BNK have shown us is they are willing to set up these bush breaks, these picks, getting to the enemy jungle, sneak behind enemy lines and find these picks. And if they can continue to do that, they will delay G2 on this push. It's only the first Baron of the game. They have 2.5 minutes left with it, but they still have so many structures to get through if they're going to get towards those inhibs.
They certainly do. Let's see if they can tend to the side lane as well. Currently, Vikla pushing on top side, trying to get one lane going for BNK. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 can link up here. 4-1 split push for them. They keep Caps mid to deal with the BNK onslaught. And with Baron buff, I mean, they're just going to delete this tower, so...
No TPs as well on BNK because they were using those previous Dragon fights. So if Vikla does continue to push, there's the option for G2 to try and just force in towards the inhib. It looks like that's what they're going to do.
At the very least, Vikla probably has his empowered recall up right now. And should be able to get back quicker. So we see Vi channeling recall early.
Yeah, Vikla's still there on the tier 2 and top side. The plate will be taken by G2 on this inhib tower. Vikla will go and get that enhanced recall. G2 still knocking on the doors of these inhibitor towers while Caps pushes in mid. Flank position from Kellen, but that is just the shape splitter clone. While this is happening, Caps continues to chip away at that mid tier 1. That will go as well. G2 extending the gold lead, 1.6k so far off this Red Bull Baron power play.
Okay. BNK actually mitigating the gold loss from those double big objectives quite well. Here we go.
Cease and desist onto Caps. Vikla there with the chase as well, but Caps dodges away and dodges the charm. Can he escape the clutches of BFX? The answer for now is yes. Pop Blossom doesn't get there. Caps with the Ocean Soul heals up enough. And while this is happening, G2 are knocking on the inhibitors. They'll take the bot lane inhib. And even with BFX looking for the play in mid, G2 still come out on top.
Cap says, now you see me, now you don't. Vi ult, Ari ult, Nico ult as well, and he still lives.
And now G2 will look to push in mid. No cease and desist, no Spirit Rush, no Pop Blossom as you say. This tower not long for the rift, you have to feel. And just as we praise BNK for being able to mitigate some of the Baron power play, it has ballooned up to 3,000, could be more as well, because there's another inhibitor tower in G2 sights. Caps trying to jump in. Trade with Vikla, but there's the tower going down, and G2 still have 10 seconds left on the Baron. The inhibitor now their target. They'll take that too. Caps dashes in. Look at Diablo's health. Almost just one shot by Caps there. The Rabadon's Ludens enough for him. But now, with the Baron expiring, we see the resets come out. Charm, Pathmaker used to avoid it. Kellen's not going to go for any more. And a 5k gold lead for G2.
Yeah, 2 inhibs down as well, makes it really easy. They can just go for their reset, push out on this top lane, use the super minion extra pressure down the other 2 lanes, and close in towards the game 1 Nexus. The real difficult thing for BNK here, can they actually pull off a surprise play? Because I think the attempt mid is the correct type of thing. When you're behind like this, you got to do that. And you have to full send and hope that it is just successful next time. Because if you just wait and you kind of huddle up in your base, guess what? The super minions are going to build up. The rest of G2 are just going to siege you, and you will just lose. So you got to take risks. You know, go camp on a brush and try and burst somebody down one lane.
You have a 3-item AD carry as well. He is a full item behind Hun Summer, but if it's Caps or Skewmond or Lebrov, he's going to melt through them pretty quickly. If he's there at the moment, he is on cleanup duty in the mid lane, trying to make sure those super minions don't get too close to the base. BNK have done a good job of getting both the side lanes pushed in before the next objective, which is Elder Drake in 1 minute's time.
Hanselma's only died 1 time against a team that has Vi, Nico, Ari, and Gnar all looking for his head.
These LCS players are just blinding at the moment as we see Raptor looking for the flank. Kellen going in with a Pop Blossom, and Hansama is caught, and just as you praise him, he dies immediately. Skewmon will trade onto Kellen. Crescent Guard doing a lot of work here. He's going to heal up as well with the Ocean Soul. Above is taken out. Skewmon trading with Raptor. Caps and Broken Blade diving onto the backline. Raptor still surviving for now, but Skewmon's still on the way. Stopwatch out of Caps to try and survive, and he dodges the Orb of Deception from Vikla. Vikla out. Broken Blade will put him in the ground, and now Raptor and Clear, even though you took 4k gold out of G2's pockets at the start of the fight, you still can't win it out. Raptor dashing across the wall, going back in with the Vault Breaker, but look at the Ocean Soul! You just can't heal them! They're lapping up your health and taking you out. G2 win out the fight, and with 20 seconds left on Diablo, possibly can take the game.
Yep, sorry about that one, Hans. That's my bad. Don't even count that death for him. That's a castle curse right there. G2, they're going to get the Elder Dragon off the back of it. They still win the fight, even with the investment. But BNK, you know, props for the fearless engage here. They actually had such a good little flank. You saw at the beginning, Vi coming from the other side, the wraparound. Then they have Kellen going past this brush by Red Buff up to get the engage. And they do delete Hans Sama this time around. Unfortunately for them, they're so far behind that G2 can still win the game with all the
Ocean Soul, man.
Exactly.
It was entirely the Ocean Soul.
And the extra gold, it really helps.
Yeah, sure, but you saw how low so many members of G2 went, and now with the Elder, they will turn their attention towards the Baron. BNK not really able to contest this. You can't fight into an Elder, especially when you are 7,000 gold behind, but still, BNK show the resiliency that took them to the second spot in the LCK. They show the determination to not give up on the game. And for G2, you're not sweating, but there's a little bit of perspiration perhaps coming out after these last couple of fights. The first Elder of first stand secured for G2. The blue, I believe, was taken by Clear, but now with Super Minions pushing in bot and mid for the next 30 seconds for bot and 1 minute for mid, G2 will just push through this top side.
All right, first Elder at first stands, and hopefully we're going to get more than 3 games as well, because this was a really fun one, Medic. I think it's about to end, but you know, there's always that little tiny ray of hope for BNK. Can they pull off a miracle here against Elder Dragon, plus Dragon Soul, plus Baron buff?
It would be miraculous if they can do it, but I don't put anything past this BNK lineup. The inhibitor will be taken out by G2. Raptor trying to keep the mid-wave at bay. G2 pushing in for those Nexus towers. Broken Blade is going to deal with Raptor. First Nexus tower will be raised to the ground. Kellen looking for his engage. There's the Pop Blossom, gets it onto Hans Summer, but dies for it. Hans Summer so low, Crescent Guard coming out, but once again, you just don't have the damage. A Quadra for Hans to round it up as G2 take game 1.
Yo, I do like that trick at the end though. Kellen doing the recall thing to make you think he's doing the clone recall. Right at the end though is the key part of it, because it's the end for game number 1. G2 with the win. Analyst S, how are you feeling about that opener? Let's go West!
Great! That is...
Let's go West!
Let's take some...
I like that
one
tone.
on the board.
I like that tone a lot, Raz.
We got one on the board, all of us.
That's the G2 that I know and love. They showed up today, Raz. I hope you feel bad. I hope you feel bad for not believing in my team, because
yeah, man.
You're about to eat that for the entire series. This is what happens when the best team in Europe shows up on Elimination Day.
And of all Hans Summer, the lane I was the most concerned about. I had to sell the world on some cap stats, but it was Hans in the bottom lane. My God, this level 1 had such massive impacts, because Diablo, yes, he gets a huge chunk of HP away, but it delays your arrival to the bot lane so much, and you take a fair chunk of HP yourself, and the bot lane of G2 punished this massively.
Yeah, because Kellen was taking shots. Maybe he needed to basically play a lot more closer to return. I understood what he was trying to do in bridging him through the tri-bush so he can get to the wave, but G2 played it so well to stop that from happening. He was sitting at what? Two minions really early on, unable to base. It was tough for Diablo to play this one out.
And we said that's what we wanted to see, Veli. More agency, something easier to play, and especially lane prior in the early game to put Diablo down.
Yeah, it felt like that, you know, we talked about draft being a big priority, and they came in with a much clearer game plan. Diablo is the win condition. Let's make sure that we guarantee a winning bot lane 2 versus 2. And yes, Caps did kind of have to eat it as a result of this. We saw Vikla kind of finding good trades, saving the day a lot of the time, and being like this point of strength. But then Hans Summer again comes up with a crazy play to help out his mid laner too.
Absolutely. Thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he comes with a perfectly timed arrow here in the mid lane. Let's listen to the comms.
Yeah, but Caps are spawning. I'll mid, but I'm like one spear. You can maybe look for arrows on mid. I will look. If he's walking on his tower, I can watch. Yeah, I'm looking. Like, he dies. He's here. Okay. Here. Yeah. Right there. Okay. I'm with you. It's a long time, okay? I'm with you. Perfect. Nice call, Caps. Good job. Very nice, guys.
Every aspect of that planning was great. Caps putting on that idea, but also his positioning to kind of lean Vikla towards the direction of the arrow. Every aspect was beautiful. So like A, Hans Sama had the early game setup. B, you had that situation, and it only continued on. And guess who the player of the game of that one was?
Hans Mama?
I mean,
at least
absolutely deserved, because I really was so concerned about this bot lane, especially after their series versus BLG. But he stepped up, him and Lambrov really played well in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And I hope that they keep this trend going, because they've clearly got a formula. Draft yourself a winning bot side. We already heard it from Tabe yesterday. Bot seems to be the name of the game right now, the current meta. And when you have this, the crew surrounding them as well, impressive to see.
Okay. The fans give it to Skumon. Honestly, the French boys are playing super well. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what I want to see here. And we've talked about better draft approach and better execution as well with the tools that they had, because in the last fight, the one that closed out the game, the sole winning fight here, you can see that it's not only that they're playing right with the tools that they have, it's just that at this point, it's really hard for BFX to come back.
Absolutely. And the idea behind the fight from BFX is lock down Hans Sama, take out the gold lead, they run out of damage. And they get so good. Skumon's ult here, perfectly timed. So I understand why the fans have their sights set on Skumon, because he definitely had a monster of a game himself.
Yeah, credit to them. I mean, he's been consistent, I feel like, from the whole tournament thus far. Even in their losses, I felt like he's had good moments. And then the fight even before this moment that happened in the same side of the map, another dragon fight, right? I thought Hans Sama was going incredibly off his Ashe. So I feel like it's a great team effort. We got to see some great Ashe arrows and some great overall kiting from him. And then on top of that, Skumon had great moments. We need to see more of this.
Yeah, and we've been talking about BFX in the early game and how they always managed to claw their way back in the game, especially in team fights. Are we seeing the limits of this right now?
Well, I mean, they came close a couple times. They had that one terrifying fight around the river, but fortunately the boys was able to set up. And for me, the fact that G2 held strong and could close out with the lead, was it as convincing as we've seen domestically from them? No, in the sense that they took their time, they were patient, but it's understandable. They want to make sure they close this one out cleanly. They got the first Elder of the tournament, which was a bit of a surprise.
That was wild.
But most importantly, they made fun of Raz. And to me, that's the thing that I love the most. Nice 3-0 prediction, buddy.
Okay,
nice 3-0.
I'm going to update it to a 3-1 prediction.
Are you still believing? You think BFX can bounce back?
I'm going down with the ship. I'm going down with the ship. All right, I have to. But yes, the fact that we're on the last day of group stage and that's our first Elder of the tournament.
That is wild.
That is insane.
G2 setting records. Love to see it. Love to see it.
That is crazy. So yes, really inspiring to see this from the G2 team, especially from some of their games being a little bit shaky. But I feel like the prep has been there for this one.
The prep is here. They showed up today and they opened up the score 1-0 against BFX. Let's see what happens game 2.
A really good whale of a time right now. 400 gold lead in mid for Vikla over Caps, keeps him low. Enchanted will land onto Vikla. The wave cleared out there, the chains. Oh, they have to be careful! Oh, Caps and Hans Sama.
I think I might try by on the field again. Yeah, I'll jump. Wait, no, guys, keep going on me, get me. I want to go. Are you sending on me? Yeah, I'll keep going. I'm on Nora. Place it. Nico dies here. Oh, wait, slowly, you know. Wait. I'll kill out, guys. We got this. It might go on the... I'm shooting for you. We win this hard. Give me vision down, follow. Elder in the bottom. Nice. Let's go.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
Oh my God,
Steel forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of?
I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe.
What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match, bro. I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of?
I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, I believe, I believe. 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 I believe, I believe, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit tough losing 3-0 against BG, but we're still optimistic about the tournament. I think the teams that we will face on the way back to the playoffs are going to be good stepping stones for us to find our rhythm back into the league. I played against Bin many times. I know how good he is. When I play against him, I have to prepare really, really well, and I think today he was better prepared.
Bin's got to be careful here. Hans Sama still has a level up, but there's your public execution. Bin's going in the middle of everybody. Ambassa tears G2 apart.
It started really hard. It was looking very winnable at some point. I think we were fighting really, really well, given the goal lead they had. For me, it just shows that if we can manage to minimize the goal leads and we still fight the same way, we can win many, many games against very good teams.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026, where G2 have won a surprise Game 1 against BNK FearX. BNK now deciding that they want to be first pick, and G2 will be on the blue side for Game 2. But if you're BNK, what do you feel you have to change here, Kobe?
Well, I think that they would like for Diablo and Kellen to start lane phase with 100% HP and all summoner spells.
And be in the lane when the lane's crashed.
I think that's probably number one because so much, snowballed off the early stages. And even though like I said, I did see the idea and I like the idea of, trying to take some bite out of the LeBlanc Xin jungle mid combo early, with the level 1. Ooh, we're going to sneak some extra damage on him. Then the only problem is like, oh, what do we do after this? And how do we get back to our lane type stuff, especially against a heavy poke lane that is Ashe Seraphine. So G2 did a really good job punishing that, reacting in the moment to stuff that you see like that. And then having Skumon come down, get the first blood was really nice to see from G2. So they seem locked in and ready to react. And also, I did like their draft as well. Very solid setup. So we'll see as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless how they are able to keep that going.
So importantly here, G2 are on the blue side, but they'll be on the right side of your screen. So their logo was in the right place there with BFX underneath it. Just one of those slight bugs that happen, so we'll fix that for you.
What they're doing is keeping them on the side of the stage, I think.
Yes, that is what they're doing. But because the tri-code was underneath the wrong logo, I just wanted to call it out. But we'll get it sorted. We're still in the draft, and we'll jump into it as soon as we can, of course. I think for BFX, having a bot lane that doesn't start massively behind is good. Vikla was having a really good time into caps in the 1v1. I think there wasn't a huge amount wrong with what Raptor did in the early game either, and Clay was winning out on the top lane. So if you can negate the 600, 700 gold deficit that you fell into because of that, the game becomes a lot easier to play.
For sure. No need to be a game 1 Andy this time around either.
We could be.
But you can be.
It's the game 1 of first stand for the LCS or the LEC versus an LCK or LPL team.
Yeah, true. Okay, so Rumble. Most common picks into Rumble are Ornn and Galio, and they got and stuff like Aurora and stuff if you wanted to super punish lane, but that's not really the type of vibe that G2 have been going for with top lane. It's been more the tanky answers into stuff, and so they're going to continue with that type, and they go with the Ornn. And honestly, I like this start already because it is massive team fight engaged, and trying to build for team fights and build for dragon stacking is a very winning strategy. It's also one of the more simple strategies to execute, and seems like a good natural kind of progression here for G2. Now, they get the Nami early, so you can do the Nami Lucian, or you can just do Nami Corki, Nami Ezreal. Plenty of options there. And I think picking Lucian into Diablo is something. I'm actually hoping that Hans goes for an Ezreal or Corki instead.
But the Nocturne and the Mel are going to be the picks for BNK. We saw Vikla's Mel against BLG, had a really solid performance on it. And of course, Nocturne at the moment, just such a good jungler. The ability to gank with Paranoia, but also in team fights to be able to turn off the lights on your opponents. And you've got Solar Snare, you've got the Equalizer coming down. You have all of these things that your opponents have to deal with while you're just there with full vision of what's going on.
Yeah. All right, nice. We get the Corki instead. I too, I would not pick Lucian into Diablo. One of the best Lucians I've ever seen in my life. So Corki here, very versatile, has a good escape, obviously, for himself, and lots of options of how to play. Good burst damage, can rely on rockets for later too. And you have to get some AD carry with a dash. That's why we're looking at him. When you're playing against Rumble, everybody wants a dash, so you can get off the hot lava.
Yeah, you need to be able to get out. Interesting that we have a sort of a mismatch in terms of picks so far. Top support and AD for G2, top mid and jungle for BNK, which gives them the option to ban away some mid laners that might be good into the Mel, ban away some junglers they don't want Skumon getting his hands on, but it also gives G2 the option to get rid of some of these AD carries that they're worried about. Diablo's Ezreal, absolutely legendary at this point. He's so good on this pick. Getting rid of that when you already have good poke from the rest of the team makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and they're trying to also take away mobile AD carries because Ornn ult and Nami ult are really hard to get away from if you don't have dashes. And so they want to remove all doubt that they would be able to hit those. So there you go, Lucian ban. Big respect to Diablo with those two, Ezreal and Lucian. As we went over, I think both very good denials for him. The thing with BNK's comp right now, you don't have the best way to keep people on Rumble ult still. And like, whenever you're first picking Rumble, I feel like you really need that type of thing. And so for Kellen, it's like, All right, we're definitely going to get Kellen something with
Nautilus.
CC. That, yeah,
Nautilus
exactly.
is what I'm
That
feeling.
it's going to pair with a Nocturne and with a Rumble Engage, and you have to have hard CC to keep people
You could
there.
also go for something like a Rakan. Nocturne goes in, the Rakan follows up with the quickness, and you put the equalizer down on that. But I think like a Nautilus Kai'Sa here would be okay for me for BNK. I think it struggles a little bit into the it struggles quite a lot into the Corki Nami lane, but later on for team fights, which is what BNK really have developed, those sort of skirmishy team fights, I don't mind those two as picks. G2 will get the Azir for caps. Haven't seen too much of the Emperor of Sarima at this tournament, but we see a bit of him when we get towards these like second, third tier mid laners generally.
G2 really going for the scaling then. They've got Ornn upgrades for later and Azir for later as well. I will say if Mel can land the poke onto Azir early though, that seems like it's going to be painful. So it depends on if you can land it now. It is a little bit more difficult to get you know, all of the value out of the Mel poke, but they did buff up the damage on it, so it feels quite nice. And there you go. There's exactly what you were calling for, Medic. And we get the dive combination from the bottom lane. Rakan Nocturne Engage is always crazy fearsome. Mel really good follow-up, by the way, with the buffs on her snare. So if they are quick about it, and they will be, that engage looks terrifying for
Yeah, it's
BNK.
very much if we pick someone, they are dead. Unless they are Valkyrying out or flashing out, or a good Emperor's Divide comes out from G2. Jarvan is the final pick for Skumon, something he can do a lot of work on in the early game.
Yeah, I think the one item timing is going to be painful for G2. So we'll see how they deal with that once BNK get their one items and you know, start to use a lot of these engage tools. How much gold are you giving up is kind of the question here.
We do want to play towards those team fights, but if BNK get a solid lead in the early game, they are so good at just suffocating you out of the game, taking fights on in their advantage, forcing you back away from your towers, taking the towers, getting into your jungle. It will be a struggle for G2 and really good for BNK if they can get that 1,000 gold lead or something on Diablo through the early laning phase.
Yeah. We'll see, because both G2 solo lanes, I feel like, should be, like, they're just looking for scaling.
Low priority.
Yeah, so we'll see.
That we will. Let's get on in to game 2 of this best of 5 between the LCK #2 seeds, BNK, FearX, and the LEC #1 seeds, G2, who were able to pick up game 1 in pretty convincing fashion. Something I think a lot of us were surprised to see, but BNK have been in this sort of position before. They've been playing T1, they've been losing games to Gen G, they've been able to come back from losing the first game of a series very effectively. G2 cannot let their foot off the gas, especially in a game where they are playing for later spikes than their opposition.
Yeah, I'd definitely rather be BNK's side in this one. Let's see about the execution and the level 1. Will we get any shenanigans here in the level 1? Looks like a couple of early wards down.
No shenanigans. They've shenaned once. They're not going to shenan again.
Okay. I have practiced doing fake labs with Freak. How would you rate my fake lab there?
I got a boo from the producers, and that's always my goal when I get fun like that, right? So Cap's looking at trading a tiny bit in the mid lane, but Cap's just trying to get the wave pushed in where he can. It's Conqueror on Han Summer on this Corki. They do manage to get a little bit of pressure onto Kellen and Diablo. As expected, like Nami Corki, especially with the ebb and flow level 1, you have so much healing and damage coming out. You can see Kellen on the wrong side of that trade. But the ward for G2 in this push, BNK in this push. We'll see if Lebrov decides to clear it out. Gleaming Quill used by Kellen to heal up, and the Phosphorus Bomb just sidestepped well by the BNK bot lane.
Yeah, and those little trades are pretty meaningful, those little bits of health. Kellen was positioning forward in the brush because he knew Nami's going to come in for the trade, so then he can get his Q off, then you can get the healing and dodging, as you say, the Phos Bomb. All these little bits of health add up so much, as we know from the first game. And so this time around, doing a little bit better than previously.
And BNK in their first ever international tournament here. Have been close in the past. 2019 as Live Sandbox almost made it to Worlds, and then 2022 as well. Almost made it through, but, or 23, sorry, almost made it through, but have just been slightly shy, whereas G2, so often the EU representative, always here. Well, it's the first time they were at first stand, but always at MSI and Worlds, so consistently the top team in the LEC.
Yeah, so frequently the representative that everybody knows them, everyone well aware, and I like the the interviews that we had with the BNK players where they're all talking about, We've seen a lot of VODs of G2, and we know they have so much international experience, so it's going to be really fun to go up against them on the international stage and really see what they can pull off. Let's see, though. Both bottom lane and top lane pushing early for G2. As Skumon does finish up his full clear a little bit ahead of time, and since his bot lane is pushing and you've got a recall timer for Diablo, that Scuttle Crab is looking pretty good for Skumon, but there will be a Nocturne waiting in the brush. So can he get his Q trade?
Let's
nice.
bring it out, looking for the fear as well. LeBron's on his way across. Evan Flow with a healing onto Skumon. TP coming out from Vikla. Callan trying to work his way around here as well. G2 do have control of the river right now. Hans Summer here, meaning they'll force Raptor away. Pops! Dispel Shoot can't get away from the bubble without his flash. Callan dashes in, but then has to dash out.
Yeah, I guess the comms there were, hey, let's play on Vikla's teleport, and when Vikla comes back, let's do this. But I think it's just a better play from G2, using their pushing bottom lane and having Nami there early. There was no hesitation from Skumon. He was like, okay, you're going to wait for your teleport and stare at me. I EQ at you immediately. We get your spell shield. We get your flash with the Nami bubble as well, the fault from Lebrov. So G2, they're not playing that game. They're not waiting for the teleport to come back for Vikla. They jump on you, get your flash early, and it's a very small lead, but it is the first summoner spell lead of the game.
Hans Summer, though, taking a poor path back to the bot lane, going to be forced away from his cannon and misses it. -1 for him. Diablo already at that level 4, stayed in the bottom lane when Hans Summer came up for the fight around the Scuttle Crab. Lebrov and Kellen currently bodyguarding their mid laners. Cap's caught out with the Grand Entrance. Aqua Prism not going to land onto anyone, but Cap's just trying to get this wave in as soon as he can. Chunked out a little bit, as will be Callan. In the end, Kellen should just be able to walk away from this one pretty effectively. Cap's trying to trade back onto Vikla, dodging away from the Solar Snare, and Kellen does have to use the Grand Entrance.
All right, back to farming pretty normally. Yeah, that cannon was so off limits because he had full plasma stacks on it too.
Like, do not step
Diablo
forward.
was like, please go for it, bro. Please let me see you greed. All right, want the last of this, the last auto for this plasma stack, but Hans is not going to greed. He is not going to go down there. And they're still very, very close here across the board, except an expected lead in gold for Clear here, who is going the Comet for the extra, in-lane damage and really trying to punish.
Yeah, not going for the first strike, which is kind of a money printer on the Rumble, instead deciding that he wants to try and keep Broken Blade lower on HP. Clear having a really good game one in the 1v1 as well. We're getting about 1,500 gold leads solo into Broken Blade after having a pretty underwhelming performance so far here at First Stand. Both these top laners, I'd say Broken Blade had his Shen game and now Clear has had his Gnar game, but neither of them have really popped off in the way that they would have wanted.
But now they get to play against each other.
Exactly. This is how we skew the statistics, Kobe.
Don't have to play against Bin here. And as the farming continues, I mean, now we're done with our second full clears for junglers, so you get a decent amount of time for action. And bottom side, I mean, the Scuttle Crab is spawning top side. It would be better action if it was spawning on the bottom side, but we're going to have the same brush camp from Nocturne. So Nocturne doing the same brush camp, go for the Q trade, interfere, and bottom lane.
Lebrov is so low, has to use the heal here as Kellen landed the knocker. Valkyrie away from Hans Summer as well, and because of that, Skumon cannot really contest in the river. Lebrov getting caught with that knockabout of Kellen.
Yeah, I guess heal for heal traded for bottom side.
Caps in with the Emperor's Divide onto Vikla here, just trying to trade in as much as possible. Rebuttal out, but Caps is low on mana. Looks like he was just trying to get Vikla low because he wants to try and contest around this top side scuttle. Skumon on his way across. Both the junglers already have the upgraded smite, 20 stacks on their pets. But with Clear having push in the top side, G2 decide, well, we can't really contest this.
Yeah, if he could get him a little further, unfortunately for him, it was like right next to that wall. But if he could have pushed him a little bit further, then maybe Skumon could have got there. I think Skumon was a tiny bit ahead on joining the mid lane, and so he was hoping, wait, Skumon's going to wrap around. So Skumon's going to wrap around here. Vikla still has flash, but he's going to have to hedge towards the bottom side.
Skumon now spotted by the minions. Flash, flag, and drag. Cataclysm for the follow-up. Caps needs to close the gap. The rebuttal won't be enough for Golden Eclipse. Just spells the death of Vikla. Even with the TP coming in from Kellen, he couldn't get there in time.
So good from Skumon. He knows I can flash early for my EQ, because if you flash this, you're not getting out of Cataclysm, buddy. And so unless Vikla was really hovering even further to the bottom side of the lane, which I think he should have, but unless he's doing that, then there is no way out of this. So Skumon who, by the way, what an amazing year for Skumond. Really, really impressive stuff, and he's keeping it up here at international play. So the sky is really the limit for this guy. Definitely a huge star. And like I said, the previous play too, I think that Caps was trying to get Vikla just a little bit closer to Skumond so they could do that play earlier. But Skumond says, don't worry, bro. It's fine. If he bumped him on the wall, I'll just wrap around from the other side when he's up at the tower. And so Skumond does not give up on the play, and they still get their first blood.
Importantly for Caps as well, holding onto his flash, whereas Vikla had to burn his, which means a future Emperor's Divide, a lot trickier for Vikla to work around. Drake started though for BNK. They've moved Diablo up here, and I think Skumond having to go back to clear his topside camps because he left them for the gank, won't be here in time. So BNK will be able to get their first Dragon of the series after G2 were able to secure all 5 in game 1, the Soul and the Elder, and will secure themselves that Cloud. It's Ocean up next. See what Soul we have later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to get any dragons when your bottom lane gets mega destroyed early.
I'm not blaming BNK they didn't get any dragons. It was just a fun little fact, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And so this time around, able to get one, although Hans and Lebrov here doing a decent job in little health trades. But now, once you get to your level 6 spikes for Kai'Sa and Rakan, now you've got your offensive play available through the river. So it's basically this big play where you have Nocturne ultimate ready to fire, and the bottom lane just has such quick response that it really deserves some respect. And I like what G2 are doing. They're like, okay, fine, we're going to fully ward up all around this dragon preemptively here to see any sort of approach angles. And if they can use their Corki and Nami poke in lane to soften them up and get some good timers for themselves, then they're in a pretty good spot, honestly. But Raptor!
There's the paranoia. Caps trying to get away, has to use that flash. I thought he was going to get a bit closer to the tower with the shifting sands, but couldn't get close enough, and so that is his summoner down. Nice first paranoia. Kellen able to dodge away from the flag and drag out of Skumond. Grub seemed to be on the mind of Raptors. He's working his way up towards that topside river. Lebrov is here. Kellen just hit level 6, but Lebrov needs one more meaning to hit 6 himself. Skumond still has the Cataclysm and the Emperor's Divides available. Broken Blade looking to pincer from the top side. They'll go for Vikla first. No flash for him. There's the quickness. Equalizer down as well as Caps falls first. And now Skumond is way too deep. Call to the Forge coming out will help Skumond get the kill. Lebrov trying to keep Skumond alive, but he just can't do it. Raptor finds the double, and Clear will find himself some sushi. 3 for BNK as they collapse on G2 making the play.
Yeah, G2 had a lot of information, and they even had information that this Rumble that has been pushing lane and has priority is coming down. And so really good play, response here from BNK. G2 reaching too far, thinking that Vikla is more vulnerable than he actually is over there, and trying to go for the all-in on him. But the defense here from BNK, and Clear especially, just wrapping it up there on the bottom side. I mean, you can say, oh, dang, like top laner diff, but you know that was the case. Yeah. Rumble is already pushing Rumble in, so and you also had vision on Rumble coming down to this play because you had wards.
Hans looking for Diablo, who's going to use the Killer Instinct shield and the barrier. Exhaust down on Hans Summer from the unsealed spell, but Caps on his way across. Diablo won't fall to the single poke from a soldier, and so we'll be able to walk away. As you say, just positioning-wise, G2 were never going to have the man advantage. Vikla's still pushing through mid here. Kellen trying to escape, flashes away from the Aqua Prison.
And even though they're thinking, oh yeah, Vikla is like real vulnerable because he doesn't have his flash. Caps didn't have his flash either from the previous Nocturne Paranoia, so good stuff from B.
Caps still doesn't have his flash. Fear Tether, Blast Cone prompt. Skumond trying to come across, but the damage onto Caps is big. Lebrov not there in time for the heal. There's the Paranoia follow-up, and BFX are absolutely popping off in the early game. 1.6k gold lead as they force Skumond to flash out of his own jungle.
Nice job attacking Caps there next to the red wall, not letting him get over that buff wall. He's unable to get through, so the snowball continues. Yep. Nice explosion of gold lead here. That's also going to be extra summoners down. No flash for Skumond here on the Jarvan.
And we talked about this is what this BFX composition wanted to do in the draft. They wanted to get these early leads, and they wanted to really force the tempo onto G2. Here again, we see it happening. Caps trying to get across. He knows he's spotted. He's like, well, maybe I can work my way around. Great jump in by Kellen.
Yeah, great job by Kellen. Then Caps doesn't get over the wall. Then Fear procs. Then the ultimate is able to get the flash as well out of Jarvan as Raptor flashes over the bubble.
Going for Caps again, still doesn't have the flash. Skewmond is here to try and help out his mid laner, who is not having a great time this game. And he will be able to force Raptor away. Caps just trying to farm up towards that second item. First item complete though, onto Raptor. Cannon coming in. Golden Eclipse not enough to kill off Caps. Skewmond trading with Raptor. He's going to flag and drag through, but look at the damage from the Radiant Volley. Into the Solar Snare, into the rebuttal on the Tidal Wave. Caps charmed up. LeBron trying to get there, trying to get the shields out. Aquaprism not going to hit. Corner of the Forge Rod coming out from Broken Blade, but it's too little too late. Vikla will eventually fall, but G2 now need to retreat. They've already lost 2, and with the equalizer, make it 3. Fried fish on the menu for Clear as he picks up his second. BFX absolutely collapsing on G2.
Yeah, Vikla playing his range pretty well there on Mel, and then when he sees the opportunity, he wants to go for the flash play, root flash in with Q damage on top to delete Caps. And then top laners both roaming down means that there's 1 extra kill for each side, but here's another look at it. He lands the root so you can get your big burst damage of your Q, and then he uses ult kind of early, as you say, but then he stays out of the range of the rest, and we're back to some action here.
BB with the TP onto Clear, who doesn't have flash. Cataclysm available for Skewmon, but doesn't really want to go for it yet. Raptor's on his way across. There's the paranoia. Lock them both in, knock them both up, but still the Flame Spitter enough to get the kill onto Skewmon. Raptor will find it shut down for Broken Blade. Raptor trying to trade back in here with that experimental Hexplate. Has the extra attack speed, but BB flashing away. Searing charge back in into the Bellows Breath. Thought he could perhaps clip the heels of the Nocturne, but Raptor will be able to walk away.
Okay, 1 for 1 on the top side. Jungler 4 top laner down. There's also teleport though on Clear, so after Clear gets back, he can teleport up there. Still Broken Blade gonna knock off a couple of turret plates. The first 2 are so easy to get that Broken Blade gets paid in a big way here.
Yeah, he was 1,000 gold behind and now only 60 to Clear. Evie trying to scale up on this tank. Kellen looking for the knockup. No real follow-up here. This is Portal combat. And yeah, they're both just fighting over as much vision as they can get. Kellen hoping that the ward had gone down, and it had. Lebrov will lose that one from his inventory. And the only place leading at the moment for G2 is Hansama in that bot lane. Korkinami into Kaiser Rakan does have an advantageous early game, so kind of to be expected, but huge leads across the rest of the board as Lebrov looks for the tidal wave into the bubble onto Kellen. The Valkyrie forward from Hansama, and Kellen just thought he could play around with it. Good rebuttal there on the Emperor's Device, stopping the knockback. But G2 do find the kill onto Kellen. Caps, the Golden Eclipse was not enough to kill him off with the heal out of Lebrov.
Most of support battles over wards are about whose team is going to come first. And when Vikla was hovering and Vikla was going to be there first, there was respect from LeBlanc. He was like, okay, fine, you can kill my ward. I'll back off now. And then when my team is coming, you look at the bottom lane, you see Hans coming up and mid lane's back to even. Kellen does not have the same respect that LeBlanc had for the teams converging, and nice bubble from LeBlanc to set that one up.
Yeah, he'd be slightly disappointed that he was the one to pick up the kill.
Nah, that's mine.
Okay, he can be happy, sure. Paranoia onto Caps, who waits with the shifting sands. Then the quickness as well for the follow-up. Aquaprism not there in time, and perhaps Caps had already shifted, because he didn't even use it to try and get out. Had the flash, but was feared for too long, and because of that now, BFX will be able to secure their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, objective achieved immediately right there. So despite the support kill, doesn't mean a whole lot, just the gold goes over, and Kellen is back into your jungle warding up anyway while they are taking the dragon. So small response, of course. Yeah, you can grab some topside camps there in exchange for this, and it is only dragon number 2, you say very hesitantly, but so it's not like dragon soul point, but you're already very, very worried for G2 as far as the timeline goes, because are you going to get time for your Ornn upgrades to come through? He is level 13, so he's got his own upgrade now and can start handing them out fairly soon, but also need a little bit more time for Azir, and the next dragons, they start to come up pretty quickly here, you know, time flies.
Only 4 minutes before we're there for the next one, and with Vikla having a 1.4k lead on this Mel. Having a really good series so far. Caps caught out, has to flash. Aquaprism, the Shroud of Darkness was used by Raptor to avoid the CC, but again we see Caps getting back out onto the map and then immediately being forced onto the back foot.
Yeah, there's no way you fight over a freaking Rift Herald at this point. When you're trying to like buy every second of time to save gold, good job G2. Just get your gold cross map and do not send anybody out into open territory where they can get Nocturne ulted.
Where? There's going all the way around through the walls here. There's the equalizer. Paranoia follow-up there. Dive onto LeBron, who uses the tidal wave. Still feared. Flame spit him out from Clear underneath the tower. He'll just take 2 immediately. BFX just absolutely wiping away G2 in mid.
It's beautiful because BFX say, guess what? Not only can we Nocturne ult you in open territory, we can Nocturne ult you between your towers while your laners are split pushing, because the Nocturne ultimate fully goes off. So after it is already dark, they can't teleport anybody in, and it is easy to finish the tower dive here. The speed with which they pull it off between the 2 towers, even though there was that nice little lock up there, yeah. They immediately delete 2 people, and this is what you get with the full dive comp from Champ Select. Warning about it, yeah, Hans gets immediately deleted, and the solo laners can't join. They're trying their best to farm up a little bit in the side lanes.
And we talked about the early spikes for BFX. That's exactly what they're utilizing so well here. 2 items completed on Vikla. Clear has his Leandries and is building up towards his second. You've got 2 items on Raptor. They are forcing the tempo onto G2 at every possible moment, saying, okay, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. Kelling trying to wrap around behind Hans Summer here. LeBron seeing if he can keep him at bay. The Rift Herald charge is going to hit onto the bottom tier 1, and that will be the tower alongside it. BFX now 3,000 gold ahead at 19 minutes.
Yeah, so good at pushing their leads, at snowballing, taking over enemy territory. We're also, during the take of the tower, Kellen again putting down the deep wards here in the jungle, you can see, and LeBron finds one of them, but you know when you're like retaking your red side after both of your towers have been taken and mid and bottom are both gone, there's a lot of stuff you have to clean to be able to safely retake that territory.
And it's also like, how does LeBron clean that? Like, he's a Nami, man. This guy is fish food if he walks in there. If anyone is waiting for him, he gets caught out. Emperor's Divide used by Caps onto Callum because of the possible follow-up. There's the Paranoia. They'll dive onto LeBron again. TP coming out from Broken Blade, but LeBron is already down. And Raptor's just able to walk away. Hans Summer below half HP. Call of the Forge God coming out as G2 looked to see if they can find anything out of this, but BFX are unwilling to give an inch. G2 forced back again by BFX.
Yeah, they delete Lebrov, and the rest of the map is still theirs. Even with the teleport in from Broken Blade, it's too late. All the action has already occurred. He wanted to make something out of his ult. It's like, okay, cool, I hit it. And my teleport shield, all good. But the speed with which BFX are pulling off these picks is just too quick. No response here from G2. And this is why we were worried from Champ Select.
100%. And it's also the willingness just to find 1 or 2 picks. Never going like, oh, we've won this fight, let's keep going in a 5v3, because that is where sometimes you can make a mistake, you can give a kill across to the enemy, and that's where they start coming back. BFX are very willing to say, okay, we got enough. We're good. We have our 2 Drakes, next one up in 50 seconds time. You're going to have to fight us around either this one or the Soul. Mountain Soul for us as well is really nice, because you're so far behind that extra shield is going to make it really hard for you to actually take us down.
Okay, so Ornn upgrades on Caps and Skewmond for G2. So Broken Blade trying to get that value out of the Ornn, and you know, it's only a 3K gold lead at the moment.
Only 2,000 gold in the mid lane. Vikla was a whole item ahead of Caps, man. I think it's a pretty sizable chunk of change that BFX are ahead as G2 do look to collapse onto Raptor. Gonna put the Cataclysm down as well. Raptor doesn't have the flash. He's locked in the pit, but BFX are keeping Hans Summer at bay. There's the Equalizer down as well. Tidal Wave coming out. Caps jumping onto Clear, who flashes away. The Emperor's Divide doesn't find its mark. Meanwhile, the mid lane tower still low. Diablo has to flash away from the Searing Charge. And with the Bellows Breath, Broken Blade should be able to walk out. Golden Eclipse not enough to take him down. Still too tanky, but BFX in the end will still secure the tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, a lot of summoner spells blown in exchange for ultimates here. They did get the wait.
Skewmond getting caught out here. Solus there for the follow-up, and Skewmond thought that all of BFX had just gone to the Drake, but BFX willing to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, again, trying to retake your red quadrant. It's so dangerous. You're playing against Rakan and Proto Belt Mel as well for Vikla with the extra mobility from it. And the Chovy Proto Belt meta fully upon us. I mean, really good engaged, obviously, with the ultimate from Diablo. Can always follow that up, and so there's plenty of damage. Dragon number 3 acquired for BNK and probably Baron as well.
They immediately double TP'd out with Talon and with Clear, and they'll start up the Baron
I don't think G2 really have a way to answer this with Skumon still dead, now only just spawning. Like, can you really step into this darkness? The answer, very resounding no. BFX will secure not only the third Drake of the game, but also their first Baron. As at 23 minutes, they have this 5,000 gold lead. And for G2, you're looking at it and you're saying, well, how much can we scale? Can we get to maybe 3 items before the next big fight? The answer's probably not, because you've only got 4 minutes before you need to fight around a Mountain Soul.
Yeah. I think that last sequence, it just pushes the game way a bit out of reach. Yeah. They made some attempts at the mid sage to pick people, but BNK avoided all of them. You know, Raptor was able to defensively Nocturne ult, wait out the Cataclysm, he escaped. Diablo flashed the attempt on mid, and now with all of the extra power picked up, it's going to be hard to deal with this Baron empowered siege, but G2, they're going to have to draw a line in the sands. Go for your Ornn ultimate Nami combo, see what you can get. Got to be aware of Mel's positioning. Obviously, this is a big blocker. Worry about the reflect.
Yeah, the rebuttal can do a lot of work. Vikla 2 levels up over Caps right now. Summer trying to work his way across the mid lane. There's the Paranoia equalizer follow-up, and Caps is dead before he can even pop his ultimate. The rest of G2 likely to go pop 2. Diablo Killer Instincts out. Summer there for the chase. They'll take 1. Clear now behind enemy lines as Raptor not tanking up the tower anymore. Clear trying to get in with the flame spitter. He'll go down as well. G2 so far have found 2 for only 1. There's 3 cannon falls. Raptor needs to get the hell out of here. Flash forward from Skumon trying to chase down Vikla. Raptor running for the hills. Rebuttal doesn't block anything, but the Solar Snare catches 2. Flag and Dragon down goes 1. Skumon looking for more. Can Raptor escape his clutches? A huge fight for G2. Skumon on the chase. Stridebaker slow. Dustbringer speed up. Might be enough, but Skumon will have the flag and drag back up in a second. Skumon flags and drags away from the tower. Can't get close enough. TP behind onto the standard. I think that's all she wrote. BFX overstep on the bot lane tier 2.
Yeah, that's 1 tower too deep for BFX. That dive, they take so much tower damage. You're going to have Vikla has to flash out. They're completely separated. Even though they fully delete Caps on the initiation, they're unable to finish up the rest of G2. Take a look at this. So Caps, he gets locked up. Really nice job there from Rakan, Rumble ultimate, and Nocturne ultimate. But that's everything. Then you get a really good double knockup from Broken Blade. They buy time, and now they're completely split on trying to disengage from the tower. So very good answer here from G2. They fight them off of this tower dive and try and chase down as much gold as they can. I believe during this replay, they probably got the objective bounty as well of the secondary tower on the bot side of the map. That's what they were sieging.
No, I think Diablo got there in time to stop them from taking the tower.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, they didn't get it. Yeah, so no objective bounty claim, but with all the kill gold, they did wipe the objective bounties off the map.
Yeah, gone down 2,500 gold swing in that last fight, but still, BFX well in the lead. We've got a minute before the next Drake. We've got flashes on Diablo. No one else really going to have their flash on BFX. Hans, Caps, and Lebrov all have theirs alongside Broken Blade. So BFX will need to do their due diligence around this next objective.
G2 have a good chance at this Dragon Soul with the massive front line that they do have here. Let's see if they can do it without someone getting picked off on the side. They're just grouping up as 5, Broken Blade in front. BNK though, they want to delete backline again.
Raptor looking for that Paranoia. Sundisk down from Caps, still only level 13. Paranoia onto Lebrov, knockup coming out. Raptor falling low, Cannon diving onto the backline. Lebrov already down. Caps though, able to go back in with Broken Blade here. Raptor with a good Shroud of Darkness, Catapult coming out. Summer still untouched pretty much in the fight. Skumon almost dies to the Golden Eclipse, and Caps doesn't have the damage to kill off Clear. G2 will trade the 1-for-1 so far, but it's BFX's jungler that is down.
Yeah, and Skumon can actually just heal off the red buff. He can grab his own red buff and circle back around. I mean, they're going to force it, but look at Diablo and Kellen.
Diablo has flash, Hans Valkyrie is out, Caps does have the flash and has the Emperor's Divide. Call of the Forge God available to Broken Blade as well. G2 will turn their attentions away, but Clear gets in behind them. Caps with the Emperor's Divide is dead where he stands. Clear doing so much work on Summer, unable to join the party. Does get a Phosphorus Bomb onto Diablo, but now Broken Blade needs to get out. Skumon getting burnt to a crisp by Clear, flags and drags his way away. BFX still on the chase, Kellen diving in. Diablo flashing forward. Call of the Forge God. Who are they going for? It's Clear. Aqua Prism on him. The Rumble will fall. Bigland in the pit. Broken Blade dash
rushing in. Diablo trying to get in there as well. The devil on his shoulder, being outspoken by G2's demons. A triple for Hans, but Raptors back up. Is it still just Soul for BFX?
I mean, he's going to start it out, but there's so many members of G2 alive. Hans can still arrive. They've got the teleport coming in from Broken Blade. I think that's illegal from Raptor.
Vikler's going to TP back into the fight as well. Raptor looking to see perhaps he can just find a smite fight. Steal, Paranoia in onto LeBron. Raptor gets the kill. Vikler forced away by BB. Raptor able to run away for now. Has the blast cone 2 to escape. Sitting charge from Broken Blade. Doesn't land the knockup. The brittle prod not there in time to stop the blast cone back by BFX.
Okay, so Raptor's going to go back to base. Skumon is up now. He just revived, so he can actually get here. Hans is going to work down the dragon so that by the time Skumon gets there, he can smite it away. And G2 have done it. They have defended the Dragon's Soul. They're scaling, baby. Those Ornn upgrades, the Azir's on 2 items, but really, Hans Sama. Hans Sama's the one that was able to clutch this. Here's another look at it. Diablo flashes over to go for the kill. They kill enemy jungler. It is worse because the Soul is there. Clear had done such a good job with his teleport in. That's why they got to this moment. But the second attempt at the engage.
Hans actually just dodges everything. That's so impressive by him. The rest of G2 getting caught by it. Him just standing right at the edge of those knockups. We have another look at the fight around the Drake as well. The prop immediately burst by Raptor.
Yeah, and they were trying to just delete somebody. Enough damage is done here, though, with Hans, with double buffs, chasing off enemy jungler that they do defend it. And now we're starting up Baron, actually.
BFX calling G2 to another Barney, to another fight. Bellow's breath out from Broken Blade. Call it Forge God coming out as well as Caps tries to TP in. The rebuttal will knock up Caps with that Forge God. Diablo down to half HP. Quickness coming out as they try and get onto Caps. But look how far away Kellen is from the rest of the team. Equalizer down. But there's the follow-up with the Paranoia. Flash away from Raptor BFX. Everything a little bit asynced here. Desynchronous from them as they went in one by one and had to dash out. G2 still standing relatively healthy.
Again, G2 has scaled for this moment, and they have Nami sustain. So even with Broken Blade doing the ultimate right in front of Mel, G2 can kite back, and they have the extra sustain here. They can start the Baron.
No quickness up, no Paranoia, no Equalizer. G2 now the one setting up on the objective. Hans Sama on that front line needs to be healed up a little bit. Callan still looking for the flank position. Broken Blade caught in the Solar Snare, but uses the Bellow's Breath to escape it. Caps goes in, the Emperor's Divide onto Diablo, and Caps finds his man. He'll die for it. There's the Cataclysm follow-up as G2 look to take the fight out from here. Hans Sama has to pop the barrier. Raptor going pop himself, flag and drag in. Raptor falls to the final order. Now Vikler needs to get out. The cannon missiles hit, but Vikler still finds the kill with a Radiant Volley. He'll go down. Broken Blade and clear. Fighting out the top lane battle. The Forge God has answered the prayers of the EU as G2 find the ace.
Oh my goodness, these fights are so close there. The poke from Vikler at the end, but I think it gets taken out just barely. All right, let's take another look. So Vikler's trying to position aggressively. He is Mel. He's got his Reflect ready. He wants to do as much poke damage as he possibly can, but Caps sees the angle and he catches Diablo right out of the air, deletes him. Really, really huge engage, as you say, from the Emperor of Europe. Caps is able to get the clutch at the Baron, and then
Vikler there, that's so.
I think it's Nami that gets it. Yeah, Nami gets the bounce off of Broken Blade, so LeBron is able to answer the poke damage there.
In the end, it's just another fight. There's no objective taken off it. The Baron still stands tall. The gold even between these two teams, though, as G2 were 5,000 gold behind earlier on. Caps still only level 14 on this Azir, but it feels like he's found his purpose in this game, and that is to find Diablo. 175 and still basically won the fight for G2. Around that last Drake, the mid-tier one will be taken by G2, their second tower of the game. For BFX now, you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, team fights are close. How do we make them end up in our favor?
Well, you got to take out Hans. I mean, Hans is building an Infinity Edge on top now, too, looks like. So
I think he's got it.
There you go. Infinity Edge done. 4-item Hans Sama.
Can you get to him? Broken Blade, level 18, highest in the game, 3 items on him. Giving those Masterworks out alongside it. Everyone on G2 has that upgraded item. Skumon also building tank after the Sundered Sky and the Black Cleaver. Koenig Rook Gun Looks like he might be going into a death dance next, possibly. It's G2 just grouping up as 5. We've seen this show before. We've told this tale a million times. Raptor looking for the flank.
Hans has his flash and his barrier is a couple seconds away too, so it's going to be really hard to take out that Corki. Look how G2 are positioning. People on all sides of Hans. They're circling around him. Corki in the middle now actually moving up. He's got the red buff.
Soulless now dodging to the side of it. There's the equalizer only onto Hans. Summer Paranoia going in as well. Caps spots a stopwatch. Sundis down. Cannon trying to get in with that quickness. Raptor can still dive forward with that Paranoia, but it's expired now as G2 walk away. Golden Eclipse will chunk them out. Caps down to half HP, healed up by Lebrov. G2 will give up Prio on the mid lane to walk down here to reset. They use the Tidal Wave and the Emperor's Divide, but nothing more. There's only Killer Instinct available to BFX.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted positioning on Dragon, but BFX are running now away from the Baron area.
Diablo almost taken out. Called Forge being called as well. That's the Cataclysm, and Diablo feels the rips of an earthquake through him as Skumon buries him under his ultimate. BFX now realize they cannot fight against G2. They'll take the Baron and G2 will take control of the game. Soul is up, Soul is up. Broken Blade's running across there. Skumon might need to get across as well. Clearer started it. TP coming in from Vikler. Are G2 going to trade the Baron for a Soul Hunt Summer on his way?
Yeah, they're trying to burn it down. Mountain Dragon is the tankiest one though, and now Hunt Summer!
TP coming in from Caps as well. He flashes for Vikler. He flashes for Vikler. Hunt Summer finds Vikler. Cannon going in with the quickness. Broken Blade keeping Raptor away from the Baron. Clear will kill up Hunt Summer, but with Caps here, G2 have the damage. Knock up coming out from Broken Blade. Raptor falls. G2, they take the Baron. They ward off BFX, and they'll stop the Soul.
Yeah, BFX knew their only shot now after G2 had scaled is to sneak away a Soul, and G2 peel off of the Baron. They come, they defend it. Even with Hans going down and the bounty going over, G2, they get their Baron, and they take the Dragon as well, denying the Soul.
So often, I have criticized Hans Summer for not having the killer instinct in games. For not being, like, he's consistent. He's consistently really good, but he doesn't make the play that wins you the game. Here, he goes in, he kills off Vikler. We're going to go behind that, but it's just very impressive stuff from Hans Summer so far this series.
Yeah, both games really good.
Even here, killing off Diablo.
Yeah, I thought this was what you were referencing, actually.
Oh, no, because I forgot about this one, I'll be honest.
Because it was him on the front lines, and he has the confidence because his team is so good in the 5-on-5s. But here we go, Valk into flash forward onto Vikla after he had just full sent onto Diablo as well and chunked Diablo down so low that he was deleted. So it's back-to-back huge games for Hans Sama, and he has the confidence because he's got this very tanky team around him to be able to do it, that have fully scaled here. So nicely done from G2. Now marching in with Baron. You can see the Baron powered cannon minions here, 4 of them for Broken Blade. He's commanding them all to destroy this tower.
Kellen is on the longest flank I have ever seen in my life. He's in the enemy bot lane Tribush right now, but it could pay off. He's on his way across. Skumon trying to get in here with G2 as well, but Kellen's still on the flank. I think Caps has now spotted him. Kellen's on his way. Paranoia out. Broken Blade down to a 3rd HP. There's the quickness, there's the charm, there's everything, and they'll kill up on Summer. Kellen with a beautiful engage. Now it's all on Caps to do the damage. Raptor trying to step up. Call of the Fortune coming out as well. Skumon dives in onto Vikla. He locks both the carries into the pit, and now find them all! The Aqua Prism puts BFX sleeping with the fishes as G2, even with their AD carry dead, are still able to win out the fight. Hope springs eternal in EU. Where there is delusion, there is G2 as they go 1 game away from playoffs in first stand.
G2 have done it again. 2 games back to back. Huge performances here to be able to weather the storm. I will say though, from BFX, you are going to be looking at that tower dive over and over and really regretting that one and not just waiting for Dragon Soul. They dive the bot lane secondary tower and they lose all momentum in the game. Analysts, have they lost all momentum in the series now?
All I know is that when things get hard, get harder, and that's what G2 did here this game. Managing to come back, they did the best out of an awful situation. And before we get into this analysis, I just want to call out Vedius because 20 minutes into the game, things were looking pretty bad, and I'm like, I'm sure they can come back late. And Vedi said, well, if BFX stop playing, maybe they will.
That's his point. That's how he sounds.
Stop playing. Did
That's
they
how
not
he
stop
sounds.
playing, Lord? Did they not stop playing? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you're completely right. And you know what? In this situation, I love being wrong. You know what? Because after the early game, it felt like that this game was done. Raptor was on a tear, man. He was running through the rift. He was punishing Caps, who was just running it down in the early game. Some of the decisions that G2 was making was absolutely criminal, and Raptor was there to punish every single time. I was confident that he was going to be my player of the game after this. I felt like that they were just riding off beautiful momentum. They put Vikla in such a commanding position with a massive goal lead over Caps. Everything was going their way, and I was so impressed with how well BFX had bounced back off an early game like this.
Yeah, it was G2 was all out of sorts. That was the crazy aspect of this game. Like, at all points, it felt like Caps, like he couldn't find an angle towards bot lane. Damn, wanted to walk right back mid. He's getting bullied, hardcore bullied in the mid lane, constantly through Raptor and Kellen. So I was like, I just don't see the angle. And much like Kobe mentioned, that dive bot lane really got G2 back into this one. I didn't think it was possible. Even after the dive, I was like, I don't know.
It was a situation where things got chaotic, but this is the play that we wanted to take because it felt like it was like the closest. It was the actual moment in which G2 finally like equalized the gold and got a close grip. And it was so close. And the craziest thing about it was Caps finally made his presence known in the game. Finding that pick onto Diablo, securing that initial kill. The casters are right. That bot lane dive was the momentum shifter. But it was this fight that really put G2 back in the driver's seat. They took so much of the gold away. They were able to deny the soul. They would get a good fight. Like, it was such a chaotic game where it still felt so incredibly close. But after that fight, it just felt like that every fight was going the way of G2.
Look at the goal graph. Look at the damage graph. Honestly, like for me, showcases perfectly what happened this game because Raz, we said it time and time again. We've been used to this situation where usually BFX are the teams thriving in late game chaos and making those fights happen in the later game. But G2 here, we forgot what EU is about, I guess.
Oh, true. I forgot at the very beginning. I didn't really have much faith, but you have to. The scrapping was very much there. We talked about, yes, the mistakes coming in from FearX.
This is where things go right for us.
100%. But also, Han Sama is having a series of his life.
Damn, he did.
Absolutely.
That Drake fight that we didn't show because there were way too many fights to be able to showcase to the audience here. But like that fight where he popped off, he was stable in the early game. He was really the only element of that team in the early portions of the game that was really keeping it on the rails. But then he was able to get the early portions of that game lead. It's been a scrap between these two AD carries.
I mean, it's interesting because for me, like, Skumon was such a consistent pillar for this team.
Yeah.
Like, he was the guy that I was keeping my eyes on. And I'm really interested as to how the POG vote ends up because it felt like that we were so divided just because of the way in which G2 came back. It felt like that if a single piece didn't quite come together for G2, then they wouldn't have been able to turn that game around. And they needed some of these mistakes to happen. It seems that ultimately Han Sama does win out. But I mean, what an incredible game from so many of the G2 members.
It is wild to take a step back and look at this and see G2 2-0 in this series.
No, it's actually very expected, very normal. I kind of predicted it. Yeah, lucky.
Okay.
I want to see what the fans think here, actually, on Caps.
Oh, they gave it to Caps.
Right.
I
mean, he made a lot of magic happen in the late game, especially. He's the only player who played Azir this tournament twice.
I also will just say, audience, we're just going to ignore the first 20 minutes. We're just going to slide that under the rug, are we? Yeah, we're just going to forget that happened.
We can make the stat speaks for us. But as you said, Raz, 2-0 for G2 in an elimination series. Given the way things went against BLG, I did not have that kind of belief in them. Now, what are we looking at? For the third game, any hopes for BFX? How do you think things are going to play out from now on? Because the momentum is clearly on the LEC side now.
It clearly is. And I felt like it was the first game from FearX in the tournament that was like showcasing a little bit of nerves, and I was like, okay, I'm worried about them. But then as they went on, they scaled very well. They're the youngest team here at First Stand, and so I was like, I thought they got the nerves right out of them. Now you're in a 0-2 situation, one loss and you're out of the tournament. That's when the nerves go all the way back up.
That's what we're going to see if they can show up, and if they can show up when it matters, especially, as we said, 2-0 match point for G2 in this elimination series. Let's see if Fearx can make that a series when we come back for game 3.
D4 really is back.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
We're from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know.
It's Nocturne Paranoia, so good stuff from B. Cap still doesn't have his flash. Fear Tether, Blast Cone, Pop, Skumon trying to come across. But the damage onto Caps is big, and BFX are absolutely popping off in the early game.
Look guys, Reckon. I'll flank you, see me. Look at Reckon. Yeah, I'll go Mel, shake his angle. Look at Reckon. Nice. Look Kaiser. Kaiser. Nice, we kill Kaiser.
Broken Blade is clear. Fighting out the top lane battle. The Forge God has answered.
Nice guys. Kaiser no plus. Yeah. Only Kaiser. Break you. Guys, chill out. Nice. La bomba. Let's go, guys. We in.
I've been getting to it. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about
about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a gym when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it up, I've been getting to it up.
Our top lane carries our team.
To make him feel good, you know? You guys should just put your ego aside. No, but like, can you give you like any argument? You know, I want to understand like your point of view. I would be standing here for way too long, guys. I'm sorry. Like he's not even the best Yasuo. I'm not the best Yasuo? Maybe not even second. Yeah. Ask a question and see what happens.
BB is the best Yasuo on our team.
Guys, I'm getting trolled. You should have tried like third best. Me and BB, I think it's like getting a bit too close. You did win the 1v1, right? I did, yeah. I did. I will prove you guys wrong once again. Let's see. I will be looking forward.
Now I want to see Jungle Yasuo.
Oh, yes.
if Skimon beat Broken Blade in the 1v1.
But also, like, imagine the bragging rights for EU if they beat BNK Furex with Jungle Yasuo.
My favorite memories of all time of G2 are when they played Pyke in every lane, and even the coach played Pyke. Was talking about playing Pyke and stuff in solo queue and stuff. So I mean, let's go round 2. Bring back 2019 G2 with Yasuo instead of Pyke.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind 2019 G2 as long as we stop before Worlds Finals. If we could swap that one out. That would,
you know, that was the problem. It was too much Pyke, more Yasuo needed.
I'll also say, usually it's the LEC caster that gets flamed for bringing up 2019 G2. Kobe, you brought it up this time. If I get any tweets being like, can't believe you guys talked about 2019 G2, I am directing them your way.
The reason I did it is because I know that happens to you guys all the time. Super fun opener to the series here, though, actually, and it is cool to see that it's not like, oh my God, we need Caps to carry us all the time on international stage. No, you actually need everyone else to do the carrying.
I think Caps has had a pretty poor series overall so far. For BNK Furex, they are now looking down the barrel of a 0-2 scoreline. Need to start winning, need to get that reverse sweep if they are going to make it through to the next round. They'll ban out the Mbessa and the Ziggs. Ryze and Orianna taken away by G2, who are on the right side of your screen, but are blue side in this game. Bard will be the final ban from BFX. LeBron's Bard is solid. It's one of those Bards where he will land an incredible Cosmic Binding and then miss the Tempered Fate. You know, that's sort of... He's really good at times. And
I was not sold when you said solid, and you were making some faces already. You're like, well, let me finish.
Solid.
I got, you know,
I mean, middling. Middling, maybe a better word.
You've got some more flavor text to add after
it's important.
Honestly, though, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Let's see what Game 3, what they can cook up. And I still, what I said at the beginning of the day still remains true, where I want more than 3 games. So even though now you're the winning, I actually still want more than 3 games. So BFX, let's go.
Kobe, you will get more than 3 games because there's a whole other series after this, right? So Varus, though, let through. You're going to see Diablo pick that up immediately. No surprises there. One of the best AD carries at the tournament, playing one of the best AD carries just in League of Legends right now, and we'll see how much pressure he can put down.
Do we get the Sivir response then? Because that is, we instantly. And so we're also getting the exact same. We get Sivir and Alistar. Last time around, Nico, like there was a self-counter pick Nico into the Alistar, into the headbutt and all the defense, and that did not go well, so.
Can't be big this time. It was played in that game 1, so.
Yeah.
Looks like it is going to be Maokai and Jace.
Maokai poke comp. Yeah. Okay, so we got Varus and Jace poke with the Maokai behind it. Try and use long range versus a Sivir comp. Usually bodes well.
Yeah, Sivir tends to just want to play front to back, generally have a couple of meatballs in front of her and then slowly advance at your enemy. If BFX can keep G2 at arm's length, then they can just poke out. And Sion tries to avoid you from keeping him at arm's length generally. So.
Yeah, if you've got Alistar and Sion engaged, sped up with Sivir to be able to position for people too. Some good answers here. Sion's also, I always want somebody to be able to clear away the Maokai ultimate pathway. So Sion is very, very good at opening your team up an avenue to play through a Maokai ult. So I like these responses from G2. They've got Alistar and Sion, two of the biggest door openers.
Exactly, right. They love eating the roots. They're happy enough just standing there being rooted for a second.
Cows are herbivores, so there you go.
A herbivore as well. It could be a
He's
vegetarian.
got a soul furnace, so I don't think he's a herbivore.
Yeah, but he just collects, he can kill people, just not eat them.
He burns them up in his soul.
Right, yeah,
okay,
his soul furnace. The Gwen ban from G2 makes sense when you're picking Psy on top. We could see this Jace still flex the top lane for clear, although I expect to see it in Victor's hands. Aurora taken away by a BFX as well. There's the Braum ban from G2, something that is good into compositions that want to engage on you, especially when you have low-range melees, like the Alistar and the Sion. The fact that Braum can proc multiple concussive blows makes it harder for you to play team fights.
Yeah, it's good at punishing Alistar. It's also annoying for Sivir, because you can break all the Sivir stuff, and good ban. Definitely a good ban there.
Annie, the final banner from BNK. We'll see where G2 go. Usually you see a jungle pick here with leaving mid lane pick for last, but it's possible that we see Caps just picking something safe and giving Skumon a little bit more impetus to have pressure on the map through the early game, because this G2 comp isn't a comp that really looks alive in the early game right now. They want to get to a couple of items at least before they can take those team fights.
Yeah, and they did well in the last game getting there. It did take a little bit of help with from the tower dive from BFX, but they got there in the end, so they were able to do it. They were able to scale. All right, the Pantheon angle here. Now, when, of course, poke comps, you're always trying to like hard engage on the poke comps, so you close the distance before they get value out of their poke. You can have Sion and Alistar started off, and Pantheon ult over the top is guaranteed you are getting into the back line. So I do like this. Plus, your Pantheon is a really good jungle for almost any mid laner that you want to go to in the current meta. So I also like that, where it should help out Caps, so that hopefully they can set up Caps for success in this game and get him a better start to one of these games.
He was heavily focused in game 2, but overall has had a poorer first stand than I think we would have expected from him, mostly because we hold him to a very high standard in the LEC. Like, Caps has been so consistently the king of this region that you kind of expect him to be performing 9 to 10 out of 10 performances every time. Here has been struggling a little bit, but might be going back to an old favorite. The Sylas currently the hover.
I like Sylas Pantheon. That's going to put some pressure there on the Syndra. Low mobility mid lane champion. Even a Galio Pantheon. Yeah. Usually people look and they're like, "Oh, is that enough damage?" Yeah, it is. When you're playing versus a Syndra.
I mean, Zoe puts a lot of pressure down as well. If you can land some of those sleepy trouble bubbles. See, Zoe getting brought out by Caps. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen him crack out this one. I'll have a quick look while you talk about what it gives to the composition.
Yeah, I mean, it does give you big potential with bubbles, around separate angles, and gives you some poke damage yourself. But I mean, it can get punished pretty quickly by a Maokai too. So let's see how effective it is in lane versus the Syndra. There's a lot of ways to set up here towards this mid lane. I expect mid lane is one of the more volatile ones here for both sides, so could be some more repeat visits.
2022 was the last time Caps played Zoe competitively.
Yeah, in a pro game.
Yeah, in a pro game.
Let's investigate his solo queue accounts quick.
Oh, man, I've only got my phone here. My fingers are too big to press all those buttons. But 18 and 9 across it all time, so something he's pretty comfortable on. Although Caps, I mean, all of his win rates on champs tend to be above 60% because he just tends to win more than 60% of his games. So, looking at the compositions, as you said, BNK FearX seem to have gone down this poke route with the Maokai to keep people at arm's length. For G2, they're looking for kind of a double pincer engage with the Sion and the Alistar going in from one side, and then the Grand Staff all over the top for the Pantheon to follow it up. They have a bit of poke of their own in the form of this Zoe from Caps, but you do feel if BNK FearX get ahead in this game, it's going to be really hard for G2 to actually gain prio on towards some of these objectives.
And if they do get ahead, they're probably not going to do a bunch of tower dives. This is a siege. You get ahead in siege instead of tower diving for BFX this time around. Dodge. Okay, he's chilling.
It well.
But yeah, it's really big to snowball. You know, you have a lot of lanes here with poke damage, so you want to win your lanes as BFX, and then you want to group up in siege, and you want to keep getting more and more money off of tower plates. So they want to play with a lot of pressure. Syndra, Jace, and Varus are all very good in those sieges, and they've got the Maokai and the Poppy to try and be their blockers for them as well. So user range advantages is going to be key for them.
Yeah, Kellen can find some good Keeper's Verdicts as well on the 2 damage dealers, maybe 3 if you count the Pantheon in there. It's going to be hard for G2, even if they do find the engage, to actually follow up on it. And right now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle is live. If you purchase it, you can unlock the Prestige, Requiem, Sona skin, and the Chroma. I said that a little too early. It wasn't on the screen yet. I was told it would come up after the skins. And there we go. That's what it looks like. You can get that Act 2 Battle Pass and get yourself scaling up towards that Chroma.
Yep. All right. And you see the reasons the Sivir is always picked into the Varus so frequently. Attack that wave. Diablo is trying to like hide away from wave 2 so he doesn't get the bounce damage onto him. And just back off a little bit. Plus the Varus, lethality Varus, keeps on getting some nerfs, you know? Keeps on getting nerfs, so it's been taken down quite a few notches.
I mean, it's still first pick, first ban on most of these games. Like, we don't see it too often because it is so high presence on that ban list. Raptor, Bramble smashing his blue buff. He's going to work his way up towards the top side. Looks like he went Razor Beaks, like Raptors into bot side clear, back up towards top. Puts down a sapling to spot out if Skumond is looking around mid lane. There's a ward as well from Vikla. So BFX making sure that their mid laner is safe through this early game.
Yeah, a lot of times you want to like desync your Raptor camps from enemy Raptor camps too if you want to go to contest second spawn. Here we go, sleep for caps.
Yeah, but he'd already used the paddle star, so it was purely a sleep to make sure I can push in this wave and then harass with the paddle star as Vikla has to back away.
And they got their ward on bottom side to protect their pushing, so everybody is chilling at the moment. Should just be traded Scuttle Crabs here, and the Scion into the Jace. A lot of people prefer just having the safety. Wait a second. On his way. No safety here.
Yeah, clear looking for the knockback. Broken Blade's going to flash early to make sure that that hammer doesn't knock him far enough back for Raptor to follow up. Raptor will be able to get the top side scuttle. Skumond is on his way out, but with Caps recalling and not having teleport, instead running the Ghost on the Zoe. Don't think Skumond will get here in time. Caps in the last game did overtake Xiaohu for the most assists all time internationally, 1,203.
Are they gonna trap Skumond? The Raptor bait here, really cool from Raptor, and they're actually gonna find him.
Yeah, Skumond trying to steal away these Raptors. Raptor's on his way across. It looks like Victor's actually just going back to the lane, realizing there's a blast cone here, but they will delay Skumond, which is important. Skumond coming back in. Smite comes out from Raptor. Shield Bolt in from Skumond for a little bit of damage, but even with the Aegis Assault, he's not going to be able to fell that tree. Raptor just walks away.
Thought they were going to go on a little quicker because Vikla was going to be there earlier, but the wave, so can't give up too much value from the wave in mid lane, and I like how Skumond played that. Just disengage until mid lane is kind of equalized there. Caps gets back, Cats can push, and then he blast cones over to go kind of re-contest. Still though, Maokai, Raptor, very happy here. He's got the ideal first back for your Faded Ashes, and you can just power clear very easily now. Again, remember they rebuffed up Maokai's Q with even more monster damage, and so he immediately jumped back into the meta and feels very comfortable.
Manages to get double scuttle crab as well. As Caps looking for the sleepy trouble bubble.
Scuttly crabs.
Yeah, the scrabs, man. Good knockback from Clear here. Broken Blade still flashless.
It sounds like some British slang. Like that would be you would call someone a scrab.
Yeah, I can see that.
Maybe if you don't like them, it doesn't sound nice.
Yeah, because scab is the one I immediately think of. Someone that walks over the picket line as a scab, right? There's Callan. Nicely used the steadfast presence to get in range of Caps, but Caps now has that portal jump, level 6 hit. TP coming from Diablo. Running that on the Varus, as we so often see. Lebrov here to make sure Caps can get the push in. We are fighting around the first Drake of the game. No level 6 for either of the junglers as of yet, but it looks like G2 just want to get control of the river more than anything else.
Yeah, it's incredibly important. The river between mid lane and bottom lane, we go over this so often, but wait, it allows you all these like support ganks and allows you so many more options for your jungler. It's just like early game highway, basically. G2 going to use the time that they have after clearing out those wards and pushing in the bottom lane.
Also using the fact that Caps got an ignite off Spell Thief, so was able just to portal jump forward and ignite Vikla for free. Means that Vikla really can't stay around. Caps tanking up a couple of tower shots. Diablo and Kellen are on their way across.
There's
Raptor's
no teleport
running.
for Vikla, but Raptor is coming.
I mean, Caps is low. Does have the portal jumps. Skewmon looking for the smite. Kellen with a slam into the wall onto Lebrov. Skewmon going back in. Will not get the smite. Raptor secures it. There was 1 HP on that Drake. Lebrov just getting away as well, but with the Aegis Assault now timing out. Skewmon has to flash. Raptor going in. Cap steals the flash away onto Kellen, taken out by the hammer smash. Nature's Grasp from Raptor, who leveled up to level 6 because of the kill on Caps. Summer still finds one, but Diablo will put him in the dirt with Caps. BFX take the Drake and get 2 kills out of it.
Oh, Raptor is clean with it, man. He gets back, he snags the dragon at, yeah, I saw 1 HP also, man. That was crazy. Snags the dragon. He also levels up to 6. He flashes over the wall to force this play and then levels up to 6, levels up his ultimate. But here we go. Kellen starts it out on the wall, so G2 are putting all their damage into Dragon while BFX are attacking them. That's why BFX can actually go for a 3v4 play. And the Raptor says, fine, I will jump for it. He flashes over, he gets the Q backwards, and because Kellen gets the kill on the Caps and Raptor got the assist, he leveled up to 6 to fire off his ultimate. He still gets taken down, but BFX, they chase down all these kills after stealing the Dragon, so it's just such a big play for them. Raptor with some good timing on several keys there.
And we looked at it and we didn't think they were going to contest at all. We were like, okay, Vikla doesn't have TP, Raptor's on the top side of the map, no way that you contest this, but it took G2 long enough that Raptor was able to run all the way down from his Krugs and then contest, get that level 6 and win out the fight. 1,000 gold lead now for BFX, as LeBron just covering Caps in the mid lane to make sure that his Zoe can get the push in.
Yeah, it's one of those things why you can find a lot of angles where you don't just straight look at numbers. It's if someone is dumping all their spells into an objective or a camp, they are super vulnerable. It's not like a full extra person there when you're evaluating numbers games and who's who actually has advantage. So many spells, you know, getting dumped in, and plus Caps was pushing in the lane in mid, so he was like only kind of there.
Yeah.
And so they got a lot of lead time in the fights, which resulted in extra health bars. But the key is the flash over from Raptor to get the double Q there and separate Caps back over towards Kellen, and then Caps flashing in there and being able to pick it up. It was all nicely played from BFX, which it bodes well for me and my hope for more than just a 3-game series.
And BFX off to a strong early start, as you say, leads in top and jungle for Clear and Raptor, about 300 gold apiece there. Kellen as well, because he picked up the kill on Caps, has a 400 gold lead over LeBron on this Alistair. Caps looking for the sleep trouble bubble, can't land it. Raptor just walking through mid down towards his bottom side camp. Skewmon could look for a fight. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out, flash away from Clear. Grand Starfall being used on the bot side as they go for Kellen, but the Chain of Corruption is going to land onto Skewmon. Knock up from LeBron, who's tanking the tower with the Unstoppable Force as well. Should be tanking up, and LeBron will be able to walk away with sub 50 HP. Diablo trying to trade back in, but can't get close enough. Raptor unable to help out.
Drink your potions, kids. Lebrov here, calculated, tanks up exactly enough with the Alistar ult and the potions ticking. Even with Diablo landing his ulti there on a Skewmon upon arrival of the Pantheon. Since Lebrov was doing a good job taking tower aggro, didn't matter. And Clear lost his flash. Broken Blade gets his tower plate money. And again, the Scion here provides so much value frontline for later on. Let's take another look at them starting it out though. Lebrov goes for it, headbutt under tower, pops his ulti, stays in tower range, is key there, keeps on tanking, allows the rest of them to walk on out.
Caps did a good job of keeping Raptor and Vikla pinned towards the mid lane as well, kind of cut them off. Even though they would have been able to kill him off if he stepped too far forward, meant that they couldn't react quickly enough to the bot side play. Gold now even between the two teams, still the objective lead for BFX with those 3 grubs and the Dragon. And leads still for Kellen and for Clear, but Caps has the advantage for the, not for the first time this series, but it's been rare that we've actually seen him come out of the laning phase with an advantage at all. He's been pretty well handled by Vikla overall.
Curious to see how the BFX siege looks in the next few minutes here are going to tell a lot. You have Maokai with completed Leandries, so super nice for the sapling, spam through the brushes, but they really got to take advantage of their poke damage. Again, looking for 1 item completions first for most of them.
But good job hovering around mid lane first for Raptor is going to make sure that Vikla has a lot of safety to work with here and can try and push in and make use of a lot of that poke while taking away some jungle value too. But the Jace isn't going to be as effective there with the poke. And
especially with Broken Blade being relatively tanky already.
Doing great up there, yeah.
Scion.
BB doing great.
510 stacks for him. Second Drake is coming out. Raptor waiting in. Bramble smash. Spear goes wide from Skumond. Force of Will, and the Scan of the Weak won't do too much to him through that Aegis Assault. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land, but Kellen and Raptor standing in the way of anyone from G2. Clear down to half HP again as Broken Blade with that Soul Furnace and the Roar of the Slayer. He's chipping away at this Jace, who doesn't have teleport. Broken Blade does. So if the fight starts around this Drake, G2 can have a man advantage. Flash forward onto Kellen, step up presence, knockback as well. There's the trample stun. There's the knockback. Sleepy Trouble Bubble interrupts the Keeper's verdict, and Kellen taken out by G2. Quick on the trigger finger there from LeBron.
Nice engage. Again, the engages are going to be key here for G2 to jump on BFX before they can get any poke value.
TP behind.
Yeah, they want more.
Does have flash. There's the Chain of Corruption going down onto Hans Summer. Ground Starfall as well as they chase onto Raptor. Unstoppable onslaught onto the tree. He's going down. G2 are yelling timber as they look for more. Diablo has to flash away. Skumon tang in the tower. Broken Blade can do so too. Diablo's going to feel the pain of the axe and the ricochets out from Hans Summer. Kellen with a good Keeper's Verdict knockup, but Broken Blade still flashes away and escapes. G2 have turned the tables. 5-2 now with a 1k gold lead.
Yep, they had teleport advantage, so they used that teleport advantage.
No, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen was trying. He had a heated up tower there and, you know, tried to keep Sion in. Oh. All right. Bye. Bye. Bye.
That's what happens.
Sleep. Night, night. Yeah, I mean, so they had the teleport advantage and G2 utilized it effectively. Good early play. Remember, all the way back to how it started was Lebrov punishing Kellen, but it turned into, hey, we've got a good teleport angle here. So in comes Broken Blade, Sion ultimate to make sure they can kill Raptor. Then they can tank up again, even though Lebrov was low health, he's Alistar. So he uses heal for Skumond. He uses his own ult to take it himself. And then even with the heated up tower shots, still not able to take down Broken Blade. He had his flash, and G2 are loving it because the poke comp is not getting ahead. The poke comp is not getting any leverage early. In fact, they're behind. So how do you like group up and use your siege effectively when G2 can now just spam these engages on you? Lebrov is playing great here on the Alistar, you know, as is the rest of the team.
And the coin-based gold guard, Skumond has about a 500 gold lead. Clear trying to trade onto Broken Blade here, has that Black Cleaver completed, but Broken Blade able to walk away with the Sunfire Cape.
And Skumond's had a great series overall. We sung his praises early on in the series, but deserves it once again. The Pantheon with the Sundered Sky completed is going to have a very nice time jumping in to this BFX comp and kind of ripping them apart.
Ooh,
so
Caps.
BFX, they're like, hey, we gotta leverage something here. Some extra numbers on top side maybe. Now they've been spotted though, so G2 defenses can try and get there. Hans and Lebrov are in the area.
Cap trying to clear out the way. Cap splashes away from the knockback. Twisted Advance going to follow him though. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does get the sleep. The Force of Will and Scatter the Weak not going to connect. And now G2 are collapsing themselves. What do BFX have left in the tank to fight against this? Vikla tanks up the tower and Hans Summer opens up the big guns. Caps takes the kill. That's one. They'll look for two. And Raptor's caught out by Caps and Lebrov. Skumon gets the third. Raptor in the end delayed here, but will still die. Caps on a rampage. He's come alive in game 3.
Another 3-0 medic?
It's just so boring.
Yeah, at this tournament. Oh my goodness. G2 setting up the 3-0. It looks like, because, yeah, I mean, they're going after Caps, but they had already been alerted. You know, G2 already had defenses in the area, and BFX know we have to make this play quick. They know they have to make it quick because they saw the Alistar and the Sivir killing the control ward, walking over. And since Caps does a very good job evading that, you know, attempt at a tower dive with his weight.
Diablo healed up, but Skumon still puts the spear through his spine. Callum will follow him in a body bag as G2 are unrelenting here. 3k gold, now their lead, and BFX seem all unaware, all out of sorts. And for G2 now, with the advantage, with the composition playing into this poke comp, where you are getting tankier, it's going to be so hard for the LCK number 2 seed to do much.
Yeah, because it's so easy to engage on them, and they don't have a lead to whittle you down or threaten much. So G2, again, Pantheon in with a Lebrov flank as well. Didn't actually even need Lebrov that much. It's mostly Scumando double kill here. The Mantheon is coming in, and he's looking buff.
Evolution of Scumando over the last couple of years.
I love these celebration dances. I mean, you can start the celebration dances early because
you can, but again, it's a don't count your chickens before they're hatched sort of situation. I've seen BFX lose a game from a greater gold lead than this already this series. Vikla trying to chase Caps out, force of will. Not enough damage, but with the auto in the end, he will take him. There's a shutdown over to Vikla. You told me to dance in celebration, and then immediately Vikla gets a kill. Kobe, what you got to say for yourself?
Haha. I think you can still dance, though. I mean, the reason that I'm pretty confident is because of the team comps. But yeah, you know what? Let's play that game. Let's keep our minds open here. BFX, see what they can do to get back into this. You know, killing Caps and getting top tower is a nice step for them. A little bit of gold there. You know, chop down that lead a little bit.
Definitely helps out. Clear seeing if he can step forward here. LeBron spot him out with the Scryer's Bloom. Next Drake up in 20 seconds time. It's a Chem Soul this game. Not one of the most important or impactful, but still something that G2 will want to keep ticking over if they can with this lead. And Summer on his way to his Infinity Edge. Matched in terms of itemization by Diablo, but the lethality item slightly cheaper generally than their sort of crit-based counterparts.
Yeah. All right, BFX. Now they want to try and get their poke value. They get there early, they have their wards down, they can throw out some long range before the G2 engage comes. Saplings in all the brushes.
There's the TP. There's a blast cone full of profits looking to get into the back of the pit. BFX begin to back away. Riftel down as well. The Drake resets. Rob is in that pit. Raptor forced back into his own blue side jungle. Clear trying to come in from the bottom side. Diablo and Vikla in mid. Not really close enough to the team. There's the Riftel charging forward, and it looks like the BFX just say, okay, you've invested into this. You use the TP, you use the Riftel. We'll let you take the Drake. And instead, we'll just look for a bit of pressure in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they scatter and give up position, and I think they're just going to have to give up a lot as this game progresses. I mean, top wave, look at that. G2 had already prepped top wave, so BFX were there.
Oh, Clear going for the flash knockback. Cannon there for the follow-up with the Nature's Grasp now. Caps is down, the knockback with the Keeper's Verdict. LeBron the new target here as BFX continue to collapse on the cow. Broken Blade realizing he can't really help LeBron right now. He'll flash, knockback from Cannon, doesn't get the stun, but the piercing arrow finds its mark. And it's roast beef on the menu now for BFX.
Okay, they're doing it now. BFX starting the comeback, getting a bunch of gold. They can get the tower plates afterwards. Okay, they get one tower plate, and they're going to call it at that. Nice little rebuttal, though, against that wall. Yeah. Go for the engage, grab some kills for themselves. BFX, they definitely need that money. And 2 items here, done for Clear, fully transformed Muramana for the Jace.
And only needs to use Clear's flash to get that. Caps didn't flash in response, but have another look at it. Clear's been trying to do this a couple of times with Broken Blade earlier this game. It's a nice knockback into Kellen's follow-up.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Knock him back against the wall. They get the combo there, and then even with LeBron ultimate on, they can put so much damage into him while he's walking away. Even without that hitting, Diablo's able to get the snipe to finish up the extra kill and get a turret plate to fund their extra damage, and they certainly need it here. LeBron kind of poke around inside the jungle, see some enemy movements, but a defense from BFX to be able to clear it back out.
And gold lead cut to 1.5k. And it's moments like that that can get BFX back into the game. G2 will still be comfortable enough with the spot they're in. 2 items on Caps and on Hans Summer with the Infinity Edge, Stormrazor, Ludens, and Rocket Belt complete. You can see the poke coming out with the piercing arrows and with the accelerated shot blast. Clear has 2 items of his own, as does Raptor. Bloodletter's Curse will start helping Vikla in these battles.
All right, here comes the siege. The BFX siege. How much poke can they land? How many snipes can they get? Sion, keep an eye on Sion there. Whenever Broken Blade has his ulti, threatening to use it through the river here, but when BFX back off, he says, fine, I'll just go back to your tower. I will get my value there. Minions are dying to the tower, and tower plates are going down in favor of G2.
And Clear will show on the bot lane. Diablo chunked out to about 2/3 HP. Skewmon has the Grand Starfall as well, which is why BFX needs to be a little cautious. If you overstep immediately, you have a Pantheon flying above your heads and then having a flank position on you. You can turn on him depending on what you use, but for the moment, G2 able to hold off this siege. Caps was working his way down towards the bottom lane. He's been spotted on that Farsight alteration ward, now cleared out. Vikla with some good damage. But, for the moment, G2 still holding strong in the mid lane. BFX unable to break that. Clear able to walk away. Grand Starfall coming in as well. Skewmon still diving the tower. Decimating Smash will get the knock-up, and Clear healthy for a long time here. They drop the aggro. He dodges the spear. Broken Blade still chasing. Will flash forward, get the kill with the Soul Furnace, but Kellen's on his way to try and make this a 1-for-1. He should be able to do so. Diablo coming across from the side. The tower did fall. Skewmon could rejoin, but he's only at half HP. Chain of Corruption used. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've seen Hans Summer taking down the tower. Broken Blade will pay for the dive with his life. The G2 will take a 1-for-1 and a turret, 2 turrets as well.
Yeah, I think it could have been a bit cleaner for G2, but, you know, as you say, they still also get the turret on top of getting the kill here. And BFX getting a little bit back for themselves, taking down the Scion.
Yeah. Hans picking up the mid lane tower as well, opens up the map a little bit more for G2. Next Drake up in a minute's time. We'll see if BFX decide to play around it. Have another look at this dive. They know Clear doesn't have the flash and they go for it, but I think it's just a bit tankier than they expect.
Well, I was thinking that Skewmon would just stay in until the next Q, his next Q is available, and just finish it. But they were worried about a quick collapse.
Yeah, I think so.
So it was like, all right, I'm dropping tower aggro, and then Broken Blade, you can just go finish it. You know, if they kill you, then you'll have zombie form anyway. So you'll get value of kill plus probably a minion wave, and we got the tower. So you know, it's still good.
Yeah.
Still very good.
It is. 3,000 gold now the lead for G2. BFX well and truly on the ropes. You can see them trying to find these picks. They're setting up using Raptor's saplings to get a little bit more vision, get a little bit of poke. But they're poking, not really doing too much against that shield from Broken Blade. Clear trying to take the bot lane tower. Will be able to get that turret. Second of the game for BFX. Decimating Smash out from Broken Blade, not enough. Vikla hanging off to the side to see perhaps if someone oversteps from G2. Clear flanking as well as Caps jumps away. Decimating Smash again from Broken Blade. Little bits of poke on landing from BFX, but it's not enough for now as BB still very tanky on that front line. Caps going in. Doesn't land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Dragon is up on the map. Clear still looking for a flank of his own. Skewmon's going to try and catch him out. Chain of Corruption landing onto Broken Blade. Caps goes in, stunned up. Vikla looking for the knock-up as well with the Keeper's Verdict. The Locket shield enough to keep G2 healthy, and with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble landing onto Vikla, the Unleashed Power and the Flash enough to keep him alive for now, but Vikla so low. Broken Blade getting choked out by Clear. Raptor at half HP. Diablo able to dodge away from the bubble himself. Raptor in the pit with Skewmon on top of him. Broken Blade healing up. Diablo steps forward, and Hans Summer sends him back to the fountain. Vikla will join his AD carry, and the rest of BFX are damn well fearful. G2 take 4, and they'll take the Drake alongside it.
I love it. No hesitation from G2 members. Flashes just blown for the engages over the wall. Raptor here with his...
Well, he's been spotted now. He's with his fellow countrymen in the Raptors. But yeah, he's going to die. The Baron has been begun by G2. Lavrov gets the knockup, Raptor goes down, the Cow gets it, and G2 will get the Baron alongside.
All right, now, are you with me?
I'm like, yes.
Okay, so anyways, we're going to take a look at the engages, because it's all about the engages over the top. Good poke damage, honestly, from BFX, but look at when Lavrov and Hans Sama pop the Sivir ultimate, and they both just flash at them. They almost kill Vikla. He's able to scatter the weak and flash away himself. But Broken Blade down there on the other side was taking out everything so easily that now Skewmon, with the health advantage, gets to jump in. They get the early territory, and then Lavrov again, another engage onto Diablo this time. He's able to get the kill, and everybody comes through to finish it off. The full 5-on-5.
They're with me. Yeah, I think they've just broken this. Like the poke comp is just it's so hard to pull off when you don't get early leads and good like siege angles ahead of time. So now they don't have a lot of territory to work with. They're still going to try though. They actually teleport Jace to split push on top side to get some money there. But G2 with Baron buff, they honestly don't care about that.
Yeah.
Just ignore the Jace. All right, use Baron buff, siege up, force plays.
It's not like the rest of your team actually has a huge amount of damage right now. You can see it was Raptor who did the most damage in that last fight for them. He is at 2 items, but he's pretty squishy on this tree, and Vikla is matching mid lane right now. Clear trying to get some gold, trying to get that objective bounty in his pocket as G2 take down the tier 2 in the bottom side, but Caps is on his way out. Clear has backed away. I see there's only 1 plate remaining on that tower. Might be shortly to fall. Looks like it survives for now. Clear running away because Skewmund was also on his way across towards that top quadrant. The Grand Starfall would have spelt Clear's death.
All right. Objective bounties are up at the very least for BFX. It's always such a like, we have something to hope for. But why are those objective bounties up? Because the game feels so bad for us.
Yeah, 7,000
that
gold
we're that far behind.
Triple Drakes. It's not a promising position at all for BFX right now. 3 items on Hans Summer as well. 3 have just been completed on Diablo. He's got the Cyrilda's Grudge, but he hasn't had the series that I expected from him. And G2 have done a really good job of shutting down Diablo, and he's had some good moments, but
and Hans has had an amazing
one.
one.
Had a better series of the 280
By
carries,
far.
which coming
By
in,
far.
I would have been entirely shocked. Diablo has been neutered by G2 as we see the tier 2 in the top side being taken down as well. It's put into its foundations, and now BFX trying to defend as 4 clear, still in mid. G2 pushing in, have 1.5 minion waves left on this Baron buff, on this push. The poke from BFX does land a little bit onto Lebrov and onto Broken Blade, but really more chip damage than anything else. Nothing too substantial. Force of Will in the Scout of the Week onto Hans Summer. Won't be enough to get the stun. Diablo dodging to the side of the Paddle Star as Lebrov once again comes across. Broken Blade very happy just to tank this up, but with a Chain of Corruption, there's a knockback from the Scout of the Week. Broken Blade just tanks the tower down to half HP, sure, but he doesn't really care too much. 7 seconds left on this Baron push. 2 inhibitor towers down to about half HP apiece. In the end, BFX have held on to their inhibs as the Baron expires.
Then they're trying to defend another minion wave here. As you say, the Baron expiring means that minion wave is a lot easier to deal with, and they still have defensive poke, plenty of wave clear with all this range, so they do at least weather that storm for now.
Flash forward onto Hans Summer, he pops the on the hunt immediately with Vikla on the chase. Good vision there from BFX to spot Hans Summer, recalling a little greedily.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, at that moment, you're just like, all right, we gotta get some. We have to get a crazy play, right? So just flash for plays, whatever. Let's try. Even though you only get Sivir ultimate out, you're like, oh well, maybe he's like slow and reacting or something, and maybe we can get a dream scenario.
It's been 6 years, Kobe, since G2 last 3-0'd a Korean team. It's against Genji, who are now the titans of the tournament, the titans of the world.
Ah, yeah, nice.
And now with Drake
Fun
up.
fact.
Yeah, it's a good one, right? And now with Drake up, G2 are looking to put the final nail into the coffin for BFX. They'll step forward, they'll try and put a little bit of poke down. Broken Blade there with the Decimating Smash as well. Still 3 seconds before that Chem Soul Dragon does spawn in. Yeah, it's huge, man. He's getting
the teleport
223 stacks. And it's clear. Is being marked by Lebrov. Nature's Grasp out onto Broken Blade. Chain of Corruption there for the follow-up. But Broken Blade, this is all of BFX just hitting onto him. The Keeper's Verdict cancelled. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out as well. Decimating Smash going to land. Cannon having to flash out. Will use the locket, but it doesn't save you. Lebrov flashes in. Looking for Raptor, who used the Twisted Advance to try and escape. Grand Starfall coming forward as well. They'll go for Diablo. He flashes away from his base, and he's put to sleep. Night! G2 are Diablo's nightmares, as Clear is forced down towards the bottom side. Hans Summer on the hunt. Not only for the kill, but for the big 3-0. Vikla trying to escape. The unleashed power has nothing behind it. Caps will kill the enemy mid. Only Raptor will stand alive.
G2 have done it! 3-0 here over BFX at first stand. Amazing stuff from them. What a series, especially Hans Summer. Impressive stuff.
G2 marching down mid. All 5 alive. Broken Blade here with the Bouse special to top it off. He'll find Raptor, who goes extinct like the Velociraptors of old. G2, they have lived in delusion, and now they have demolished BFX. There is hope for EU. Euphoria reigns supreme. A 3-0 for G2.
All right, what are you thinking for player of the series? Skewmond or Hans?
I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go Hans because he surpassed my expectations by so much.
Skewmond also really good series from him. I mean, a lot of the team.
Yeah.
Definitely a rough one from Caps, but good Zoe game from him in the end. And G2 bouncing back, smiles on their faces. This has got to do so much for the confidence.
Huge amount for the confidence of G2, but also for the confidence of Europe, I think. Like, coming into this tournament, getting 3-0'd by BOG, beating Team Secret Wales, yes, but if they've been 3-0'd here as well, it doesn't put you out for good stead for the rest of the year. G2 once again standing tall as the European representatives. For BFX, disappointment today. I think they've had some really strong signs of life there. Their run through the LCK playoffs was exceptional, but today they just didn't really come alive the way you expected them to.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely back to the drawing board. Of course, Diablo is very young. This guy has a very bright future, so don't hold this series too harshly against him.
I mean, the guy's 18 years old, right?
Yeah.
So he's picked up 2 pentakills here at first hand.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of hope for BNK FearX, but today was not their day, as they weren't able to close things out against G2, who just, they had really good reads, really good drafts, played to their draft conditions really well as well.
Yeah, I liked it. A lot of good job recognizing things that BFX were doing in game 2 and reacting very quickly and then building their own game plans to counter it. And so, yeah, this makes me really excited here for the rest of the day also.
Oh, sure, yeah, we can be excited.
There's more for the rest of the day.
You've got like 40 minutes of excitement left, Kobe, so we'll see what happens. It's very possible.
I still want more games, though.
Yes, I can agree with that. I think the 3-0s are a little bit one-sided at times. You can see Broken Blade getting on stage, getting ready for his interview. It'll be good to hear from him. There have been some changes with the team over the years. I think Broken Blade used to be much more of a leader in the team, and now that's been pushed more onto Skewmond, as like they're building him up as the guy that controls what the team wants to do. And so Broken Blade's had some more opportunities to be a bit more selfish, and it'll be really interesting to hear about how he feels that's developing over these months.
We'll ask him about the Yasuo.
Oh, true. Is he actually just the third best Yasuo?
Yeah, the entire team trolling him. Looks like they're about ready, but we'll see. We'll see fairly shortly here, and check in with BB.
Yeah. I mean, check in with BB in the Verizon post-game interview. We still have 5 seconds, Kobe. We did that way too early. Oh, fist bump?
Pra gente conversar um pouquinho aí nesse pós-série, eu tô aqui com o Broken Blade. Minha primeira pergunta para ele vai ser sobre, bom, acho que primeiro de tudo a gente precisa ser sincero, ninguém esperava esse resultado. Então, vou perguntar para ele um pouquinho sobre isso. So, first of all, congratulations. I need to be very honest here. We expected it to be a more disputed series, but and what about you? Do you expect this 3-0 in this game?
To be honest, we expected it to be a bit more bloody today. I was also surprised it was a 3-0, but I think we played extremely well in every game. So I'm very, very happy. I think we found a lot of good angles, especially in the second game. We came back from a very bad position, so I'm very happy with today.
Bom, ele falou que eles esperavam que fosse um jogo mais sangrento, mas que eles também ficaram surpresos com esse 3-0, mas ele acha também que eles jogaram muito bem em todos os jogos. Isso foi o diferencial, tirando o jogo 2 ali, que foi um pouco complicado. E a minha próxima pergunta é exatamente sobre esse jogo 2, como eles tinham uma composição ali que precisava de um pouquinho mais de tempo, de paciência. Então, quero entender dele como é que foi a comunicação em game para eles conseguirem se segurar até esse momento. So, talking about game 2 now, was the most difficult game, I think. And FearX dominated the early game, and you have a composition, a draft that need more time, more patience. How was the communication between all you guys in game for you stay calm and get the win?
I mean, when I play Ornn, I usually know when the game is good. And when I was even in CS and I had a couple of kills, I knew the game was going to be good. I was really, really tanky this game, and I told my team, guys, I will give you items, don't worry. And then at some point we just outscaled them. I had a bit of trouble because of the Mel. She was really holding her W, so I couldn't engage in the fights, but I just didn't press ult, so she kind of was just looking at me and I was looking at her. So that was funny.
Bom, ele falou que, em relação a Mel, que foi um pouco mais difícil de lidar por causa do uso do W dela, etc. Ele sabia que ele conseguia, mas foi difícil, mas que ele teve muita confiança no Ornn dele, ele avisou os jogadores que ele conseguiria buffar todos eles com os itens que ele estava aprimorando, então tudo ia dar certo, confiou muito no próprio jogo. E agora, para finalizar, vou perguntar um pouquinho sobre o próximo confronto deles, que é contra a JDG, apontado aí como o melhor time do campeonato. Quero saber se ele também enxerga isso e como ele vê essa próxima série. So, your next game is against JDG. The team that has been seen as the strongest in the championship. Do you agree with that? And how do you see this next match?
I mean, obviously, I think JDG is strong. But for us, we really want to go back already and just think about how we can beat them next. I think they are very different to teams like BLG. I think they're like a little bit less explosive and they play more control. So for us, it's going to be important to how to disrupt that, basically. So it's going to be a fun series. I'm excited for it. Yeah.
Bom, ele falou que ele acha que vai ser uma série divertida. Ele sabe que, diferentemente da BLG e de alguns outros times, eles precisam ter um pouco mais de cuidado, porque é um time que é mais controlador, mais cauteloso, mas que ele está bem ansioso e que ele acha que vai ser um jogo bem divertido. Thank you very much, Broken Blade. Congratulations once more. Pessoal, e é isso. A G2 vence da FearX por 3-0 aqui no First Stand.
Yay, a very happy Broken Blade, of course, after this one. And a very happy Caps as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so first question here. How do you guys go from getting 3-0 by BLG into 3-0 here against BFX? What did you guys learn about the previous series that helped you today?
I mean, honestly, I think it's like a bit shameful to say, but I think we forget a lot of the lessons. Like, we keep going to these international tournaments, and then we start dropping like some of the lessons, and we go on stage and we're like, oh, wait, like these things are very important, right? And we were reviewing very hard yesterday, and we were scrimming as well, and just putting more emphasis on certain topics that is just very crucial when we play against strong teams like today and also against, of course, I mean, honestly, everyone here at First Stand, right? So just a lot of reviewing and making sure that we are more on the same page on those things.
All right.
I'm super curious about how you find the format, because, I mean, in the LEC, it's like week to week, you're playing games and games, whereas here it just feels mega intense. Best of fives, back to back. You immediately have to play JDG tomorrow, whereas they've had a day to prep. How do you find this environment, and how are you slotting in with the high-paced nature of just so many series?
I mean, it can definitely be a little bit tough to prepare for all the games, but honestly, I think this might be one of my favorite like international tournaments. I mean, obviously Worlds will always be Worlds, but I think just so early on coming in and playing against like all these insane teams and back to back to back, and you really need to just be on point, and you get so much like data points as well to improve on. So I think this is like an awesome tournament for us.
Nice.
You've been in these situations so frequently in your career when the doubt is at a peak. You seem to like perform. You guys as a team perform. Where does that tend to come from, like when the spotlight is shining brightest?
Thank you. I mean, I think definitely we just wanted to show that we were better than we did against BLG, because I think we played very poorly, and I played very poorly as well, and I think it was like some things that we know about, you know, but we have this meme in our team that we are goldfish sometimes, because we keep forgetting the things, and then we're like, oh wait, these things are very important and we need to just drill it into us. And yeah, our coaching staff was also just drilling us yesterday, and I mean, today it helped us.
The player syndrome, ladies and gentlemen, but that makes sense.
Did you know it's been 6 years since G2 lost 3-0 to Korean team?
Yo.
So, I mean, congratulations.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, you finally reignited some hope, especially with the amount of doom that EU has had. You've reignited the faith for us, so thank you for that, Caps. Thanks a lot.
And in that sense, we lose to RPL, win against LCK again, obviously, so it's going to be a walk in the park against LCK, right? Right?
I mean, definitely, I think people will have some doubts on us.
Okay.
I think that's fair, right? Like, JDG has been looking unstoppable, but that's also where we shine, so let's see if we can outshine them.
One thing that you have to be careful about against JDG, there's a lot of them, obviously, but if you had to name one.
Probably, I think the early game around mid, I think, has been not the most consistent. Like, I've definitely had some bad performances, and I know Joey is obviously very like consistently playing well, and I think if we can get through that, it should be a good series.
Got it, Caps. Thank you so much for joining us today again. Congrats on taking down BFX, and we'll see Caps and the rest of G2 against JDG, as we said. But for now, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back for the second series of the day, JDG against LYON. Stay tuned.
game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
I'm focused on what's in front of me. Opposition only makes the competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. I was born ready to play. I hustle and I grind for it every day. They say I'm battle tested in every way. Catch me if you can, I'm ahead and you ain't. I came too far for me to backslide. I took off and didn't land, I'm that fly. If you need the job done, I am that guy. Go and ask them, they'll say I am him. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Inspired after the Gen G series. Tough series, obviously.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How are you and the team doing mentally after the series, knowing you have another one tomorrow?
I think we are doing fine. I mean, at least I'm doing fine. We didn't really talk. We didn't really have like a team talk yet. Doing fine. I'm just a bit sad about how we approach game 2 because it felt during the game that we were really far behind. But then after me and Saint mate's few plays, I actually think we were in a really good position. So we shouldn't have been that rushed. And yeah, I think we should have just chilled out a bit more in game 2 because I think they played a bit. They made some really cocky plays and they gave us a way back into the game. And yeah, I'm just sad how we used that advantage that we got. And game 1 and 3, I think they were just better. We were trying to do stuff, but I think they were just better.
Yeah, game 2 gave us a little bit of hope because you had the goal lead at 20
minutes.
minutes.
I mean, they did have a good situation, but then they got a bit cocky and we punished the mistake well. And I think if we just slow down or we just realize in game that we are actually in a good position, maybe the game would be more competitive. But I think we still had that mindset that we are losing and we need to do something. Which is kind of hard to get rid of, especially like after how the game went. It felt like we were losing topside, and then we couldn't really do anything else anywhere. Like their Gallia was just hovering with good CS, and it felt like the game is just gonna get harder and harder. But yeah, I think we need to work on that. I guess that even when we play against a stronger team, we need to realize faster and better that we're in a fine spot, so we can actually play the game.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the plan against Gen G, which is try and at least get to post 50 minutes to team fights where the game's more volatile, which is always a tough discussion when you're playing against a team like Gen G, who's so good at everything because they dominate in lane, they're really good in team fights, and there's always the question of, do you just pick all early game in hopes that you can get a lead and have like a way to play, or do you just try and win the team fight later? I thought game 1, personally, you felt pretty far behind, but that one fight around 16, 17 minutes, if it went a little bit better, that game actually would have been playable. So hard to play against Gen G, but I'm wondering, have you updated your thoughts on how you would best approach Gen G, like if you were able to play him 3 more times?
I think we would do something similar. I think game 1, I mean, I think we started well. We got Orianna flash, but then our bot lane just decided to disrespect, I guess. They lost double flash and then died while cancelling recall. So after MF recalled on BF and we had attack speed item on Ashe and our Sylas already TP'd back and I think was on 70% health, I just thought that our best case is to fight while we are still healthy. Then wait for Orianna to lane for 2 more waves, because I think if she just lanes 2 more waves and Sylas gets to the point where he's 40-50%, I think we can't start the fight anymore and enemy team will start getting bot prio because the item disadvantage was pretty big. And topside was obviously playing ranked on Cassante, so the game I feel like is not gonna go too well. So yeah, I think we did fine. I think the gank mid, I think maybe we can play a bit better. Maybe there is a chance we trade 1 for 1. And after that, we knew that in mid-game, where I still managed to, I think, hit level 10 to level 10, I remember saying that we are going to slowly start falling behind, so when I'm even level, let's just try to fight and maybe we can win. I think with that team fight went well, but after that we didn't really get anything going for us, so yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm thinking towards the series tomorrow. You're going to play the winner. By the time they air this interview, we'll know who wins JDG Loud. I would imagine JDG pretty heavily favored.
Yeah,
so
I would imagine so too.
How would you approach that series, without giving too much away, more from a mentality standpoint for the team? Winning that means you get to continue in the tournament.
I mean, I don't think it's I think we're going to play similar to how we wanted to play against Gen G, but I think JDG is just weaker Gen Gs. Like, they're not going to be as oppressive in lanes, I would assume. So I think they're still a really strong team, so we have to have a good plan and how we want to execute the game. But I think it's all going to come down to the team fights, so we'll see. I think I wouldn't say that we are favored, but I don't think we can win. I think we can definitely win the series.
Yeah, the one thing I can't have is I can't have G2 win and then you lose. So it just depends. We need to do
I
it.
really don't. I don't think G2 is gonna win their series, but, but maybe we can win. So we'll see.
Yeah.
It would be a shame if both of us lost. So
yeah, it could happen. I hope it doesn't. Inspired. Make sure to get some rest, do some good prep for tomorrow, and I look forward to the series.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all from us.
Well, that's certainly aged well, Jat. Fantastic interview there with Inspired. And I'm Atlas, joined by Jat. We get another Jatless cast, which is really fantastic for us because we love working together. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate as far as how that one went.
Like I said, I can't
Inspired, but he hasn't played yet.
I can't have G2 win and LYON lose, so that means LYON needs to win here.
All right.
Also, quick shout out to Hans Sama. He was awarded Player of the Series last series. I heard the vote wasn't close.
Wow.
I didn't vote. I thought Skumon played incredible.
I would have probably voted for Skumon as well, but in the LCK they took away my vote, probably for good reason.
I see.
So even though I do agree with you, my vote stands for little value. Jat, I apologize.
Well, this series did get more interesting. It also, I think, puts a little bit more pressure on LYON just because the inherent NA-EU rivalry, even if they didn't directly play against each other, will be influenced by G2 having such a dominant series just now against BFX. So we'll see. I loved the Taba interview yesterday. I thought JDG played incredibly well. Yeah. And then LYON did get absolutely obliterated by Gen G. So that always makes you reconsider the way you approach the game when you lose that handily, and we'll see what LYON has come up with.
I do think losing to Gen G is different to losing to almost any other team in the world. Gen G are just kind of ridiculously powerful at this point in time. And G2 managed to beat the second seed from the LCK.
They did.
Maybe the second seed from the LPL will be an even easier time here for LYON. You know, like that could be the theory.
No, don't
like,
do this.
You have to believe that your region is at least as good as EU, right?
I am cautiously optimistic that
that's a good way to be.
If you're drawing up this tournament for the best global experience, so far it's played out how you would expect.
Right.
Where the #1 team from NA or EU can beat the #2 team from the LPL or the LCK.
Right.
So one of those things has happened. If we have the other, we'll have 4 regions represented in the semifinals. It would be ideal.
That would be pretty good. Otherwise, we'll have BLG versus JDG, a team kill in the semifinal, which is definitely still cool. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing it because I think the upgrade that we got from the JDG that we saw only recently to the first time out is vastly different. I think that this team has really looked better and better throughout the tournament. And here we are into the HyperX Champion Select. And we have Pantheon and the Rumble both taken away as there is a Jarvan being gotten rid of there as well. As let's just do a bit of a name check. Okay. We're okay. We're okay in this one.
Yes.
As LYON will be taking away that job. And we'll see what the next ban is going to be.
This is actually the perfectly aligned champ select graphic for what our old expectations would be.
I know, it's beautiful.
JDG's blue side, LYON is second pick. No
honestly,
confusion here.
Maybe LYON are my favorite team because they chose second pick to guarantee that everything is normal.
Thank you.
And that is just beautiful. I did love, you mentioned it already, the Tabe interview yesterday. He has gotten so eloquent. He was using some really big words. I was extraordinarily impressed, but it was what he was saying that I think was the most important, as I really did like the conversation about squares.
Yeah, well, I'm going to move past drafting for triangles or drafting for squares.
Why? I love shapes.
What I heard from the interview was that JDG, when they were struggling, was trying to really sync up support jungle. But when they found their footing and made it to second seed in the LPL, they were literally just slamming whatever bottom lane would be most powerful, so Gala and Vampire could just run the game and then open things up from there. However, losing to Gen G, who can just win every lane, made him reconsider it. But I would still say that generally speaking, this tournament, aside from the Gen G games, has pretty much been dominated by whoever can get the stronger bot lane. And without Karma being banned, I get a little bit concerned. So what LYON has done is they banned the Ezreal Karma combo, left Orianna up. They get the first pick Orianna, and I wouldn't be shocked if Berserker Isles have something else they would like to play with Karma.
You could, because they banned the Jarvan as well, you could just slam Sivir Karma and just have the really go fast bottom lane, which does work very well in lane as well because you have infinite wave clear. You basically get a free pass down there, which wouldn't be a bad thing. And then Berserker can certainly get some carrying done in the later stages. Varus also teams up with Karma relatively well, but it's a little bit of a different story. Is Inspired going to hover the Nidalee, obviously?
We'll see. Ashe Seraphine has been getting a lot of Game 1 play as well, but I remember yesterday into basically Ashe Seraphine into Ezreal Karma was very winning for Ezreal Karma, but what LYON has done here is something they did all throughout LCS playoffs where they'll do a control mage trade. They would often do Orianna or Azir, but they make sure they control the Nocturne. Because then anytime there's a side lane, Inspired can swing that matchup with either the Azir or the Orianna on his side. But with the Orianna nerfs, I'm not sure if Saint would still prioritize the Azir on 3, and not surprised if they lock in the Karma. I'm a little bit surprised that LYON didn't pick it early.
Yeah, this is the thing though, because we've seen Sivir picked into Varus all the time, and now they get access to the Karma instead. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a full bottom lane lock-in for JDG with the most coveted mid laner on the patch on top of it, outside of the Rise, which is just a little bit ridiculous at the moment. But as far as what was available, I really do like it. If that is what they go with instead, it will be the Xin Zhao as the option into the Nocturne. So dodging the Sivir, but we'll still have to deal with that from Junjie, certainly one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, Game 1 of Fearless, so still a lot of AD carries up. They're not going to be worried about whatever bans LYON can throw at them and would rather just secure what may be the strongest jungler here at the tournament, aside from Pantheon. It's tricky to say with Pantheon being banned, but we've seen some exceptional games from Xin so far here, and it is actually the Galio that they decide to throw into the Orianna. It's definitely a little bit more all-in and a little bit weaker directly in lane, but can still be really potent in teamfights.
But the thing that I love about it is we're representing double globals already, right? Yeah. Being able to cheat around the map, I think, is really important when you're against a team that is really, really good at playing around tempo markers, Jat. Oh, no. JDG, very, very good at it. That one's for Vedius. Shout out to you, Vedi. It's all right. Already, the Sivir has been banned away. A bit of a no-brainer there. And the Bard also taken away from Isles this time around. See what else they have in store here is, of course, could be some more support focus here on the side of JDG.
Now I'm thinking about trying to make tempo markers a real term again.
No, we can't.
You've really done it?
We're not allowed to do it. I just had to throw in one. I've got it out of my system. We were talking about it before, the shake your sillies out. Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Tempo markers is not a real term.
No, it's not.
It could be. It could be.
It's very, very silly. Jin is going to be taken away, though.
Oh, no. Hey, buddy.
That's not very nice.
That's rude.
He's like, well, okay.
I was kidding.
It's okay. You're allowed to take it back. That's absolutely fine. One last ban here from JDG.
Was he making eye contact with Dokla?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, are we in-house for some reason? I was like, hang on a second. No, I don't think we are.
No, he can't hear us.
No. All right.
Okay, Sivir Jin, 2 logical bans against the Karma. Those are 2 very popular
I think
Karma
a Rakan
pairings.
ban is really smart because Rakan Galio has been like a really good gargoyle delivery system, but this is the Nautilus, and I really hope, because Nautilus is often picked alongside an on-hit style of Varus, I'd much prefer to see that rather than the poke Varus that we've seen just kind of lose over and over again.
Well, I don't think you're going to get it, but we'll see. And even though Isles' Nautilus looked like one of his better champions so far at first stand, the Nico will give them a stronger laning phase. I think it is still, even though they have the globals, which is something that can punish pushing lanes, I do think it's really important to try and match the push that JDG can get with this Karma and now Yunara. I think it's going to be tough, though. I think Karma Yunara is going to be able to get the push. And trap card, Varus can go top now. This is what they did in the LCS playoffs into Morgan.
Okay.
So they can be picking, they can do a Kai'Sa Nico and throw the Varus top.
That would be a lot of fun. I mean, Kai'Sa fits into this composition incredibly well. Are they going to pull the trigger? You can see the camera is on Dokla now.
This is exactly what they did in LCS playoffs in their 3-1 over team. Look, they opt against it. They opt against it.
The dream isn't dead. It could be AD carry Nah, Chad.
I think that was a pretty good angle for Kai'Sa Nico, but they're going to go more standard here. Get both Renekton and Gnar. Gnar is still considered an answer pick into Renekton. I don't necessarily know if it's a counter pick.
I think if you have really good Naba management as well, it can be another really good way to get Galio into the mix. And already I do feel like this is a really robust composition out of LYON. They can snap their fingers, go for a dive, and Berserker is long enough range to be able to follow up on a whole lot of different things. I think it's the fact that Gala now has access to Inspire shields, so much extra movement speed, things like this. I think this Yunara could certainly become a gigantic problem, especially behind something like a Renekton, which can really just make things problematic in the mid game.
Yeah, really interesting game one draft, especially letting Karma through and Orianna through, and then actually JDG getting both of them. So can't say that wouldn't have been intentional by LYON, but it's definitely quite risky. Overall, JDG does have a lot of strong champions, but their actual hard engage is relatively low. They're kind of dealing with Renekton stun or Shockwave, but in Tabe we trust. If you're a JDG supporter, getting a lot of the power picks on the patch here in game one.
Yep. In Tabe we trust has been a line for quite a while. I believe IG have not been trusting Tabe.
Ever since 2015?
Ever since 2015. But everyone else pretty happy to get behind him because he has found a whole lot of success on a whole lot of different teams. As ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get onto the Rift for JDG versus LYON. Who is going to be heading towards the semifinals and who is going home? That is going to be the question here as we are onto the Rift for game one.
And it looks like JDG very early on getting a Raptor ward as well as warding their own Raptors. So Inspired has tried to sneak in for some counter jungling. We've actually seen a couple mid laners die or nearly die going for that Raptor ward. Saint put a defensive ward, and now Junja and Inspired are going to run into each other. This is not good for Inspired.
I would say not as well, as Junja is just going to go over and just make sure that he is not hitting this.
Well, interesting.
Still, I mean, if Inspired sticks around,
I mean, Nocturne level 1 is very strong, and if Galio can move first, depending on how long this goes, Inspired played this really patiently. We'll see, though. It really will depend on the smite.
Well, vision control certainly going to be there on both sides, but not in that brush.
Yeah, and Junja's out of wards, so he can't see this. He actually has to give it up. This is really nicely done here by Inspired, getting an early lead here on Junja.
Yep. And remember, guys, live on patch 26.6, check out Warhound Center. A portion of the skins proceeds will be shared across the Esports teams. As Berserker, he might need a little bit of help as well, as Gala has that Q fully stacked up, and he's down to about 200 health. Saint also finding a little bit of an angle here, but he's still looking a little worse for where the Clockwork windup coming in as Honkyu really putting the pressure on it. In fact, there's kind of pressure on everywhere here from JDG.
When both junglers are seen completely on Raptors at the start of the game, you play incredibly aggressive. Also notice the ward that they placed in their own tri-rush. Inspired's going to try wraparound on mid, though. Saint's too low to be able to go in for CC.
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be a successful one, as immediately over towards the Raptor camp here is Inspired.
Too slow.
We'll get the news that there is a Xin Zhao in the area, but he might be able to stop this red buff from going down, as Junja is just going to head towards his Krugs.
Yeah, and also just a reminder, FlyQuest vs CFO had these two junglers playing against each other as well as Honkyu, and it was CFO who actually kind of ended FlyQuest as we know it. And after this game, they all scattered to different corners of the earth.
Yeah, that was a pretty incredible time for CFO as well, if I remember correctly. Bit of a Cinderella story. So let's see whether some revenge can be claimed here by Inspired.
I mean, very abnormal early jungle pathing here. Inspired getting slightly the better of it, although the Raptor camp will be faster to respawn for the side of JDG. And I would say, aside from the jungle stuff, the Galio and the Varus Nico are just getting kicked in.
It's a little bit of a boppening, isn't it?
Yes,
we
absolutely.
Could, go with something like that as Saint actually realizes that he has to stick around. The Winds of War will deter Honkyu from staying around for too much longer, but I mean, this is a free lane for the Orianna, and that can be really dangerous. Come the mid game, as Dokla is going to get closed in on here by Xiaoshu. The Renekton, I mean, So many times we talk about the Gnar being a great pick into the Renekton, but I think at around this time, if you can close the distance and you're mini Gnar, the Renekton can really get some work done.
The matchup is Renekton favored until the Gnar can get Tobbies, or the plated steel caps.
The plated steel caps,
nowadays.
indeed.
Yeah, so Dokla wants to be able to stick around until he has enough to purchase that item. With the way the junglers have been completely shown, he knows he's going to be completely on his own. And here's the Raptor respawn, inspired with the level advantage. Hasn't chopped, neither has Xin.
I've seen this one before, as this time there is vision for Junja. Level 3 to level 4, though, I mean, this is dangerous times. And Inspired goes in, does manage to get the steal once again. Will now be going back. Well, maybe he could grab that scuttle before he goes home, but instead, just going to immediately reset.
Yeah, I think it's more important that he gets back on the mat for the tempo marker to collect one. And then now that he has the 3 items as well.
I feel like I've
infected
infected you. It's fantastic.
It can work.
All right, Slurkle goes out. You don't need to join me on that one. But that one will never die. I don't even know what it's called otherwise.
Is it a slowing circle? Is that why you call it a...
Yeah, it's a slow circle.
Okay, cool.
Circle that slows. There are a few other variations depending on what the circle does, but we won't need to go into it. As Isle's in a little bit of trouble here. Does take some damage from Vampire, but isn't too worried. And Berserker is sitting at full health, has this full wave to pick up for himself as well. So even though the CS numbers don't look so great here for Berserker versus Gala, it will be evening out quite well as this wave is slurped up.
Yeah, these lanes are very aggressive for JDG. It's pretty common as well, whether or not there were jungle shenanigans going on. The pre-level 6 Nocturne's not going to be applying any pressure anyways, but what this has done, what Inspired has been able to accomplish by keeping the Xin down is any of these lanes that are extremely low, there at least is no threat of dive. So Berserker's been able to keep his CS close, Saint's down 10, Dokla's down, was 11, now 9. So they at least haven't been dove yet.
Yeah, there's the Slurkle value coming on through there as the flash in from Gala, unable to take down Isles here. And getting the Yanara flash, actually a huge deal, as meanwhile, Junja taking a lot of damage. As Saint and Inspired trying to lock down that kill. No level 6 here for the Nocturne, though. Unable to get any follow-up, but still, it is Inspired with that advantage, the only one on LYON with one.
Yeah, he had a dagger up on Junja and then also pushes him off that crab, which was a delayed take. Now he can go clear his entire blue side of the jungle, maybe even hit level 6. So really strong early game by Inspired, which is kind of saving the 3 lanes that are all soft losing right now for LYON, even though none of them died.
Yeah, I do feel like the Galio losing lane is not something that you're going to be all that worried about, right? No. Galio is never really going to have a great time into the Orianna. What you want to play for is utilizing that global presence throughout this mid game and possibly getting some pressure on these dragons. Because of course, if they start up the dragon, Saint can always be there in the nick of time, even if he is still hanging out in that mid lane. And trying to get some control on these Drakes, I think, could be a good idea, given the fact that JDG's composition looks pretty robust as it scales towards the later stages.
Yep, and it gets more difficult now for the JDG bottom lane to play as aggressive. You can see the control ward in the river there for Saint.
Shockwave Justice Punch was a weird combination there, as Saint should be able to get himself out, but is looking a little worse for wear. Had to rely on the phase rush there, as Xiaoshu thrown against the wall by Dokla's Gnar.
See what Dokla has?
Oh, he has
the plated
steel caps Ninja Tabi.
So he's more comfortable in the lane now.
Yeah. Maybe we should call it Ninja Tabi in this game because Tabe is the coach, and so it makes more sense to use it this time around.
To use a 7-year-old item name?
Yeah, I think so. As Paranoia comes on through here, and the Gargoyle delivery is attempted to come on through as... Oh, Junja tries to take him down as Saint gets the knock-up on the Brambleback to save his life.
Saint ulting in there, that's a true teammate right there. Yeah,
and Isles is able to pick it up with the Blooming Burst. Oh, is it happening?
Berserker hit 6 and just ulted Gala, who was already down flash somehow. I think we missed when he burned the flash aggressively going for a kill.
Yeah, when they were going for the kill onto Isles earlier on, Isles gets the revenge a couple of minutes later.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, so what am I supposed to do here, Jat? I want to avoid any potential caster curse, but I do want to talk about the possibility of both of our Western teams making their way out today.
So I was reading a Reddit thread earlier about how this is the most one-sided international tournament in history based on percentage of series that end in 3-0.
Uh-huh.
And that technically didn't even change when G2 won against...
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that was another 3-0. So the next 3-0 actually means, in terms of percentage of 3-0s in an international, it will be the most ever.
Wow. Well, that's what we're chasing after. So it could be JDG that gives it to us. It could be LYON that gives it to us. And right now, LYON in a pretty good position as Saint absolutely fearless.
at 300 HP. He was going to reset anyway. It did help secure the kill, gets him the assist as well. And then just a max range RQ, and the double pop of the Nico Q gets him as well. So Berserker, after collecting enough CS against the Karma early, has taken the current upper hand in that bottom lane as well.
Yep, utilizing the power of Gumayushi there as well with his Varus skin. His former teammate, you could say, as of course they both came up through T1. Is Junja going to be taking down the Grubs? And JDG, I think, not too worried about the fact that there is a 1.4k gold lead, but if LYON are able to utilize this to get some momentum in this game, this composition is really good at just saying, we're going to win now with their buttons.
They have the tools to engage, whereas JDG does not. JDG's composition works very well if they push lanes and are first to set up on the objectives, because they can just push you back with Karma Qs and move speed to kite you. But if they're trying to retake space without hard CC, it's actually quite difficult for them.
Well, Paranoia comes in once more, and the shockwave does come on down. Honku does drag back Saint, as now Junja trying to get something. Flash out from the gargoyle, but I don't know whether he's going. Never mind! Junja realizing he just doesn't have the buttons.
I think he might have been able to get the kill, maybe, but didn't want to risk it, because if he goes in against that red buff Nocturne, he would have been handing a third kill over to Inspired. So punishing the no flash Orianna, Inspired has been really on point the first 10 minutes of this game.
Almost 1,000 gold in the lead. You can see that is half the advantage that LYON have right now as we tick over to 10 minutes. That is a huge deal. And the fact that he has a full item completed, I completely understand now why Junja did not try to do anything more. As here at 10 minutes, it is going to be a relatively late Dragon, but Inspired, I don't know whether he's going to get contested on this one.
Yeah, he's not going to be getting contested, but you got to watch top for Dokla, because Junja's decided Dragon's not possible, but he wants to think about going for this 60% health Gnar, but Dokla does a good job clearing the wave.
Yep.
We'll see if Xiaoshu decides to go in for a dive here.
They're actually trying to invest even more as he avoids the Wind Becomes Lightning, trying to get a little bit of value.
Galio's trying to support. Saint might be caught here.
Saint is in a little bit of trouble, but the Karma isn't going to do too much, as Mega Gnar almost there, as Dokla has the help of his friends and will be able to make his way out. So successful defense of the top side of the map, and they take the Dragon down. LYON ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, everyone moving up as well will mean they don't lose that mid wave. It will set Saint a little bit further behind, using his ultimate to get up there and then also taking a bunch of damage on the way up. But they do a good job getting the Dragon and covering the play to not allow this top lane to snowball out of control.
Well, Dokla now teleporting back in, a little bit of a dangerous maneuver, but like you say, those Tabis that he picked up earlier on, helping him stay alive here in this matchup. Wants to get towards that Black Cleaver as soon as possible by the looks of things, as Saint comes on over to try and deter Honku from doing too much more, as he does get taunted. Otherwise, not too much more to happen. And the thing that I'm looking at is the AD carry. And Berserker is ahead by a decent amount of CS, and a lot of the time, you'll see that you know, a team is winning around the map in these little skirmishes, in these little tussles, but just in the regular lane, things can be problematic. It's not happening here, as Berserker is winning out, utilizing the power of this Varus, and now has the Ghost Blade completed as well, and also completes his quest. We'll be able to get that one done a little bit earlier.
Yep. So temporary gold lead jump, but that'll be equalized a bit when Gala completes the quest of his own. Just a lot of congestion of the vision here, but honestly, this is a difficult game for JDG to play from this point because of their overall lack of engage and the fact that, you know, the flashes do end up being kind of cycled down. Inspired misses the Qs, got to be a little careful about trying to all in. See if they can get first move from their bot lane, though.
Yep. Saint doesn't have the ulti available, so the heroic entrance has been really important defensively in a lot of these altercations. But Gala, I don't think is going to be able to walk in. The red buff still the idea is now Inspired looking for an opportunity. Saint, they're trying to stay spread because that shockwave is so dangerous from Honku. But it looks like LYON are just not going to risk it and will now walk their way out of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, has to back away after JDG did a good job staying grouped up. Inspired likely wouldn't have gotten anything if he goes in other than a bounty for the opponent.
Yeah.
So he's going to regret pressing that button. He loses a lot of pressure now while his ultimate is on cooldown. And it is a failed invade, so JDG wins a small battle there.
Yeah, not too bad. It will still be the heroic entrance coming back off cooldown now, though, as Saint, with a couple of seconds left on that one. And I think the Gnar is out of the woods, right? As far as that top lane matchup, I think the Dokla is going to be feeling better and better as this game goes on. and should be a menace in these side lanes. Can possibly teleport in when that Mega Gnar is available. I just really feel like LYON's go buttons are really going to be helpful here. As you mentioned, lack of engage has been a little bit of a problem. Obviously, with a Karma, you can kind of just turn throwing your body at the enemy into engage, as she can make people run really quick. And so Xiaoshu slicing and dicing into a backline might be a way to do it. But I feel like their composition did rely on getting advantages early on into the game and kind of snowballing through that way, making it so that you can never approach when they walk up to an objective. That is not the game that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I will say, like you pointed out, the Mantra E from Karma, as well as the Orianna move speed, they have good disengage too. So it's fairly difficult for Inspired to just rock up, try to ult on someone, and hope that the Galio CC comes on top of it, because they're probably moving away with their move speed anyway. But it does just give them comparatively more tools than JDG have to engage. Both comps are actually fairly low engage, which makes the initial setup all the more important. And the control wards, like the one Berserker is sitting on right now, extremely valuable, because that's how you could actually get an engage, is when the other team tries to check spots like that where they don't have vision.
I do like Missile Nocturne engage. That is one of my favorites, and that does put the ball into Inspired's hands. And we know that LYON does like to play around where their jungler is looking. So see whether that is what they're going to look for further into this game, as Vampire is towards that top side of the map. And it looks like Dokler is not going to be too worried about it. Only 74 gold between our top laners. And that is the only advantage, however small, that JDG do have on this map right now.
Pretty slow game. I mean, the fact that he's 2-0 with dealing only 2,200 damage, right? That means the fights that he's taken, he's generally killed the ones that he's been able to start. So another thing that we need to track about LYON when they have advantages like this, they don't usually progress the game that quickly because they like to freeze a lot of waves. Keeping the game on their side of the map until they're willing to retake space is a pretty, it's a favorite strategy of theirs. So not that Galio can necessarily get push on the Renekton bottom lane, but they don't necessarily feel like they need to apply a lot of side lane pressure. They're more about stacking these Drakes and making sure their gold lead gets as large as possible.
Well, LYON are going to be able to grab Double Dragon in this game. The two Tech Drakes going to be picked up, see what the soul is going to be. And it's a Cloud, finally. I feel like we've been denied Cloud souls this whole tournament.
I'm so happy it's a Cloud soul. That's the best. It's just a fast Drake is fun, right?
Exactly. We've been talking as well about JDG with their mantras and stuff like that. Imagine if they stacked up 4 Clouds as well.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Mantra Inspire as well as the Dissonance and all that sort of stuff. Man, they'd be running real quick.
This game is still really close.
It is.
By the way. It was an exceptional start by Inspired, but the game has definitely stalled out a fair bit. Now, all the quests have been completed across the board, so this is where we're sitting. It's 1,500 gold, even in mid, even in top. The advantage is mostly on the Nocturne, who currently doesn't have a meaningful advantage over Junja if you just look at the items. So LYON has to continue to play smart League of Legends.
I do think that if they keep stacking up these Drakes, right, you can play it relatively slow, because if, you know, the shoe's on the other foot, I was talking about how fun it would be to have a whole bunch of movement speed and things like this for JDG, but if LYON has it, I mean, they can start fights anytime. Speaking of which, as we're checking out the Coinbase gold grind, we have a flash coming out from Vampire to keep himself alive, and this is going to be a big problem, right? Getting wards deep into the enemy jungle is almost impossible when you're behind and you're playing an Enchanter.
For sure. I mean, that was the whole reason people didn't play Enchanters for half a decade, is they said, well, it's too hard to check for wards in the mid game. Then they've removed lane swaps, so now the advantage of dominating lane outweighs the disadvantage of being a really squishy dude who dies when he tries to get vision control. So getting his flash, I understand. I think it's a smart play there by Inspired. Anyone he ulted, he's probably not going to kill because they all have flash, but the highest chance of a repeat kill is likely on Vampire.
Yep. And it's interesting that the Enchanters that we do see all have an ability to speed themselves up.
Yeah, or like Nico, she splits into 2.
Karma, yep, or be Nico and be annoying. And that is a decent way to do it as well. All right. Still 1.3k. This is like where I start to get a little bit worried, because extending gold advantages is generally something that you want to do as Isles. He's going to do exactly that. Finds a snare on the Vampire as well, and if at first you don't succeed, grab the flash and try again.
That guy's no flash.
Yeah, he's dead.
Karma no flash. Kill
Still no flash. They could do it again.
they have 5 minutes from the first flash to try it again, which is really nice. I mean, you said this is the point where you get worried. My secret here is that I'm always worried whenever I'm watching a LYON game or an LCS game at an international event. It's never safe until it's over. Just keep that in mind.
I'll keep it in mind.
There's never do one of those, oh, now it's going to be an insurmountable lead, or surely with the Cloud Drake they can... No, it'll be over when the Nexus falls.
And this is also the closest thing to an OPL game that we've got as well, which is harkening back to my past.
Is it because there's one Australian player?
Yes.
And one Australian caster?
Yeah. And Isles also played on Legacy.
I think Dokla's played in Australia.
Yeah, and Dokla was in Australia for a little bit, I'm pretty sure. Although that was after my time. But we've got a Paranoia towards his top side of the map as Inspired just going in. We'll be able to get the flash out, and flashes after Honkyu as well, and he should be able to grab this kill. The Gargoyle's so late on this play, but it does not matter. Inspired going to be able to grab Honkyu here, and they should be able to get some extra push towards his top side.
Saint is assist maxing. Berserker threw out his ultimate there, actually. Was hoping to burn his cleanse, ends up just being no ultimate. I think that Saint will be able to collect the gold from that first turret of the game up top as well. So Inspired continuing to progress the game, getting flash and trading his own flash for the kill, definitely worth it.
Yep, and those nerves that I had, kind of dissipating, Jap, because they are making plays. No. They can't be in side lanes. And Dokla is going to continue to get more and more aggressive here, has his Trinity Force now completed. And man, I'm just feeling like it could be okay.
It's the power of the Nocturne. When LYON, this is much more the LYON that qualified for first stand in the LCS playoffs, because I'd say their series that they played earlier against Loud that went to 5 games, as well as the demolition that they experienced at Gen G, that looked a lot more like the things that they were struggling with during the lock-in regular season when they were dropping a lot of games, lost a best of 3 to Disguised. So Saint's been really inconsistent, but when they play with the lead, they generally have been very solid.
Yeah.
Generally very solid. Not to say that this means they're going to win this game, Atlas.
No. No. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm not allowing Caster Curses to reach in and ruin everything. I'm going to try and just assume that Chronicler was right and Caster Curses are not real. Even though, as we know, objectively, they absolutely are. And he was just silly. As let's have a look at here. The win probability looking pretty good for LYON. This would be where the Caster Curse would come through.
What a nice graphic.
Great graphic here.
Like that.
It's a very good graphic.
JDG's finally retaken the river. This would be their point of power to play off of. LYON, I'd say, has had control of this bush for 85% of the game.
Yep. Soul Point now available as well. As Isles being a little bit tricky here. Remember, if JDG get control of this pit, it doesn't actually matter. LYON could always get in, you know?
True.
They throw an Inspired. They get Saint in on top as now Xiaotru possibly in a little bit of trouble, has to flash immediately. And they can follow, as we just explained. And the Renekton will be taken down. Now JDG, no right to be in this area. As already LYON on this dragon, looking for that soul point. Be able to get a whole lot of extra movement speed.
You can say JDG really wants to contest this anyway. They're kind of tired of sitting on 0 kills, but very risky here. Inspired, though, no flash on the flank. We'll have to run away.
Yeah. The clone of Inspired running away as well, so that is making me feel like perhaps it isn't him.
I think I was fooled. I think that was the clone of Inspired.
Yeah. No. I think Nocturne did get LeBlanc's passive at one point. I think you haven't been reading the patch notes.
True.
I know that because you told me that you weren't reading as many patch
No, I read them.
notes.
I just can't retain the information anymore.
Yeah, so you didn't retain the fact that Nocturne got deceived from LeBlanc.
Understood.
Yeah. Or it might just be that it was Isles the whole time. I'm not entirely sure.
The nice thing that they did there is they just waited for Dokla. So he got Meganar to kill the Renekton, and then they waited until he had Meganar again to take the Drake.
Yep.
So they're patient.
Honestly,
patient.
this is meticulous. Like, just destruction of JDG's stuff in this game. They're not giving them an opening. And it's disciplined League of Legends. It's kind of
is it now?
Beautiful to watch. As Isles, see, disciplined flash.
Good.
Gets him out of there.
Good.
That's on brand. That's still there.
Yeah. For a second, you thought maybe Inspired was picked out. But then he turned into Nico, and we knew it was Nico.
You know it's only one turret away from a perfect game?
This is a no flash Renekton.
Well, it might be a no life Renekton as well, as Dokla is going to dive on forward at the same time. There is Dominus running, but it is still a very scared Crocodile, and Dokla is going to be able to grab that kill. Playing through these side lanes, it looks absolutely beautiful here. It's 3-0-3 for Inspired on this Nocturne.
Things are looking good.
They are looking really good. Are we still worried, Jet?
Yes. One team fight. With all those bounties, you never know.
You're right. Well, Junja could be in a little bit of trouble himself as Saint. They're going to try and turn it on top of him. Pop Blossom, though, is going to look for Gala, who flashes out of the way. Junja, though, now by himself as Dokla wants to find an angle at the same time as Vampire should be able to get that snare to work out. But JDG, once again, are on the run.
Nice repel there by LYON, and you do the summoner check, see that they have burn flashes on jungle, bot, support. Inspired's ultimate 3/4 of the way back up, so this is a very good cooldown for them to play around for the next Baron or the next Drake.
Oh my goodness. Only good things here for LYON at this point in the game. 4,000 gold is their advantage, but the thing that's the most important to me is the fact that they've had a monopoly on these objectives. Outside of the Grubs that did go over to JDG, it is looking absolutely fantastic here for LYON. And Grubs don't really matter if you never get to approach turrets.
Yeah.
Which is kind of looking like the situation here.
Who needs them?
Yeah.
Not LYON. Yet.
LYON got one game at least. Well, they don't. Not yet.
What are you doing?
That is getting ahead of themselves.
It's 4,000 gold. Calm down.
I'm just reading what's on the screen, okay? Not my fault. Okay. 4,000, still the lead.
No flash in? Nah, that would be bad.
Yeah, let's not fight against that guy, although he is going to try and fight them. Isles looking for that opportunity as Paranoia does come in. Teleport. Yeah, brings the Crocodile forward.
I mean, that's just a good map play right there. They use the Nocturne ult to disengage. That means Dokla can continue to push down the bottom lane with Trinity Force. He kills that turret very quickly. Very, very disciplined League of Legends right there. Inspired's going to keep clearing his jungle and knows that JDG used their turn right there, so the tempo marker means he can keep farming in the jungle.
Absolutely beautifully done. All right, Crystalline Overgrowth, just hit the turret one time, and it'll go pop.
No, that's not going to kill the whole turret.
No. The plate.
Though.
Look at the plate.
I know. It's not worth
you didn't even
risking
need
the game over that plate. There was...
You are worried, aren't you?
Well, I want to tell a joke, but I don't think I have time, because JDG might be panic engaging at this turret.
Well, Honky was certainly looking for a bit of an angle. Dash cannon in for the Orianna. But no, never mind.
There was this TikTok that the LCS had where Inspired had these teamfight comms where he said, keep waiting, keep waiting, keep waiting.
Okay.
But they just looped it over like a 30-second fight, his comms, as if he was just saying that for 30 seconds. I do feel like he's probably said, like, keep
we
waiting.
Could bring up the comms and maybe it would just be that.
Just wait, we scale, like, for 25 minutes. Because just wait for my ultimate, just wait for me, over and over.
Do we agree with him?
It's working pretty well so far.
I know it absolutely is, but I think that they are still like extending this gold advantage in a beautiful way.
They are waiting for Inspired's ultimate every time.
They are definitely waiting. I think if they wait too long, there could be like a 7-item Yunara,
there could be trouble
an issue. So let's keep fighting in good positions.
Yeah, well, they're currently pushing this bot wave. I do want them to retake this space. Isles has no flash for a few more seconds. That was rather scary. Burns his heal for the move speed. They're just trying to get all the waves pushed and force JDG to respond. But if JDG really wanted to overcommit on this Drake, this would be the one to do so.
And that was the perfect time to get a kill as well. 20 seconds until this dragon is up and available. Thankfully for Isles, he's able to get himself out of there and holds onto the flash. Most importantly, Flash Pop Blossom going to be a big thing in this upcoming fight. And LYON as well, they have the poke advantage on top of everything. They have the engage advantage and poke advantage.
Yeah, and poke Varus, and no way to engage on the poke Varus unless he walks too deep. But yeah, they're all in on this because it is difficult for LYON to actually walk in here.
Well, they don't even have to, right? It is one Cloud Drake. You don't need to worry about it, but still, they are going to look for a fight. As in goes Inspired, already down to 50% though, and he flashes to try and get himself out of the way. It is going to be the Drake secured by JDG, and they take down the Nocturne. The Varus already dead as well, as LYON are running away. Dokla flashing out of the back, but it should be Junja falling down as never mind. He's a Xin Zhao. He's basically immortal, and this could be the end of the advantage for LYON as JDG just wander towards the Baron.
It's an absolute domination by JDG in that fight. We've been talking this whole game about how JDG needs to be first on the objective. And they are first on the objective, and surprisingly, the impatience of LYON goes in here. Inspired wants to get the soul, does basically nothing with his original ultimate, almost dies, loses the smite. And at this point, the fight's to watch because they are inside the team of JDG. Renekton gets the perfect flank to shut down Berserker, and because of all of the bounties, as well as objective bounties, the game has just slingshotted back into, I believe it's going to be a gold lead when we come out of this replay for JDG.
No, it should be, as long as they've locked down this Baron. And if it's not a gold lead yet, it certainly will be soon. As a Rebel Baron power play sitting at 1,000 so far, but still with 2.5 minutes left to go.
You understand why I was nervous.
Yes, I do. Yeah. I was going to say that, but I felt like it wasn't the right moment.
No, it wasn't the moment. And I needed to be excited for the overall energy of the game. But inside, I'm dying.
It is still Soul Point, right? Yeah. And LYON lost a Cloud Dragon. Baron doesn't give as much as it used to. It's not over just yet. Correct. However, this is certainly, as you can see there with the gold difference, it's not looking phenomenal.
How's that win probability looking?
The win probability, I would assume,
is moving
back
to also being close.
Yeah. Although equalization,
3 Drakes to 2, though LYON would still be advantaged based off that. Or maybe not anymore.
It could be a wave. You know, it might undulate back the direction of LYON afterwards. We'll just have to see as Paranoia does come down, thinking that they might have found a Crocodile. And he is going to get a little bit frightened. Does get slowed up there as well. Pop Blossom invested to try and take him down as, my God, the damage! And going 1-for-1 is not what LYON was looking for as JDG with that Baron pushing up the bottom lane.
Yep, they needed to get that kill to have a numbers advantage to defend this turret, but now they are just hoping to trade for inhibitor turrets because this inhibitor is done for as Dokla tries to take it on the other side.
Yep, Dokla will be able to get that inhibitor turret on the other side of the map, so there is at least that, but he may not be able to get the inhibitor. Oh my goodness, that is okay, that's the Nico. I thought it might have been the clone, but it was not. That was just Isles falling down as Nexus turret number 1 is going to get taken. There is a Mega Knight here for Dokla, but he's losing his health so quickly because Gala has a few items put together and he is so scary in this game. Saint goes golden though, and there's a hail of arrows. Junja is still alive. They're just going to kill the Nexus, and JDG just went from losing this game to winning in the blink of an eye.
Sub 30-minute win for JDG. Where's that fan sign? In Tabe we trust.
Yep.
Pick the Karma, pick the Orianna, just have some patience. Your time will come.
Do you know whose voice I have ringing through my head? Skara.
Up until they
were winning until they lost.
Yeah.
You know?
0 kills at 25 minutes.
It was almost a perfect game.
Game win, sub 30.
What the heck happened?
Yeah, I'm happy to start, but I just want to show you the face of a man who's seen it all. Raz, I'm sorry for you.
It hurts more when they give you hope, doesn't it, Raz?
Yeah.
It hurts more when they give you hope.
Last series gave me a lot of hope.
I know.
Then Inspired continued it.
I know.
Where the hell did it go wrong?
I know, buddy, it's okay.
Well, you tell us.
It's all right,
That's why you have a job.
What the hell happened here? About it first. Let's throw the footage. Let's throw the footage. Let's go for it because it was looking fantastic, and it really did start with Inspired heavily punishing. The level 1 was great, being able to take away the Raptors, of course. He continued it on by taking second Raptors. So overall, the experience gap was there from Inspired. And then as the rest of the game goes on, you can see a very clear pattern of trying to punish the jungle matchup, and I was a big fan of it.
It felt like JDG was out of sorts because they didn't get their formula. When we think about JDG, how they found success domestically, how they've been finding success here, it's have a pushing bot, have your jungler work with your pushing bot, control the game, control the objectives. By eliminating your ability to have a strong bot side, it gives Inspired all of this freedom to basically do whatever he wants to do. He's got his mid laner ready to pounce, ready to follow up on all of his plays, and they're being proactive. And the game is looking flawless. And it's feeling so promising, and we're excited, and we're hopeful.
The patience was pivotal from this team, which is why when you are playing for Soul, you are playing for the Drake and the team is there, the entire composition is playing around Nocturne Galio. So I do not want the Galio to be still pushing on side, then waiting for the base, while Dragon is being done, then TPing, and so when the Nocturne finally goes for the engage, there is no Galio. So let's just run the play.
I'm guessing we have a culprit here, and we also have a team who's really good at capitalizing on the enemy's mistakes here. They were waiting for that, Raz.
Because at this point, you can make the critique that if you just don't have the setup for the fight, then you shouldn't just not pull the trigger. But like, if we go even further back in general, it was just Galio was over pushing because he wanted to push for until it got into tier 3 turret, and then he wanted to get a base off so he can get his gold off, and so he wanted to be in the fight. But at that point, the Dragon is already being started, so you just need to be there.
They have a fragile comp. LYON is very reliant on the poke from their Varus. The Galio doesn't do a huge amount of damage, and also the Nocturne has to kill the target that he connects to. So patience, as Raz is saying, is so key. And they needed to be prepared to drop that dragon. Given the position they were in, the flank that Renekton had, it was a scary situation for them, but instead they got desperate. They saw the soul, they saw an opportunity, and the Cassis highlighted it beautifully as well. Bounties in the game right now are so significant at swinging the game. After that fight, the gold became completely even, and now you find yourself against a team fighting comp that's just starting to outscale you and becomes very difficult to deal with.
Credit to JDG, because all they needed was that one window.
This is heartbreaking, honestly.
All they needed was this. Baron, starting to build up a wave bot lane. The 1-for-1 from Xiaoshu mid. That was it, and they just ended the game. that was actually it.
I mean, the damage is so depressing.
It is.
Like, the Yunara is doing less than the Xin Zhao, but Yunara only had to do damage in one fight. That's all it needed. And then the game was swung. I mean, Raz, at least this must give some hope. Because coming into this series, did you think that LYON would stand a chance in terms of the laning phase, finding the 2v2 kill and bot, inspired running circles around Junja? This has to have inspired something.
Yeah. You know what? It did.
Thank you.
It did. So I'm not gonna lose my hope just yet. I'm not gonna lose it just yet because this was looking beautiful. So I feel like they got to have another few games of those in them.
Surely they do.
Surely they do.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There's not a lot of adjustments here. It's just don't be that hasty, guys. You get the games in your hand.
There's
just
no way
your
we'll have another
time.
3-0.
Don't say that.
There's just not a chance.
What are you doing?
There's no way.
It can be
I'm on your side, Raz. I believe the LYON can bounce back.
I hear the sarcasm in that man.
Sarcasm.
I hear it right now.
No. I'm being serious. No, come here. Give me a hug.
No.
Give me a hug. I believe the
no.
LYON can come back, brother. I'm here with you.
I'm not
okay?
liking this.
Come on now.
I'm
here
not
we
liking
go.
this.
Come on, brother. It's all good. LYON, they can do it. I believe. We believe that LYON can do it.
We believe, right, guys?
Right?
Look at his face.
Let's go to break. What's wrong with my face? There's nothing wrong with my face.
Hitting him with kindness here. Junja, player of the game here, of course. It's been a jungle diff in the early game. Was a jungle diff as well in the late game. Let's see what next game is going to be about. Raz, stay strong. They got this.
Should be okay, right, guys?
They got
We'll
this.
be fine.
Surely.
We'll be fine.
Surely.
Okay.
Let's send it to break.
Bye. You'll be fine, Raz.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
I believe
good.
If you say are you tempo? I'm here. I'm ulting, guys. I can go. I'm coming. The fight is really fast. He's dead. Okay, nice.
Staying ulting in there, that's a true teammate.
Yeah! And Isles is able to pick it up with the Blooming Burst! 어디 하면 이제?
Fighting God.
Yeah, let's go. There we go, here. Nice. Seiko's golden though, and there's a hail of arrows. Junja is still alive. They're just going to kill the Nexus. And JDG just went from losing this game to winning in the blink of an eye.
Game time. They about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Feel the energy. What kind of energy do you bring to the table? Face it, bro, the top is the only place to go. They try to keep up with the pace is slow. They got a ways to go. I'm the best, let them hate some more. Adding fuel to the fire. It only fuels my desire. That's why I keep going higher, keep going higher. I got the skills you admire. For when it's down to the wire, call me in a clutch. I'ma give you everything I got and show you that I'm everything you're not. I'm racing my stock, hot and you can't cool me off, yo. Today's price ain't tomorrow's. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy. Not for the weak, so be strong if you wanna compete. You either win or you're gonna get beat, and I'ma win, so I won't see defeat. I'm at the top and you stay underneath. That's how I get down. It's guaranteed, I'ma get it now. Tell the crowd they can get it loud. Tell the crowd they can get it loud. Be careful when you on the prowl. Give an inch, they gon' take a mile. Speak your facts, give everything you got, cause this could be your one and only shot. Keep going, don't stop, push it to the max. No regrets, no turning back. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy. I'm focused on what's in front of me. Opposition only makes the competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me. For sure, it's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. We on the way.
打漏的这场比赛就是发挥出了以前在联赛内我们一直玩的体系吧，就一直玩下路小软辅嘛。对战下一场的话，就是可能继续延续我们这种状态嘛，因为也是第一次登上国际舞台嘛，就是想给观众展现一个好的自己嘛，就希望取得一个好的成绩，这种状态嘛，相信我们是能赢下来。反正就很感谢巴西现场的粉丝嘛，因为来到这里也是跟之前在国内感觉也不一样嘛，因为感觉现场的粉丝都情绪价值给的很多嘛，然后很有激情，选手嘛，感觉就是每一场比赛，就你不管输赢，你从后台下场的时候也能感觉到他们给你欢呼嘛。就希望通过我们的表现赢得巴西现场的粉丝多支持我们一点嘛，多为我们欢呼。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. If you tuned out for a little while, you may expect us to be moving towards a 1-0 for LYON. That is, in fact, not what happened.
True.
It was JDG that managed to finally get a kill and then immediately win.
27 minutes and 2 seconds was the first kill. 29 minutes and 58 seconds is when they killed the Nexus.
Huh.
Yeah, 2:55.
That's a fun stat there, isn't it?
I bet you that hasn't happened in a long time.
Well, it certainly hasn't happened from my recollection.
Yeah.
And I commentate T1 for a living, and they are very good at the one team fight, one win. But they often
there's usually
get
a kill
or
before
two
that.
beforehand. Exactly right. So now I was trying to work out how to frame this, because it's a little bit of a sad moment.
Sure.
How about now we focus on LYON channeling one of the greatest mental resets in International League of Legends history?
True. The storyline for this team, one of the storylines for this team, was that they are going to mental boom this year.
Oh.
Because
that doesn't help my little theory.
Well, no, it does, because it's even greater that they overcome this.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, let's see whether they can as we dive into the draft here for game number 2. Second pick here for LYON, as JDG will remain on the blue side. So thankfully, it's everything as we would have expected from 2025.
Once again,
we'd love to see that.
Yeah, so LYON would have had first selection. They would have selected second pick because they lost the previous game, and therefore JDG picks blue side after that one. And you do have to just completely mental reset. It is going to be a different game because it's Fearless. I think especially Karma, Orianna are two big power picks that they did give over to JDG. I think they did have a good plan for it if you're trying to mentally reset LYON, saying we did a lot of good things that game. We need to continue to do these good things. And for the majority of the game, we're in control. We just didn't sync up for that fourth dragon in the right way and played a poor team fight. And then after that, the game fell out of their hands. So still winnable.
I think
their faces don't look super confident right now, but things can change.
I'm hoping that we do get to see some fun drafting as well, though, because there are some key picks that didn't really get a look in last time around. The one thing that hasn't been banned yet is the Rumble. We'll see whether JDG are going to take that one away or aim for a first pick on that one, as the Jarvan will be the decision. So we could be leaving a Rumble up and available. The Ambessa is another thing that has been pretty big this tournament. We'll see what this final ban is going to be, whether they do just decide to get rid of the Pyromaniac Yordle, but instead it will be the Vi taken away. So Xiaoshu can go towards the Rumble if he'd like.
Absolutely. I do wonder if we're going to have to drop out of Champ Select because the JDG players are in the wrong order currently. Junji is not support and Honkyu is not playing jungle.
I thought that they were just like flexing.
If they really wanted to do this, I'd be all for it.
I think maybe we just run it. I want to see Honkyu in the jungle.
I agree.
I reckon that sounds like a whole lot of fun.
You were right about the Rumble, though. That's first picked.
Yep.
So we'll see what Dokla decides to answer that with. Galio's gone. The standard would be something like Ornn. Dokla's never been an Ornn enthusiast.
Yeah, you don't need to pick it right now either.
Correct.
There are some things that you can pick into the Rumble, but
Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante could be one of the options, and this has actually found a fair bit of success in the LCK where I'm from.
Yeah.
The Cassante into the Rumble has worked out quite nicely. So we'll see what Inspired is going to be collecting. Probably not going to be in Italy, but see whether he's going to be heading towards like a mid lane pick, or I actually think picking jungle here makes a fair bit of sense as well, as the Jarvan and the Pantheon both banned away. We'll see what it is.
Zidnock turned down from game 1,
Ooh,
but
instead.
Corki Nami, I think, is a very good game 2 bottom lane for nearly guaranteeing prio, especially with Seraphine banned and Karma Nico being gone from game 1. So likely to see Nami taken as their third pick, unless JDG decides to try and steal it away with something like Lucian Nami.
Yeah, is Lucian Nami a thing that they could go towards? Annie is going to be the choice, so instead they're going to forego that, continue down the route of Fire, as the Wukong seems to be locked in here as well. So a lot of team fighting towards the top side of the map, a lot of setup as well, so they can sit on that barbecue forever. As Saint will be locking away that Nami like you were talking about. Makes a lot of sense here for LYON.
Are you a genius? How could you tell they locked in Wukong?
Because the Wukong's face was a picture on the floor outside.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, and I've got eyes in the back of my head, so that's how I saw it. I was looking out the window
All right, so apologies for the graphic at the moment. That is Annie Wukong on one side, and they're bringing it down. They might be redoing the champ select currently, or they're just going to continue drafting.
I really wanted to show off with my guesswork.
Yeah, I mean, we can see what's locked in.
Yeah.
We can just do draft off this to be completely honest.
I have a feeling that they're probably going to put the players in the correct order. That's what I assume.
I'm trying to see Isles' screen. They're still drafted. No, they're still drafted. If we can shift the camera more to Isles' screen, we can see the bands. Yeah.
Right. So now, turn around, Jat. Turn around. We've got a cast off the wall. That's what we're going for now.
Champ select's still happening.
Yeah.
If they would give us the shot of a player's screen, we could see the bands, but currently we can see the picks.
We need to get that put onto the screens behind the players. I feel like that would be very important for us to be able to cast off, not the screen that we would normally cast off.
Do you want to guess the bands?
Okay. I assume
that's too hard.
That we've got two. Okay. LYON are going to ban Bard and Lulu.
They need to ban the supports.
Bard and Alistar.
I mean, Lulu would be a pretty good ban, although Yunara's gone.
They don't have a lot of...
Akali and Nautilus banned on one side.
Akali and Nautilus banned on which side?
Well, maybe total.
That'd be JDG would have banned Akali and Nautilus, or that just both of them?
And a Rakan ban. I'm just listing the bans, not who banned it. I'm getting fed information from our help.
Yeah, we are getting fed information. I don't know who banned what. I assume the Akali ban was from JDG, though. Nautilus ban, I think, is a really good one. If LYON did go for that one. Hard engage is something that JDG are looking for. And then
if JDG didn't have engage last game, they sure have it this game.
And Rakan being banned away from JDG as well, I think would also be fantastic because Rumble, pretty good alongside the Rakan, holding them on to the
An
equalizer.
Aurora ban to deny it from Saint, which makes sense. So LYON or JDG would have banned Aurora because Aurora and Annie are very similar champions in the way that they pilot the game. So it's a very frequent pick into it.
Yeah, Aurora just straight up outranges Annie as well. You just have a really horrible time.
Yeah.
I believe we've seen that already. I believe it was Vikla that played the Annie into Aurora and didn't have the greatest of times. That's if memory serves.
I see a Victor on the bottom.
Going to be picked up. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, Victor to Annie. So Saint did pilot Victor in Game 5 against Loud. Had a very strong game. That was into a Vex.
Yep.
Slightly different matchup here. But if Victor gets a little bit ahead and can itemize a little bit of magic resist, he becomes very strong against the Annie. I will say it's difficult into Wukong, though. Wukong's very good at closing the gap onto Victor. So Saint will have to be very careful with his position in this game.
Yep. I do think that aiming for a fair bit of scaling as well. I feel like Victor just gets a whole lot work done in the later stages of the game as Jhin, Alistar going to be locked in. Man, this is the most uninspiring lane, though. I don't really like... I know that Jhin does decent amounts of work in the early stages of the game, but Jat, I am a generational Jhin hater. I really just don't like him very much.
Well, listen. I think it can win this game, Max.
Is it anything to do with the Jhin, Jat?
We'll see.
That's my question.
We'll see.
Because I think that the top side of the map is absolutely terrifying, and Gala and Vampire could have locked in whatever the heck they wanted, and I think that Alistar is an absolutely fantastic choice.
Malphite jungle for Inspired is going to be the last pick.
Oh my goodness.
He's been very effective on this pick when he's able to control the tempo of the game. He's really good at playing around these cooldowns. I mean, and he's already in the groove of waiting for ultimates when he plays Nocturne. There were actually 2 series in a row in the LCS playoffs where Game 1 he Nocturne, Game 2 he Malphited.
All right, stay in the same mindset.
And the game's played very similarly, so we can actually have our hearts broken twice in a row if things keep up.
Well, the thing is, if both Dokler and Inspired can build a bunch of armor, I mean, I guess they're not going to really be able to because there's a Rumble and Annie in the game.
There's a lot of AP,
Yeah, so they will need to deal with a fair bit of that. But, I mean, Jhin is never going to kill any of these tanks. And so they can kind of freely itemize into a fair bit of magic resist before getting some armor items and feel pretty immortal in this game. And Nami does mean that you don't necessarily have a whole lot of engage options. Rock Go In is a pretty good engage option.
It is a good engage option. Isles is going to have to be very careful. He's going to be the target in a lot of these fights. Alistar Jhin can engage from a very long range onto him if he's ever trying to get wards. So I think that's going to be kind of how JDG try to play, is they're going to be trying to engage on more Saint, Berserker, and Isles rather than dealing with the brick front line that LYON has been able to put together.
I tell you what, I actually really like not having a champion select. I feel way more immersed in what we're experiencing
seeing the team comps
here
on the screen, I really like how big the picks are.
Yeah.
If we just found a spot on the stage for bans, we could be onto something.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe we could actually just get someone to stand up there with pictures of champions, and they could like quickly just sketch out the picture of a.
You're gonna sketch it?
Yeah, sketch it. Because otherwise, you'd have to go through like a million different cards.
I mean, it could also just be another screen.
Nah, I want someone to sketch it. I just think that'd be more funny. Okay. As already we have a heal coming out here towards the bottom side of the map as Berserker and Isles fighting here against Vampire and Gala. I would assume that the Corki Nami would be feeling pretty good about
Gala
scrapping very early.
Gala's already down a barrier here.
And they used heal as well, so it's only flashes that they have up and available. Vampire doing that thing that Alistar's like to do, where they want to put Headbutt on cooldown as much as they possibly can. Okay. And having a look, I think it should just even on out as this wave is going to get crashed in. But still priority over to Berserker.
Yeah, absolutely. Early lane prio with the Victor into the Annie as well. And for a team that normally drafts huge bot prio, this is definitely not that for JDG. Part of that is taking away the Nami, so I like that draft strategy from LYON.
Ooh, Honk you. Getting aggressive towards Saint here, and if he just continues walking forward, it could be dangerous, but Saint likes this position. I don't know whether he should. The flash comes in, and that is a pretty simple first blood there for Honkyu.
Yeah, Saint definitely overplaying. Would be a little bit worried about the carryover from losing that Galio game into this Victor start. And Coach Chabe here, what I've learned from losing the game to Gen G, maybe you have to draft like a square. Everything you have cannot be a triangle or a rectangle, which is interesting.
Yeah, no, it's no triangles or rectangles. However, it can be a circle.
We're going to break that down after we watch Saint here. Saint just misjudges his damage here because he has more minions, so he's hoping Honkyu takes the minion damage, has the Q shield, but Honkyu just...
Yeah, he also had Molten Shield back.
Has more of the damage. That to me is a big tilt play by Saint, feeling like he needs to ego on Honkyu early on in the lane. Cannot do so.
Yeah, that is not really allowed.
Yeah, but there's a gank coming bot lane, potentially.
Junja just going to move towards the scuttle that I believe was just taken.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be able to push.
Just spawned.
This is interesting because LYON have bot push, but they do not have mid push. So Inspired still might be able to bully him off this crab. And yeah, Junja's just going to run through his push mid lane and get to the top crab.
Yeah, a little bit of happy fading there, but should be able to make his way over nonetheless. As LYON still with, like you say, like a whole lot of priority here towards this bottom side of the map, as you would be afforded by picking this Corki Nami.
Yeah, so you really you requested the Tabe circle, square, triangle.
Yeah, I just really loved it.
You love shapes.
I do really like shapes.
And you love sayings that sound like they have meaning that we can then try and infer meaning on.
That don't actually have any meaning.
Like tempo markers and things like that.
Yeah, like tempo markers and tempo vibes.
Here comes a potential gank, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah.
No
it is going to be the stun on to Saint. Flash forward there as they're wasting no time. Decent gravity well is going to come on through there as Saint ticking, and he's going to survive.
Very close. Gets the flash out of Junja, and big trading ball lane.
Fantastic bubble here as well as Gala down to about 100 has to flash his way out of there. And Vampire going to be the one left remaining here in this bottom lane as LYON still off to a good start despite that first blood.
Yeah, as long as Saint can equalize this lane and not get one shot at level 6, the bot lane, top lane, and jungle are all in fine spots. As Gala's sticking around, no flash, no barrier, but Berserker low on mana, does not want to risk going too deep.
As Dokla here towards his top side is just going to be having a pretty horrible time. As Isles, let's see whether it's going to be a cancel from Berserker, and he is going to cancel that. Now Gala with 300 health to his name. They're going to look for this kill onto the Nami. Nice the bubble connects once again. Double bubbles from Isles. And that is going to secure the first kill for the bottom lane here on LYON's side. As Inspired really likes the enemy Raptors, man. He is always here, no matter what. Just brawling on this rock.
Yeah, it's definitely his favorite thing to try and steal. And as Malphite, he's much stronger than him right now. Pushes him off of that.
Yeah.
Honkyu had to go back to lane because the wave needed to be caught. So Junja has to just accept that Inspired is likely hitting level 6 first.
And that's a scary prospect, as of course the Unstoppable Force is the entirety of Malphite's kit. There is not a whole lot more.
I mean, the W smack is pretty good now. That's why he's jungleable.
Yeah. I do feel like the only thing you really need to worry about, though, is the rock rocketing towards you.
Oh, look at Isles being a bro here. Nice big heal onto Saint.
Beautiful.
Actually, that's the type of stuff that tilts mid laners.
Oh, yeah,
when
it really
the support
does.
just comes in to heal.
The frustration roam.
Yeah, you're saying Enchanters can't roam? Watch this.
It was the most annoying thing about Nidalee jungle as well, when you just run through, hit one spear, and then heal up the mid laner and leave.
Yeah, Saint,
don't even need to try and kill.
Saint would love to get a kill here, but instead he's just going to go to River and get a nice reset off while the Annie goes back. So a recovery from a very questionable first blood.
Yeah.
After some nice 2v2 play by Berserker Niles. 20 CS up in this lane now. And I have been meaning to infer meaning from this square quote.
All right.
Because I think it's abstract, but it makes sense in the sense that he said previously we were trying to play support jungle, and then we just decided to play very strong through bottom lane, which would be like a triangle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're cutting out a portion of the map.
It's like the bot lane and the jungle, that's your triangle. Yeah. But then he said after Gen G, if we just play a triangle, like they drafted everything with global, so they play the map. So the square more means, oh, we need to draft like a whole larger area of the map that wins. Something
you need
like that.
to understand that all the parts make the whole.
Because when you pick Jhin Alistair as well, that's not a bot lane triangle
draft. This is definitely a triangle.
Because it's a top side triangle.
Yeah, they've chopped off the bottom lane.
That's true.
That's
this
what
is a
they've
triangle
done.
draft.
This is a triangle draft.
Yeah.
And so, if JDG loses this, we're going to need another interview with Tabe to ask him why he drafted a triangle here in game number 2. As Saint has been ganked here, does have to flash into the Raptor pit, as Inspired is just a little bit frustrated that there's someone else there.
The wrong
while he's
triangle,
taking
too.
his Raptors.
Because they've been so good at
normally
winning
it's the
bottom
other
lane.
triangle, isn't it?
Their CS is currently getting doubled. Berserker Niles, so because Vampire tried to become a square, he's left the one side of the triangle even more alone. So
from production, they personally think that he wants champions that tessellate nicely, like squares would do.
Well, Gala
I think that's
still
a
hasn't gotten
beautiful
the creep,
addition
by the
to
way.
what could be an inferring of meaning from a
the
thing.
producer is the character.
All right, there's a bear in the mid lane. As Saint doesn't have flash anymore, throws down the Arcane Storm though in response to Tibbers being thrown down. And oh dear, another flash forward and another kill here for Honkyu. Stop walking back to this Annie, man.
Saint's dead again, but they have full control over the bot lane side.
Yes,
so
they
there
do.
are silver
The
lines and
empty
everything.
part that this triangle has left behind.
Honkyu is playing very well.
Indeed.
Saint is continuing to buy more health to prevent that from happening again.
And is this the first time we've seen Annie actually win lane?
It appears so.
In this tournament. I feel like Annie has always had value, right? Because you can always just flash bear. But it hasn't been a pick that's been in control of a lane.
Gala's flash just came back up in this lane as Malphite was thinking about ganking.
Well, Berserker just wandering on forward. Does take a fair bit of damage here as the bubble is going to connect once again. It's a level 5 Alistar, and he's just dead. That will is big time breakable.
Generational game right now from Berserker Isles against Gala Vampire, still doubling the Jin's CS. And Inspired able to take a Drake in exchange for those little grubs. So this is a Berserker angle for sure.
Yeah. And Berserker's Corki has always been pretty good. Even though he didn't necessarily find a whole lot of success when he was in the LCK, this was one of the picks that he did like to gravitate towards even then, and has continued to find some success on it. 1,000 gold is going to be the lead here with that first dragon being picked up. Next one going to be an Ocean, which means we're almost guaranteed a pretty powerful soul here in this game. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is going to be as Vampire rotating around, thinking about whether he wants to support his mid laner. Isles doing exactly the same thing.
It would be a good strategy currently to play through Annie or Rumble at this stage in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It's the only positive part of the map. This would be a very one-sided game without Honkyu's performance so far.
Play safe mid, I think, is what LYON should be saying in this particular game.
I mean, to be fair, it is a little tricky to do. Every mid laner is super good about every laner now is really good about freezing when they have an advantage and forcing the other player into more dangerous situations to try and clear. Don't know if that's exactly why Saint has died twice, but it's part of it.
I was going to say something, but I just don't feel the need.
Yeah, speaks for itself.
It does. As Berserker and Isles just going to move towards yet another plate. We'll see whether they can collect that one. As Isles, man, he's just been hitting these bubbles.
Yeah,
Aquatic champions, you know, an Australian player makes sense, you know.
Of course.
We do like the beach. Although, you guys are in California, a lot of
The
beaches there
Raptors.
too. All right, more
Berserker's
Raptors.
got to be a little careful, but they see Junja.
Has Inspired just been clearing Raptors this whole game?
That appears to be the most important objective for him right now.
He's just been going Raptors to Raptors. All right, Equalizer comes down just to stop Tokla from going back home. Shashu will be able to clear the wave with it at the same time, though. And, I mean, if there's a tempo marker, that's got to be one of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tempo marker there for him to not recall is they saw Annie again on mid-wave, so he realized he could stay for one more wave.
There you go.
See, I think that makes enough sense.
I mean, it could theoretically be a thing. I just feel like it's just tempo without the markers regardless.
So Vedius tried to explain where tempo came from. He said it's from chess. Like, if you're always responding to the other player, the player who's making you respond has the tempo.
Yeah.
So if it's a sign that they have to respond to you, the sign could be the tempo marker.
Yeah, that is the marker.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
I think it works.
And honestly, it is just if wave be pushing towards enemy, you have tempo. And that is kind of how it works. That's the marker.
Yeah. It might make it easier to explain tempo because it's kind of an abstract concept.
Yeah, I kind of hate that it kind of works.
If you start making markers, it's easier to teach.
Because I do need to admit to everyone that this was 100% a mistake on my part.
It was made up.
Yeah, it was just a bit silly as they deny the cannon, and Gala also just taking so much damage. Frostro's bomb comes down, They even get the ebb and flow to make sure the Berserker is absolutely fine. Decent trade here onto Honky, but he does have that stun lined up and throws down the bear because of it. More damage comes out. The Death Ray would have been enough, but dealing with Tibbers and the Annie at the same time, a little bit of difficulty here. And Junja was lurking off towards the side.
They were fighting over Raptors again.
I was going to say, Inspired is obviously on his Raptors.
Yeah, the Raptors are the new Crabs, for sure. I mean, another good game state for LYON.
Yeah.
Currently, I will say the Wukong Annie, once they both hit their item power spikes like this Malignance and the Trinity Force, will be very strong in team fights. That's what Berserker is going to have to contend with, since he's got the lion's share of the gold. Plus 2,000.
See what you did there. That was a very nice pun, Jad. I like that lion's share.
Out of the tournament. He was eliminated.
See, and now you've used his name as a pun as well, for double puns.
First stand goals.
Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Dokla just going to have to collect another wave, as that one is going to get melted by the Equalizer, but it looks like LYON will be able to grab this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. First turret blood going over their way, but Junja is in the area.
Yeah.
They should just be able to back away. Jat, by the way, just then visibly tensed as they were potentially going to overextend, but they didn't.
You understand why I'm always on edge.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to say things about caster curses and make jokes again, because I kind of thought that one was in the bag, and then it absolutely wasn't, and I have egg on my face. I apologize.
7-0. 26 minutes into the game on Soul Point.
Yeah.
And so not like it wasn't a fake 7-0. It was like a 7-0 with a 5,000 gold lead.
Let's have a look at the Coinbase gold grind, chat.
Okay.
Dokla is behind a bit of gold, but otherwise
just a bit.
It isn't too much of a worry here for the Cassante.
Yeah,
probably
he's got
the
his
least
MR.
interesting lane as far as an advantage to be called out is concerned.
He's got his Kanik. That's the most important item when he's up against Annie and Rumble. And since he doesn't have to worry about Junja, since Junja's always fighting over Raptors, it's fine to just stack MR for the early game.
I do feel like Junja should just go to Inspired's everything else in the jungle, because Inspired won't be there. He will be at his Raptors.
Get the Raptors. Yeah. Speaking of which, though, the Wukong has decided to forego Inspired's Raptor spawn and is ganking Dokla.
Well, let's see whether Dokla can survive, as he is now going to look to try and find a bit of an all-out angle. Does use it here and flashes away. Success does have to use absolutely everything to make that one happen. As in the meantime, here towards his bottom side of the map, Saint just takes another bear.
They're going to continue to deny him off this wave, though, and collect a lot of plates. Inspired is smacking the Drake, so he can't help. But the fact that Alistair is moving up means Dokla has to completely abandon his turret. First turret has already gone over to Berserker in the bottom lane, so the bonus gold isn't there, but this should still give a pretty big lead to Xiaoshu.
This is a pretty scary teleport as well, as we did see that Vampire was in the area, but it looks like Junja is just going to leave because the rest of LYON are making their way up as well. Dokla will just get exhausted just for the slow to stop him from moving further forward.
It was role quest completed teleport, so even more secure with the massive shield plus the Kanik shield. Gets to keep that shield for 30 seconds too, so he's going to go do some goofy things to interrupt resets.
Yep, continuing just to dash underneath the enemy turret. Death Ray comes down, does a fair bit of work there as well, with that Rod of Ages now completed here for Saint. He's doing his best to scale up.
It is a little weird that Saint is here, though, since Dokla's the one that teleported up. So Saint is the natural person to go match bottom lane, and he's just going to have to burn his teleport without basing to get down there. So that would be a negative tempo marker right now for LYON that they had to use the TP in that way.
Yeah, I mean, Saint did have to walk up top lane because they thought that Dokla was potentially teleporting into 3 people.
Right.
But that wasn't actually the case, as Gala continues to take a lot of damage. This Jhin not exactly doing the most at this stage of the game. Look at the number.
Which one?
That is the CS number is a big one.
Whoa! 173
gold
to 118.
Kind of ridiculous. I haven't seen a lead like that in quite some time this early on in the game. Berserker really having a good one.
Yeah, but Dokla, very unhealthy turret, is going to have to likely just give this one up and then walk through the Alistair.
Oh, he also got another bear coming down here towards his bottom side, but the flash does have to be used to get out of the way of the unstoppable force. Inspired will now have to walk towards the bear and does get stunned on his way up, but he is going to live.
Yeah, and Dokla is going to get dove here or lose another turret with how much time LYON just spent bot.
Yeah, that is a whole lot. As let's see whether Berserker can actually make his way up. You can see he's trying to get that, but I just don't think it's going to work. As he dashes around with the all-out for a little bit, but it is not going to happen. Shelly also going to get a headache as they look to take down this inner turret, and that is a massive amount of gold over to JDG as they swing things back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, a really good sequence by JDG that all started from the original dive attempt onto Dokla that had Saint walking up top lane, Dokla stuck around, Saint then teleported bot lane, and then if they would have paid more attention to their temple markers,
I know,
they would have not gone for that dive bot because it just gave too long of a turn for JDG to repeat the dive on Dokla and kill the inner turret.
Sometimes those tempo markers can really be camouflaged, can't they, Jat? And it's really hard to identify exactly where they are. But hopefully the next one, they will be able to figure out. As getting these grubs to work as well. As here towards the bottom side of the map, I believe that plate will be going on over. And there it is.
Jeez, this is still a very close game by the numbers. It just, the feeling you have after what happened in game one and then just this last sequence makes it a very scary situation.
If they're halfway through killing the Nexus, I still won't be sure.
I'm not 100% sure because it's going to be actually pretty difficult for LYON to play out. So Berserker has a massive lead. That gives them full mid prio, right? They'll be able to step up on mid wave, and they'll make Gala consistently catch this under his turret. However, with a 1,000 gold lead in both solo lanes, it's very difficult for LYON to do anything with their mid prio because with turrets missing in side lanes as well, it's very hard for them to get any push. So it just makes it difficult for them to actually have like true setup on these objectives, and it should allow JDG to get flank angles onto Berserker in fights, which makes it a very tense game of League of Legends.
Not to mention the fact that like Flash Tibbers into Equalizer is always into Cyclone will always kill Berserker, no matter how much money he has.
Yes.
That will always just be a way to get it done.
Eventually, I think Isles should build the Mikhails. Currently, he has the Imperial Mandate, which is very common. Berserker's maxing damage, and they're breaking the turret.
Yep, that is going to pull Junja away, and he's going to have to flash into his blue pit. That is going to keep him alive, though, as they do take down the turret. As Inspired throws down an R button for fun.
Gets the flash.
And okay, Gala did flash out of the way of it. Did miss that one, as Headbutt Pulverize does come on through as Vampire looking for a re-engage. The curtains have been called. It's a lot of damage out of this Jhin as he tags Isles with it as well. Finds the ebb and flow to keep himself alive. It's now the double knock-up. The triple knock-up from JDG as they throw the kitchen sink at LYON. It's a double for Junja, and Saint is having to flash his way out. He does have a disengage cone, so he will be able to use that to escape, but it's a big win for JDG.
The anti-Wukong strike. They just put Berserker in a bounce house. The CC chain from Alistair into Jhin gives time for Junja to just annihilate Berserker.
Yep. Pulverize, Cyclone, and the Deadly Flourish, everything just thrown at Berserker. And this is exactly what we were just talking about, is the fact that they do just have the tools to lock down the target.
You can have mid-prio, but you have no control over your side lanes. So when you're pushed up in mid, they can flank you specifically from the top side. So Xiaoshu throws the ultimate down. Berserker already spends a lot of time on the Equalizer, has to Valkyrie away, tries to re-enter the mid lane. There's the Jhin value there from the root.
Yeah.
You can't say that didn't happen, Atlas.
And honestly, like the Jhin is fantastic utility in this game.
If you're going to play a topside triangle team comp, Jhin is not that bad to have on the bot lane.
Yeah, that's basically what you have to do. As Saint not looking too happy about how this one's going. But it is only 1.8k. It's not a massive lead. One Dragon goes over to JDG as well. Stopping the stacking is a huge deal, especially when it is an Infernal Soul. But we'll just have to see whether LYON can bounce back after that one, because we know that if they do manage to get an unstoppable force to land onto a target, right, there are flashes that are now on cooldown. In fact, everyone has their flash on cooldown on JDG's side. Very soon, we will have Honkyu having his available again, but I mean, this is the time to throw the rock at the enemy team.
It really is. Try to get someone flashless, kill them. But the big thing they need to focus on is just continuing to collect gold on Berserker, because he's 2.3k up right now, but he's not even truly on 2 items until he transforms that Manamune. And it's full 2 items on the entire top triangle for JDG. So at this point, Berserker actually not that strong in the relative sense of the game, but he will be strong later with how much gold he got early once he completes full items.
Dokla is just dancing around on an Equalizer, and that is a dangerous thing to do. Junja holding in there with that Cyclone, and collapses, grabs the kill onto the Cassante. And now that lead is only extending. 2.2k just for Xiaoshu on this Rumble. He is so scary in this game.
Yeah, and it's in part, like, when you have a fed Wukong with double AP solo laners, that's the best version for Wukong, because all these people that the side laners are playing against have at least dabbled into the MR. The Cassante stacks it, Mercury treads, and Kanik. Now he's working on Iceborne, so he has a little bit of armor. But then even the Victor, no armor to deal with Junja, who's going to be dealing nearly true damage with the shred from his Wukong Q as well as the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it's a very scary time here for LYON. And I think that if they can find a team fight, you know, with their Malphite, you know, get the AoE Wombo combo to work out, ducks in a row, as it were, and it might work out. But the problem is, the difference between this game and last game is that JDG now have full control. And LYON had control the entirety of the game until they lost in game number 1, and it was still very, very difficult to pick their fights in the right way. Now they're going to have to really try and orchestrate something without this Wukong Rumble just absolutely destroying them, not to mention Honky throwing bears around and things like that. This is a very, very difficult one to play out, despite the fact that Gallo is put so far behind. It just doesn't seem to matter when they can kill Berserker so comfortably.
Yeah, the team play from JDG has been exceptional. Specifically, the team fighting from JDG has been exceptional in both of these games. Even if they were getting a little bit picked apart in game 1, they found the team fight at the end. And then here, the big fight they had in the mid lane has really spread their lead. So now they can start playing the map. I mean, look at how fed this Rumble is actually getting.
He's
229
huge.
CS, 2.7k ahead of Dokla.
And does have an arm guard now completed as well, and so can go on untargetable at any point in time.
Yep.
And so Garlic will catch this wave. We do have Saint picking up a wave towards that bottom side as well. That lead isn't as gigantic as we can see towards the top side. But the game certainly slowing down at this point in time. We're looking for our next Dragon fight, probably, to decide what's going to happen in this game as far as the next team fight is concerned. That would be my reckoning.
For sure. I wouldn't be too surprised. You can see LYON sending 2 out the top lane right here. I think they're hoping that JDG put a lot of attention towards controlling this Drake, and then they can get some extra turret gold for Saint. Because Berserker's really fed right now, Saint's behind, but if they can turn this Victor into a legitimate secondary threat, I think there's a decent chance they'd have...
Oh, there's the flash there. It's out goes Berserker. Junja looking for an angle here, but it's just Inspired that he's engaging on. Tidal Wave not really doing too much of anything at all as Dokla teleported in. They're looking for Junja, who does use that Warrior Trickster to get himself out of the way. Dokla's still going to be there and does find the Q onto the Monkey, but now the curtains have been called. It's JDG's turn to start this fight as Inspired is just dead. Oh my goodness, had the ultimate still up and available as the equalizer goes down as well. It's not exactly the greatest position. They're underneath the enemy turret, but it doesn't seem to matter. JDG just get in there and take them out. There's the all-out from Dokla as well, as Honky was tanking the turret for such a long time, but he's distracted by so many JDG members, and that is going to be them just cutting down LYON where they stand.
They have absolutely blown this game right open. They call LYON on their bluff and they annihilate them. LYON was just trying to buy as much time for Saint to get free gold as possible, because Saint wasn't coming. He was just in the top lane the whole time.
Maybe it's Saint's time, as these are some low health bars. Possible angle here. Don't have any vision in this Baron pit, as Honky will be able to push him away. So no, never mind.
That would be rather ambitious if he tried to.
I just wanted to see like Flash Arcane Storm just try and pop someone, you know? But he had no idea. There was no vision available.
Yeah, right here, I'm a little surprised Dokla and Inspired continue to step forward, because to me, job is done here. Saint's going to get top turret. You're going to give Drake anyway. But Inspired gets stun locked. Probably thought he'd be able to ult away for the disengage. Never ended up pressing his ultimate. Dives with ult and flash up. And then LYON definitely underestimated just how much engage JDG has, because they can flash forward with Danny, they can flash forward with Wukong, they can flash forward with Alistar whenever they want, and Jin can CC from so far away. They can't run away once that fight starts, and they lose everything.
Well, Dragon up and available here as Dokla down to 50% health. As in comes Vampire, finds himself a Pulverize, but he might be a little bit too far forward. Never mind, Honku does make his way round the corner. There's the Unstoppable Force. Inspired going to hit it this time, as the Tidal Wave is also much better this time around. Vampire already taken out as Honku just getting hit by a rock and will get taken down. Still the Nami is dead, and Berserker is fighting against Tibbers. Almost loses that one at the same time. However, now it's just Xiaoshu and Gala alive.
Big fight there for LYON, getting 3 for 1 and currently preventing the Drake, so they get a big bunch of bounty gold, making this a 3,000 gold game. And if they can redeploy in time to take this Drake, they could get soul point as well.
This could be a huge deal. It is a little bit of a Rebel Baron weakness play as well, as we have a negative 1,600 gold from that one. With the fact that there is so much less gold from the Baron, can not necessarily be the greatest of decisions, especially if you lose a team fight immediately afterwards. But still, Dokla going to be moving back towards this Drake, and it's not over yet. Could just be a rinse and repeat. Look for another fight.
We'll see. I think they get it. Junja has to run from base. There's no teleport on the Annie. If Saint would help them on the Drake, they'd definitely be able to kill it faster. But he takes the wave. It's going to be completely fine.
Yep.
And soul point now, as we get to watch this fight one more time. Vampire is early. You look, Gala, Junja, and Rumble all on the other side of the map. So when Hongq moves in, Inspired, I think lands his first Malphite ultimate of the game, but it does
I didn't want to say it.
It does lead to 2 kills.
It does.
Very interesting development as Berserker dodges that last curtain call and survives the Tibbers to stay fed in this game.
Yep, much better team fight look here for LYON as the equalizer goes down. Deadly Flourish as well. Make sure that Isles is just ticking.
Wow.
As that one does go down. So he's going to have to go back to base. They still have some Barons left on this map as Inspired off to the side. Thinking about using that Blast Cone to get himself in there.
Malphite ultimate worked the last time he landed it on a player.
Yeah.
So might want to try it again. The angle is actually not there though, so he decides to back up. Hongq level 16 Annie, very scary right now.
And this is JDG just walking around as a unit, waiting to catch out anyone who puts a foot out of line. 27 minutes into the game, soul point like you were talking about, a huge deal here. As LYON will at least be able to get this wave shoved out.
Yeah.
And I think now is the time to talk about like scaling and things like this. True. I do feel like it's a bit of an evergreen comp from JDG with the fact that they have so many AoE CC tools.
True.
But the damage may not quite be enough because there is that true tank in the Cassante towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think JDG's team comp is incredibly front-loaded in damage.
Yeah.
And it relies a lot on thresholds. So if they're able to get that first kill of the fight, we're going to see a fight like we saw in the mid lane where they gained the giant gold lead and took Baron. But if they don't get that clean one-shot, then I think the eventual damage of the Corki and the Victor can be a lot higher. So I think with the current state of the game, the fights are playable, but LYON just has to play them extremely well. Mikhail's being on Nami is good, but the fact that one Jin W into an equalizer is all of Isles' health also makes things difficult to play.
And it doesn't even matter that the Jin W doesn't really do very much damage.
Yeah.
Because it just needs to hold them in place. Is now Inspired, engaged on. Hasn't really taken any damage just yet though. As that Koenig Rookern doing some work here alongside his extra thrift shop items. 3 items, but the cheapest way to get there.
He loves
love to
those.
see it.
I will say, junglers that can build Protoplasm Harness generally just get inflated in power because that item is so incredibly efficient and strong. So a big fan whenever you're able to complete that item on a jungler. You don't need to build an item to clear the jungle.
Yep. All right, Dokla catching this wave. The rest of JDG were thinking about going for a bit of a dive, but I don't think Dokla's very diveable.
Yeah.
Honestly, it feels like the tempo vibes have shifted. You know, that's what it feels like to me.
So tempo vibes is way more useless than tempo markers.
Oh, absolutely.
As a term.
It's completely useless.
It is actually a full word wasted.
Yeah. It's just like a waste of time entirely.
Yeah. Tempo markers is only like half of a wasted word.
Yeah, you can almost make it mean something.
Yeah.
But tempo vibes is purely just a feeling that you get.
Correct.
That's all it is. However, I feel like it works in this particular instance.
You would, because you're the one who said it. I don't think others would feel that.
All right. Junja thinking about trying to find a bit of an angle here, but I don't think he's going to be able to. And LYON will just slink into their jungle.
So Saint is recovered in this game, actually. So he's 3 full items with Mercury Treads, will be doing a decent amount of damage, level 18 as well. The game's actually gotten pretty late.
Yeah.
It's kind of a one-fight game. If it really swings to the side of one team and a wave is in the right place, it could just be them running down the Nexus. And Berserker almost has Infinity Edge. When Corkies get to the 4-item Hex Optics Infinity Edge build, they can annihilate teams. So that's going to be the win condition for LYON, is getting to the Infinity Edge and then keeping Berserker alive in team fights.
It's a ludicrous amount of damage in 4 items. I was thinking that maybe it would be the dreaded Collector third, and it wasn't that. Hex Optics just a little bit too strong, and then the Infinity Edge comes in for that massive damage. And in a minute's time, there is an Infernal Soul on the table for LYON. I have a feeling that that might be where the fight is going to occur. But the Baron has just spawned as well. That might be another angle. JDG could also go for a potential trade, but I think that Soul is so dangerous, especially when it's a Victor so good at applying that Infernal Soul.
For sure. I don't see an easy way for LYON to move in here, and as soon as they move into River, they're going to get flanked. Junja is currently not on vision.
Yeah, that's a scary teleport from Saint as well, but wasn't punished for it.
I can really see LYON moving towards Baron for control, but Saint is so scared.
Oh, he gets the vision down, so Saint does get himself out of there. Does have to
that was scary.
Expend a bit, but still able to survive.
But you can see all the flank angles. Rumble in mid lane. Okay, now teleporting over to the bot lane, so he's okay, sure. They're just going to actually approach from one side. This is a better look for LYON now that they've been able to retake this bush and actually have their tanks in front. They need to be able to mark Junja, though. Great ward there by Isles.
Yeah, getting that ward down is certainly important, but they need another one so they can see what Junja's doing. I think they do manage to see him, as Honky also walking over this control ward will be discovered. So no flank for the Annie either. So JDG, they might just have to pull the trigger with information over to LYON, as Inspired does spot him out here. Cute little poro there from Honky, but I don't think that that is going to allow him to get his flank off. As stun does come down, they're thinking about trying to get on top of Inspired instead.
Yeah, the lower this Dragon gets, the better it is for LYON. He gets a lot of damage on Honky. Here's a fight.
Yeah, Tibbers does come down a little bit early in this one as well, as the curtains have been called. Junja has control of the Drake, though, for the moment, as Inspired is off to the side. Saint is going to get engaged on, but the flash out here from Junja as this Victor is starting to do so much damage. Still, Inspired is out of the fight. That health bar is way too low, and the Drake will be secured by JDG. Can they get anything more, though? That is going to be the question, as Xiaoshu does have a full health bar, but doesn't exactly have teammates with the same, so he is just going to back away.
Mission accomplished for JDG. Prevent the soul point and keep the pressure on the map. It was an interesting start to the fight where Inspired was just hoping to get the Annie ultimate down to just diminish the amount of engage that JDG would have if LYON sticks around for the Drake, but then I think Inspired ulted in probably a little bit early. We'll have to watch this one more time. Start of the fight is okay, but Berserker having to Valk out of the pit means no one can follow up on Inspired, and then they lose vision of the Drake for a bit. Inspired ulting in for Hongq there, I think it's just a straight up mistake.
Yeah.
If he stays on the outside of the fight, he'd still have the ultimate for an eventual steal, and they could reset the fight right here, but then once he had to flash out back of the pit, they have to completely bail, because then they're not even looking for the Infernal Soul.
Yo,
once again, it seems a little bit
what are you doing?
like
Hold your
impatience.
position.
All right, Inspired getting a little bit heated here.
He said Corky hold your position, I believe. So he didn't like Valking out the back of the pit like that. Probably would have wanted to Valk into the river to hold that part of the river so they could stay on the Drake. But clearly some miscommunication there. Inspired's the one who ulted in that looked bad at the end, but he clearly wanted that fight to play out a different way.
Well, we'll see whether they are going to be able to figure it out in the next one, because of course, didn't lose too much. It is a couple of Drakes stacked up. Next time, if JDG manages to get a third, my goodness. I mean, then you're staring down the barrel of the 4 Infernal Soul, which is ludicrous amounts of damage, especially when the composition entirely revolves around making sure that you have enough damage in your opening salvo. That is certainly going to be helping out here. A 4-item Rumble with a 10-stack Dark Seal as well, though. Yeah. I mean, this Xiaoshu guy is pretty strong.
Rumble's out of control at this point, but it is about Berserker and Saint. If Berserker can stand and hit in any of these team fights, which is much easier said than done, against a Proto Belt Annie and a Wukong, he's gone all damage. So if Berserker finds the right fight, it's going to be big, but it's probably more likely that he gets CC chained and dies. With Mikhail's being on Nami, it helps a bit, but they also just have no side lane control. So everywhere they push, they're trying to throw down as many wards as possible to try and prevent a flank. It's a very difficult game to play.
See whether they can convince JDG to get 5 people on the map and just fight them in an honest 5v5. I think that is where LYON might be able to get something done, especially if some of these Arcane Storm resets do come through from Saint. He is starting to do so much damage in this game.
So are you claiming it's dishonest if they flank Berserker? Honest has to be just all 5 eye contact?
A gentleman's 5v5.
A gentleman's 5v5.
This was coined by OK Bro, once known as OK Bro.
Yeah, I'm down for gentleman's 5v5.
Yeah. They weren't a great team. So maybe being a gentleman in League of Legends is not the way to do it. Maybe cheating into a situation that is just advantageous for you could be the way to do it.
Flanking.
However, sometimes there are gentlemen still left.
Yeah, flanking seems like smart 5v5s.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I think it's
It's sneaky, though. It's not honest. You know?
I think it's quite
honest. If you have a gentleman's 5v5, you just draw the battle lines, and then you go.
Well, this is a gentleman's... It's not a gentleman's Baron. There's no vision.
Yeah, it's just a
from
Baron.
LYON. It's just a Baron.
Well, Inspired will get some vision on to Xiaoshu here. I don't think he wants to be engaging onto him and Honkyu once again, though, as Gala has taken a lot of damage from just the Baron. Their Baron damage is actually just not that great. As in he goes once again, Honkyu having to deal with this big old rock. Gala does take down Isles, but Vampire will be following soon. The Arcane Storm, like we were saying, is doing a whole bunch of work still. Oh my goodness, Xiaoshu just does so much damage in this game. And they look to get on top of Saint. They will be able to do so. There's the all-out from Dokla. Allows him to travel away from the battle and takes down the Rumble to boot. Still Junja's going in, but these shields are working for LYON. Still it's a 3-for-2.
Wow, what looked like a disastrous start ends in a 3-for-2, but I still think JDG should have enough up to take this Baron, no problem. Saint is TPing back on midway, but it just seems like it seems rather bold to try and stop this Baron, but that looks like what they're going to try to do.
I think you probably could. I mean, the Baron is doing a fair bit of damage, and it's only a Jhin, right? He doesn't do a lot of damage to Baron. Still, it is down exceptionally low, and the teleport is going to mean that they are not going to be able to get that one done. Even if it was just a Alistair there, finds a double pulverize as well, and oh dear, Saint, he just teleported back in, and now he's going to take the Death Chamber route in order to get out.
I think it would have been better not to contest the Baron.
You know what?
Yeah.
As far as the hindsight is 2020 is concerned, I would agree with you.
The second time. The first one I'm down for.
Yeah.
And it was a very nice engage here by Vampire. You can see Isles, he wants to be there to support Berserker, but he just dies if Rumble puts his ultimate on the CC. They are able to trade it for supports, but you can see Berserker's just not able to stand and hit in any of these fights.
Yeah.
Even though they have a Knight's Vow on him, I believe, from Inspired, he dies right away, and then Xiaoshu at level 20 just has so many base stats, it takes so long for LYON to finish them off. And Saint playing with fire to re-engage. Spellbook TP into Hex Flash is the perfect engage to set up the execute onto Saint.
Yep, Gala also being able to get a little bit of extra money there as well, collecting that kill. Thankfully, they don't lose any more, but still, LYON kind of circling the drain at this point in the game. And you saw that picture-in-picture at the same time that the Dragon also goes down. 3 Dragons apiece here, as we are really late into this game, almost ticking towards that 40-minute mark.
Yeah,
and the Baron is getting a lot of work done.
LYON needs a bit of a miracle fight here. Berserker with an RFC as well, so 5 full items. Could do one more for, you know, fake 7 item or true 6 item nowadays.
He's got an Elixir of Wrath. That counts. That's an item. Never mind. Doesn't have it anymore. He drank it.
We need a rather miracle fight where Berserker's able to hit, but the problem is anyone who he can hit can kill him.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to get auto attacks off.
It is problematic. The 3-level advantage that Xiaoshu had as well is just kind of ludicrous. Still has it, actually, as Dokla hasn't yet hit that level 18.
But you can't hit level 21, so it won't get worse.
That's true. It's only up from here, Jat. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
I do like that optimism. As Junja off on a bit of an angle here towards mid lane.
You can also only lose 3-0. It can't get worse.
Can't lose 4-0.
Nope, not yet.
Oh, man. You are just a
beacon
of hope. Exactly. It's beautiful to see as Ingo's Berserker looks for Junja. He's almost just dead. And whoa, just one extra auto would have done it. But the engage on the other side is still really dangerous. But Dokla will be able to find Honkyu. They get the pick. And now Berserker is looking for even more. This Corki does a lot of damage. Like you were saying, just needs to stand and hit. What about Valkyrie forward and hit?
I mean, Inspired still has ultimate. He's hunting.
Oh, Gala could be his target as well. Xiaoshu is going to be there. The wagon wheel comes out, and he finds the double knock-up. Berserker wants to kill Gala, and let's see whether he can do so as Xiaoshu is on the gravity well. My God, he does so much damage. Uses his onions here to buy a bit of time, but I have a feeling he's still dead. And JDG, they fall apart. LYON's pounce, and they are looking to try and push even further.
As they say in Brazil, hope is the last one to die. They have Gala, Xiaoshu, and Honkyu dead, and they're trying to push bot.
Let's see, that's a lot of crystalline overgrowth. Not a lot of people have been down here towards this side of the map on LYON's side, but they're looking to push even further. And Berserker does so much damage to these structures.
I think they're going to go for the end. It's difficult. The Baron,
5 seconds.
The Baron has fallen off, so they won't have to deal with as many minions. Honkyu will be alive, though. He's going to try and clear the wave.
Well, Junja, Vampire, they have so much AoE CC as well. You cannot stack up against them. But still, the gravity well comes down. The bubble is not going to quite land there as the headbutt back from Vampire. He's doing the best that he can, but Junja should be going down. The Cyclone comes on through. That is the GA that is going to work out. The Pulverize onto 3. LYON need to take down these Nexus turrets before the rest of the respawns come in. As Junja, he should be going down here as Saint. Can he find it? No! He turns it around! They look for it though, and the second Nexus turret is going to go down the Nexus. He's getting focused, but it's Xiaoshu that's left alive. One more auto, and there it is! LYON take the game and even out the series!
They're back, baby! 1-1.
I saw Xiaoshu respawn. I was absolutely terrified, chat.
Hope is the last one to die. LYON take game 2. This could easily be
Wait,
a
what is it? Is it Hope is the last one to die, or is it that you're constantly worried? Like, it's one of the two, Jet. You have to choose. I'll give you some time, though, because we're going to throw it over to the lounge.
Absolutely insane here. Oh my god. They give them their test of their own medicine here. Raz, I want to hear you first. Did you believe in them?
Hell no! I'm happy nonetheless.
I told you.
Oh my! What did you say? I heard nothing from your mouth.
I told you there's no way it would be a 3-0.
This man is a liar. I heard nothing from his mouth.
I told you there's no way it would be a 3-0. Remember?
You did say that.
I did say that.
You did
the
say
audacity of Jat to say this could have easily been a 2-0.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What do you mean easily? What are we talking about here,
That's
Jat?
actually crazy.
It doesn't matter how they made it happen. They made it happen.
They made it happen.
But I actually want to see that last team fight.
Please do.
Absolutely.
Talk us through what happened, because it happened so fast that I'm not sure how they got it.
Well, so this is the second half of the fight, because the first half, they basically were able to put a bit of pressure down underneath their tower, and they were like, chase, 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 chase. And the thing is, they didn't allow JDG an opportunity to regroup and reset. And the moment they took out the Rumble, who was going to be my player of the game, just like that, they flipped the entire game like that.
They flipped the switch, that
they
two-man
did a JDG
ulti.
to JDG.
Yes, they did! They did! Wait a minute. I was looking to see if there was going to be a leap in the goal. They
not even.
They won the game at a goal deficit.
It doesn't exist. What exists, though, is that big fat damage here, because Berserker, in the early game, he got the action going.
He did. He really did. Berserker was a legend early on in the game. And for me, there was like an angel. The angel was Berserker going off in the bot lane, a little bit of the devil, and that was Saint running it down a little bit in the mid lane. So I was like, please, Berserker, you gotta outpace him. So being able to see Berserker really early on, the 2v2 kills coming through, was definitely needed. Now, going into the draft, I was a little curious about the Jhin for me. You're like, okay, you're going into a Malphite and Cassante. I don't know how you're gonna be dealing damage in the later portions of the game, but it's probably for the matchup. You probably want to be able to get at least something in the early game. Berserker said, hell no, you're not getting that either.
I think Berserker's been super consistent throughout this series. Game 1, we saw them getting a 2v2 kill. We're seeing the same thing again from them in the second game. And when we think about JDG's biggest strength is often through their bot side of the map. The fact that they are neutering them is such a great strength from the side of LYON. Unfortunately, the bottom lane was not really the conversation for the vast majority of this game. The vast majority of it was just teamfight after teamfight going the way of JDG. Xiaoshu absolutely popping off in the fight. And really LYON struggling to find that coordination that we've been longing for them to have.
It's kind of crazy, because in the back of my head, it's the negative Nancy right there, just being like, this could have been a 2-0, this could have been a 2-0. But I gotta shove it out of my head. I gotta shove it out of my head. I gotta shove it out of my head. But of course, player of the game, unsurprisingly, for how well this one was, it goes to Berserker. At least from our side, we call for a Berserker one. You can make a call of like the pick at the very end being the inspired like two-man knockup, but of course there were some miscommunications as the game was happening about like, okay, like the dragon fights, him just jumping in, no one was really ready for it, but I felt like Berserker definitely takes it. So it seems like Inspired does take the vote, and then it goes Berserker. I feel like that is a natural kind of fight between the two players.
Naturally.
Yeah.
So
I feel like people are always going to default to Inspired here. I got to ask you one question though. There's a bit of gameplay to clean on both sides, on both teams here. So what are we looking at here? What have we learned so far?
I mean, at least if we look towards JDG side, and it's probably going to be our HyperX Reflex replay, it's Vampire. I mean, I was worried about it. He had a really good game. If he actually ended up winning this game out, it would have been through him. This moment here, being able to find the pick on towards Berserker, and then also setting up for the Wukong ultimate. Because even if you didn't think that was nice, like the knockup, to be able to find the ulti on Rumble and Jhin and all that, Berserker couldn't play that fight at all. He could have flashed. He had a flash for that fight, but he chose not to use it, and Vampire really punished him for it.
I feel like JDG are continuing to demonstrate why they are such good team fighters. I mean, it was Emily who told me coming into this tournament that she even believed that JDG is a better team fighting team than BLG is. And I think that we get to see some of the clear examples here. The coordination between both Vampire and Xiaoshu, I really do think that they were the standouts. We were having that conversation of who is that player of the game under the assumption that JDG was going to win this game because of how well they were playing the team fights, making it so impossible for Berserker to really navigate the fights and for LYON to get these team fights off. And the scary thing for me is what I'm learning is, okay, so LYON's laning phase, not as bad as I thought it was going to be, except for mid. We don't talk about mid.
Yeah, we don't talk about mid.
But the team fighting is really where JDG is shining. When they get that clean front-to-back style team fight, or not even front-to-back, just when they get to play the fight on their terms, it feels like that they're running the Rift.
Yeah,
Xiaoshu's scaring me.
I want to believe in your team, Raz. I want to believe in your team, and I want you to give some hope to the viewers watching. Is the LYON going to win, and why? They're going to win, but why?
Of course they're going to win. Of course they're going to win. And the reasoning for it is like you just need that one big boost, a little bit of momentum underneath you, right? Like game one was looking fantastic, and then you're on a dip.
Look in the camera. Okay.
I'm looking.
North America.
Yeah.
Okay. This is your time.
Hell yeah.
This is your moment.
Right now.
Against the LPL. You're not going to fall short.
No, it's not going to happen.
You're not going to fall down.
Not at all.
You're going to stand against the might of the LPL. And what are you going to do?
We're going to win.
What are you going to do?
We're going to win.
What are you going to do?
We're going to win. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Don't get naked like this.
Aggressive
Bye.
towards Saint here. If he just continues walking forward, it could be dangerous, but Saint likes this position. I don't know whether he should. The flash comes in, and that is a pretty simple first blood there for Honkyu. It's not exactly the greatest position. They're underneath the enemy turret, but it doesn't seem to matter. JDG just get in there and take them out. Nice. Focus in. And then hit. Oh, nice. Oh, sorry. But it's Xiaoshu that's left alive. One more auto, and there it is. LYON take the game and even out the series. They're back, baby. 1-1.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Time to spread my wings.
Friends while you press record. If you really about to strike, then you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, golden medal, got you fighting lords. Gotta cut the cord to your fit. Ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, like at a bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest legacy before Lance. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane. Like no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. play the game and get schooled. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mood, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch a rep. Got it done their hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's a rock when I run it back. Modi keep a stack, that's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, so go where you got the real. No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
I picked Lulu in game 1. The reason we picked Lulu was just because Lulu has good synergy with Ashe. Ashe is a mobile carry. She benefits a lot from movement speed. She has high attack speed, which obviously has synergy with Lunacy. So there's synergy between the champions, even if they're seen less. I guess the unfamiliarity with the draft and the comp kind of led to the situation that we were in. That's not a situation I guess that we were that practiced on.
Oh goodness, Inspired.
Yeah.
Flash about to come off cooldown, but still not up for him yet. Tried to dive onto Chovy, but Inspired dies very rapidly to Chovy and Ruler. Charter Crystal going down onto Canyon, but he's pretty damn tanky, even at only 2 items. Dokla, the only one with a gold lead here on LYON. Can he maintain it? Goes in with the path maker, encore, lands onto 3, and Dokla will be cut to ribbons by Gen G. A charm coming onto Canyon as Saint falls, Isles follows suit, Berserker joins him in the body bag.
I think our showing at the tournament, especially mine, has not been up to scratch. Hopefully that's something that will improve for coming splits and coming internationals, which we will hopefully be attending, of course. I appreciate the spot thus far, but yeah, there's still a lot of work to do, so hope to show you guys what we can do.
Well, talking about other splits and other tournaments, you're not finished with this one yet. Isles, all right?
Listen, his last game was exceptional. The Nami bubbles he landed in lane were critical to Berserker getting that large lead, and was the strength that they were playing through the entire game. So he wasn't happy with his performance when they recorded that interview after being slammed by Gen G. But I'd say this series, Isles has played very well.
Yeah, and he's not that used to just disregarding matches against Gen G, like a lot of other teams are. Just starting to figure that one out now. So Isles, just make sure that any match against Gen G, wipe it from your memory.
Absolutely.
Unless it's something you could use to learn.
Both these teams got 3-0'd by Gen G in very swift fashion, and both these teams could be up 2-0. LYON, huge arguments for how they should have won the first game.
So
and then
theoretically,
JDG
it could
also
be a
being so far
4-0
ahead.
for either team if they win the next 2 games. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
it would
that's
feel
fun.
like they were in winning positions in all 4 games.
I haven't cast many best of 7s in League of Legends.
No.
I believe that used to happen like in one off tournament.
No one's ever done a best of 7.
I think they have. In like a weird, I actually posed this question.
I see.
And someone on Twitter said something that like, yes, it did happen like 25 years ago.
Yeah. I think World Finals should be the only best of 7 that we play.
that
and
would be
it should
so
ban
fun.
all other tournaments from doing it. I think it's the only time people would be willing to stick around for a 7-game series.
I think there should be weighted best of 7s every time we do double
I don't want
elimination, but
weighted.
that is just me. Let's dive into a pick and ban here, though, as JDG have decided to go with first pick once again. And so that means, by the looks of things, actually, never mind. So LYON will be on the blue side, however, they are on the right-hand side of the champion select right now.
Yep, that is where the players are sitting, so that matches up. Jarvan, Seraphine banned once again, Lulu still banned. So the kind of bread and butter bottom lanes have been consistently banned through the first 3 games. Need to update the series bans as well. Those are just the Fearless bans from game 1 that we currently see, so all the champions they played in the last game are not available as well.
All right, let's see what that changes as far as the priority is concerned. I have a feeling that like Ambessa kind of just hasn't been looked at throughout this series so far, and so that might be something worth looking at here. Is the Pantheon going to be taken away? And one more ban to come through here from LYON. See what that is going to be. Fiddlesticks. Kind of like that from, look at that beautiful drawing as well. Really evokes Fiddlesticks.
I'd say both those signs are great. The Let's Go JDG sign looks great as well.
Man, we are certainly taking our time for this final ban.
I'm a little worried that something is banned and isn't popping up yet. Okay, it's Jax. We got it.
Okay. So Jax is going to be banned away, Xiaoshu. Oh, okay. So with the Jax ban, that's kind of telling us something? That perhaps there is an idea here.
Like a first pick Ambessa?
Like a first pick Ambessa.
Maybe. Because
they are second pick, so...
Rumble Cassante gone already. JDG has the first pick.
Ooh, Vi going to be the choice here. How is Inspired's Nefiri?
Untested.
Oh, untested. That is such a beautiful way of describing it. Okay, so probably not going to be going for that particular attempted counter pick, because like you were saying, the Ambessa was set up for here and will be locked away. Could, of course, be Inspired's pick because Ambessa has been played throughout the jungle, but Rise is up! What the heck?
Nice!
It's an assumed ban in my brain. I just assume that it's always going to be banned away, and they get it second rotation?
I love this second rotation from LYON. Already a lot of side lane power, a lot of good ability to skirmish. It does leave open the Anivia counters that I'm sure Honky would be able to play, whether he wants to go with something like Cassio or Anivia. Zehen also could just be thrown in as a top jungle flex at the moment. Wouldn't be too shocked if they lock it in.
Are we going to go with like bot lane Vi?
No.
Okay, so it's probably going to go top lane.
Yeah.
And Honky, is he going to be going for the Anivia counter pick or something like that? Or do they hold their cards close to their chest? Or do they just go for the mid jungle, tried and true Ahri Vi?
Yeah.
This is not inspiring in my personal opinion.
They have a really high chance of drafting a full square this game because they already have the top lane triangle, and I don't see a reason that they have to sack the bottom of the map.
I actually think that they need to put a lot of power in the bottom of the map because there is a Rise Ambessa being represented on the other side. The Ambessa still retaining its flexibility as well, so you can't go all in into, banning things away. All right, the Ezreal going to be locked in here for Berserker. So trying to keep things ambiguous is the aim of the game. There's more bans to come on through here. Is there like a Zehen counter pick that you can, what would be the favored counter pick into Zehen towards the top side of the map?
Well, I mean,
if you were going to flex the Ambessa, that's my question.
Honestly, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure what Dokla would have cooking. He could always play just a range top if he really wanted to.
That's what I was thinking. Is it time for Vayne top?
I don't think it's time. I think the Ambessa is fine. And I'm just thinking through the junglers that are already locked in, knowing that Inspired is going up against Vi. So it's... We've lost all of our Fearless bans. So I need to, from memory, remember the 4 junglers that have been played. But it's Wukong, Malphite, Xin, and Pantheon are gone.
Yes.
From the jungle pool.
Well, Pantheon's been banned, so it wasn't played in one of those games. So there's another one. Xin's out, did you say that one? Because that one was played.
Nocturne, Malphite, Wukong.
Malphite, Wukong, yeah.
And Pantheon Viego also banned. So they're going down Inspired's list. He played Viego in Game 2 against Gen G, and one of their better-looking games against Gen G. So this could be the time that Inspired has a jungle pick cooking.
Yep. The Kai'Sa and the Sivir both banned away here. Just some options into the Ezreal that can do decently well.
Yeah, good chance that they're saving support counter pick for 5th pick as well once they see the bot lane of JDG. So I'd expect Inspired's jungle pick to come through on 4 here.
Yeah, I feel like the support pool is kind of wide open. Outside of the fact that Fearless has banned away quite a few of the decent ones. As there is the Seraphine being taken away as well, so trying to deny that combination on that bottom side of the map.
With all these jungle bans, this could be the time to move the Ambessa to jungle, because it's still a very serviceable jungler.
I also think that just lock a support and then hold the flexibility, although looks like Dokla is heading towards a different idea.
If they lock this in. It's
or
funny.
Top lane Rise.
About a year ago, we talked to Dokla about top lane Aurora, and he said it's a fake pick. Like, it can go up 10 CS and then it just doesn't do anything. But a man can change his views.
What's his opinion on top lane Rise?
I don't think it's something he'll play.
Oh, really?
But it would be a decent time for it, for sure.
Yeah, because if you don't like top lane Aurora
into Ahri,
then you don't need to play it. If you could just play Rise instead. Kala having an idea about what he wants to pick here as the Xayah will be locked in. Is it just Xayah Rakan time? Yeah, the Lovers duo are going to be locked in for JDG.
Okay, so let's see what Isles has cooked for his counter pick here. Seraphine already gone, Karma already gone.
Big
Could
Bad
be
Brad.
Bard time. Ezreal Bard is a nice combo.
Yeah, I really like this. I think you'd have push in that lane as well. Bit of an advantage there as far as the combat capabilities of the Bard, and really does add a massive amount of utility. We've seen this champion banned so often as, never mind, Isles is skipping around a few different decisions. I do think the Bard would have been a good one, but instead wanting a little bit more engage in frontline.
Yeah, Leonis can be really good into the Rakan as well. Get that point-and-click Q when the Rakan tries to fly in to maybe help with the one-shot. And this is likely what we're going to see from LYON with all the bans that were thrown down to Inspired. It made sense that he flexed the Ambessa to the jungle.
Yep.
And they just need to make sure him and Ezreal have good games, otherwise the MR stack from the top side of JDG could be very strong.
Yeah, I do think that the Aurora should be able to keep down the Zahan in the earlier stages of the game, but I just feel like that champion, if you get to a certain point, you are just kind of inevitable.
Yeah, especially when there's double AP solo laners. If he's able to itemize pretty hard in AP, and if Inspired doesn't get fed, he will run over the game.
Yeah. A little bit frightened, but match point on the cards for both teams here as we have a tied-up series. It is a best of 3 from here on out, and I'm just so glad that we have a series that isn't a sweep. You said already that this could be like the most one-sided international tournament that we've ever had. Well, both JDG and LYON are doing their very best to fight back against that.
And listen, today is just different. G2 already won.
Yeah. I'd prefer not to think about that series. Made me a little bit sad.
Oh, because the BFX result?
They didn't do very well. If I can remember back to the bits that I haven't quite figured out how to forget yet. But let's dive in to game number 3 here between LYON and JDG. LYON being able to pick up that victory quite narrowly, I guess, towards the end there with that last auto attack needing to come down towards the Nexus. And are now looking to carry that momentum forward into this second game. And I want to kind of go back to what we were mentioning at the very beginning, and almost facetiously, the mental reset did happen.
It did.
And LYON managed to get back out onto the Rift and find themselves a victory here against JDG.
No, and now the mental momentum, as you would call it.
Oh, the momentum.
That's not what I would call it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were on the same page.
It's in the side of LYON for sure, because they were one team fight away from probably losing the series. Going down 2-0 after having 2 close games like that can be really demoralizing. But now that they've won that second game, they can very easily say, we should be up 2-0. We can play with more confidence that we are in fact the better team.
Yep.
And that's the type of things that you can truly believe going into this game 3 after the comeback fight they were able to have at the end of game 2.
Well, Dirklet doing exactly what you're supposed to on this Aurora, just straight up zoning Xiaoshu out of this lane. It's beautifully done. Meanwhile, here on this bottom side of the map, it's not necessarily a huge one, but live now is the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and the Chroma. So if you want that, go in and grab it. As Saint fighting against Honku here, a couple more autos would have done it, but didn't have quite the time to get underneath that turret and make that one happen. As Junja is over here, Orbit Deception does go a little bit wide. Getting a bit of health back.
Saint has that one ward on the Raptors of Junja, so he's going to see exactly where the Vi is. So he's probably just going to shove this next wave in and then probably back off a little bit, maybe take a base.
Do like that he's not playing overly aggressively looking for that kill, but now that he gets this crash to come on forward, he just flashes on in, doesn't find the Q. There's the first blood.
What a play!
And will just wander his way out. Junja not able to respond.
Well, he saw that Junja had walked up after killing the Raptors and wasn't in danger of ganking, and then Honku greeds on that wave. The wave was so big that Saint's able to flash follow and get the kill, but then because he went so deep, actually being able to drop the turret aggro and walk straight back to the turret, that was greatly played by Saint.
Just utilizing all the information that he had available to him, and like you say, this is a monster wave. As the flash comes in, Q misses, doesn't actually matter. He manages to pick that one up and then immediately walks back on down. So returning the favor from game number 1. Last time around it, we looked a little bit more dicey.
Listen,
for the LYON mid laner.
It's the mental advantage. Game 2, the Victor play was a head scratcher.
The momentum, Jat, it's exactly right. They're utilizing it very, very well. I'm not going to do that again. That's the last time. It's the last time.
We've done enough.
Yeah, we've certainly tried to coin too many things that aren't real.
Yeah, triangles and square drafts as well as temple markers.
Yeah.
I think we've hit our quota for things we're allowed to make up in a very close LCS versus LPL series when LCS hasn't beaten LPL in a best of 5, and we saw a Kangas tweet over 2,400 days. The last time it happened would have been, we believe, TL versus IG.
2019?
MSI 2019.
I feel like that's what it is. As we do have a bit of an engage here from Vampire. Goes on in. As Berserker still looking for some angles, but it's going to be JDG standing their ground for now. Inspired behind enemy lines right here, as we can see.
Yeah.
And there is the dash out from Berserker. As Isles looking to get in onto Gala here. Does have the Eclipse running, but still taking a lot of damage, as we can see. And the flash was actually needing to be utilized there as Inspired goes forward, looking for a Grump this time around.
Yeah.
He lost his obsession with the Raptors. Instead, going to go for this little Grump fight.
Burns his smite early, doesn't get the Grump, so ends up using his tempo token right there before he goes back to his Raptors.
You just coined another one, Jay. You told me we're not allowed to do that.
I cheated. I'm sorry. Just felt right in the moment.
Tempo burns the tempo token. I actually kind of love that, though. I feel like that works better.
It probably does than a tempo marker.
Yeah. Burns the tempo token. I feel like they're in an arcade.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. All right. Well, Saint has hit that level 6. Does have Realm Warp now available. Can affect the rest of these lanes. As Xiaoshu continuing to really have a rough time up against Okla.
Which is how the early laning phase you would expect it to go. He's gone Grasp, Second Wind, as well as Door and Shield and Biscuits. He's doing everything he possibly can to survive the early laning phase. Definitely gets way more powerful once he gets a couple of items. Very early game, not the strength of Zehen top lane, so Jokla trying to get as much advantage in this stage of the game as he can.
Yep. And as we can see, it's almost 1,000 gold the lead. Just that first blood for LYON, but still being able to do a decent job in almost all of the lanes, especially the solos, as Isles is going to be able to get that Zenith Blade on top of Vampire. It does punish him on that engage. Still, it is a fair bit of work being done here by the Zyra Khan.
Yeah, almost a classic bot lane we see here. This is the type of stuff we'd see before everyone was locked into lane until role quest completion, back when people would swap and could just run away with CC. So even though we haven't seen much of it this year, both these teams are going to be very comfortable playing these matchups.
Oh, Xiaoshu going for a little bit of an all-in here as Dokla possibly in trouble.
Might have to ult.
Yeah, Weeding comes out. And doesn't actually need to. Misses a couple of buttons, but is otherwise all right. 10 CS advantage still held on to. And Junja takes the crab.
Level 6 on Arivi, though. Saint has to have a lot of respect if he doesn't have an Ambessa in his back pocket. But actually...
Oh, dear. This could be scary. And Dokla's fresh off a teleport as well. The flash forward from Xiaoshu doesn't really find too much. And it looks like Junja is just going to be going back.
Doesn't want to let the
between
wave in.
worlds. I don't know about that one.
No, this is really well played by Dokla.
If clears out the wave.
Yeah, if the wave gets in, he probably dies to the gank from Vi, but they're not willing to just go in and take turret shots from the very start of the gank, so nice job by Dokla to burn his ult there. Kind of felt the gank, didn't have full vision on the Vi, but he's like, there's no way Xiaoshu's playing this way.
Yeah.
Can't let this wave crash. Vi's probably in my jungle.
And there is so much vision. Have a look at this. All the way up that river towards the top side. JDG knows what's going on, but they don't know what's going on that bottom side. So it's a trade of blue buffs.
He could still gank him here through the wall. Decides against it. Okay, Dokla's burned a lot of time.
Yeah.
From Junja.
And they don't necessarily know it, because of course they didn't know that he was up there, but still.
Yeah, they're 90% sure, because Inspired also invaded blue buff and Grom, stole both of them away during that time. So they were playing the entire map as if they had full vision of the Vi.
Well, Honky now just going to be able to clear out this vision, these minions in the mid lane. And he's, catching back up as far as CS numbers are concerned, but still, that 500 gold lead is there for Saint on this Ryze. And Ryze is obviously the big ticket pick in this game. Already has his Catalyst done, and is going to be a huge problem in this game.
Yep, nice job by Berserker there, clearing the wave and interrupting a reset with his level 6 on Ezreal.
Would that get him a tempo token?
Yeah.
Cool.
If it was a thing. it would have given him the tempo
Just
token.
wanted to check, just to make sure.
Yeah.
So I am up with all the lingo so far. There's a bit of a teleport in from Vampire as well. He's back out onto the map with his unsealed spellbook. And Saint going to be able to clear out a control ward and doing their very best to clear up this top side that had been littered with vision from JDG. So Void Grubs up and available. Let's see whether Inspired just dives on over towards those right now, as there is a fair bit of control here for LYON elsewhere on the map.
For sure. These early games from LYON have been consistently good.
Yeah.
This gives a lot of hope for the rest of the series, as Berserker still doesn't have Flash, but does have E. Able to not have to burn it right now. Watch out, Dokla.
Yep, there is a Vault Breaker flash, and then the cease and desist comes in. He's just dead. You got to watch out for saying things, Jat, I think.
Yep.
Stop saying things.
You got it from here on out, Atlas.
Okay, never mind. You can say things. It's just not things like that, okay? People might say that it's a caster curse. And so we don't want to risk that. But it doesn't really matter. He's still doing his job, right? And if Vi gets a gank off with her ultimate and flash, obviously that is difficult to avoid.
Yeah, it relieves a bit of pressure on the other lanes. At the very least, Saint can play more aggressively in this lane. Inspired can continue to try and power farm up until his Eclipse, where he will get very strong. Do have to watch out here. They have a numbers advantage. Yeah, just ult for cleanse. That's a decent trade.
Not too much of anything else happening from that one, though. And it's about a 300 gold lead. Saint was cheating towards the bottom side of the map, but no Realm Warp angle available. And Honky still fishing for these charms. Not quite finding the buttons here.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I've learned from watching Saint the last couple years is he's just an incredibly arrogant player in the way that he positions. Because when it works, but it also leaves him open to being punished fairly often. And in this game, with the turret dive working out, and then also that another big trade on Honku, it is working out so far.
Yeah, certainly is. And I think it does make sense for a guy that played on the same team as Showmaker for quite some time. As he goes in, there's a grand entrance there as well. Quickness comes on down. And Saint doing his very best to try and escape this one. I think he's going to be able to. I feel like that's illegal that he got out there.
It's super illegal, but that's the way he plays. I mean, he burns his coast, he gets a plate, but technically he burned a lot of time. Junja went mid lane, Vampire used ultimate, and Saint was going to reset after that play anyway, so ends up being a good play. I don't know if many coaches would agree that that is the play to go for, but when it works, it works.
Either he has incredible risk assessment, or he's just crazy.
Some say he has better mechanics than JoJo. His jungler has said that in an interview, Inspired.
Wow, that's crazy.
He rarely says anything from anyone is better than JoJo, if you know Inspired.
Well, that's Isles just trading his ultimate for everything that Gala has.
Good as well.
One after the other, as the Featherstorm does come on down. A couple of Void Grubs do go back over to Inspired as well. I think he went back and finished off the remaining two, so 3 of those going in their direction at the same time. And so JDG without very much of an objective to their name at this point in the game.
Yeah. LYON's going to have to start thinking about Drake soon if they're going to be holding this much pressure across the 3 waves. Although Saint is probably fairly happy stacking this tier, working up towards Rod of Ages against the Ahri Vi early game. But finally, Inspired and Rise link up, and they might make a play bot here.
Yeah, Isles going in. Finds the Zenith Blade angle. Eclipse just makes him pretty much immortal as he goes in. And that means that they clear out the wave very comfortably, take the tempo marker into the river, and look to see whether they can use that to grab themselves a Drake. As in the meantime, Saint just going to be running real fast, and they're going to turn this into an engage onto Vampire as well. He's going to be forced to go for a reset. It does feel like LYON have a lot of control here, although Inspired does get charmed up, stashes around. We'll be able to survive.
Isles has first move, might go for re-engage.
Yeah, there's the public execution as Isles gets on in there. Cease and desist to try and mitigate some of that CC. But Junja should still be going down despite being able to do a fair bit of damage. The flash in from Inspired, that'll do it. Solar Flare for the last hit, not sure about that one. But still, I mean, it gets the job done.
Yeah, it gets them the kill onto Junja. Think he was going to die anyway. Now
Saint is definitely going to flash. Never mind, he's fine. Wow. I wasn't going to say definitely going to die. No.
The Mercury Tread's tenacity gives him just enough time to flash away.
He's not allowed to back there. So many illegal things being done from this man.
He's playing with confidence.
Oh, yeah.
And it's working. So keep it up, Saint.
Maybe Showmaker did, like, personally teach him how to play the game.
The big thing about this play ends up being the roam from Isles at the end of it, staying out of Fog of War because of the work Isles and Berserker have been doing bot lane. So as Inspired lands the R, they're able to try and chain the CC. And basically Junja getting over the wall here. I'm pretty sure Inspired was going to just finish him.
And Inspired's Ambessa, so
he's going to catch him.
How did my Q not hit? He just queued out?
Yeah.
Well.
Still a kill. Got the assist gold. We'll take it.
We'll take it indeed. And 2-1 in favor of LYON. They have over 1,000 gold in the lead. And Gala, he does have his ultimate back available. He's going to throw it out right now, but Berserker just creates as much space as he would like with his Arcane Shift. And LYON is so good at just playing around these cooldowns. Like, that gets thrown out. They don't go inside the feathers. they just back away. They'll look for another fight when he has absolutely nothing to mitigate it.
Berserker Isles have had really strong laning phases in all 3 of these games against Gala and Vampire, who have been one of the strong points of JDG to get here to first stand. So this isn't even a game where they necessarily over-prioritize lane, but the Leona Ezreal at this point is winning against the Zyra Khan.
Last time we saw JDG, I actually felt like it was the bottom lane that was performing exceptionally well, especially Gala.
Yeah.
This time around, it is LYON with a whole lot of control, and it hasn't been JDG picking for priority down there either.
I think that's one of the bigger things is the draft as well, keeping Seraphine permabanned. The Karma in game 1 would have been the moment, but the Poke Ferris was keeping it down, even though LYON did end up losing this game. Now they have to watch out for Junjo, though.
Yeah, Junjo looking for a bit of an angle here. Does have the Vi. You can pretty much guarantee that this gank should be successful if they do stay up, but that is not what they're going to do. Instead, Junjo just going to head over towards this Drake. Look to try and take that one down. That'd be first Dragon of the game at almost 15 minutes. It's one of the latest first Drakes that we've had so far this tournament, as Vampire just has to quickness grand exit. That's a lot invested to try and stop a back, but at least he does.
It stopped the back. And now Junja overstaying on the map a little bit after Drake. Saint sniffs it out. Still very close competitive game here. This first Drake Chemtech Soul means we're incredibly far away from a
We're going between the worlds here as the Realm Warp to deliver rise towards this top lane. Grim Deliverance, but the Ghost gets Saint out of the way, and Xiaoshu is just going to be held at arm's length and taken down. It's Saint that grabs that kill, his second of the game, and LYON just really not allowing for any openings. It should be Dokla grabbing this top outer turret as well.
Yeah, he's been chipping away at this turret, having a lot of push onto the Zehen, and Saint is having just a great game.
He really is. What a bounce back from game number 2 as well. It was a difficult time for him, but this time picks up that first blood by himself underneath the enemy outer turret, and then able to help out Dokla in top lane as well.
Live by Saint, die by Saint as well. Hopefully just live. Hopefully just live for the rest of this game.
He's playing Rise. I mean, this champion's busted.
And also, look at this. Zehen can teleport down bottom, but he just collects another full wave bottom, likely collects some Crystalline Overgrowth on that turret as well. Full Rod of Ages, almost finished stacking his tier. Berserker definitely has to watch out here, though.
Yep, Arcane Shift should be able to get him over there, but Junja is just going to throw down the ulti. There's the knockup. Charm is connected. Oh, that layering of CC was perfect out of JDG. Yeah. And that is what happens when you have Barrier instead of Cleanse.
Saint has to watch out now as well. Dokla could teleport in, but wouldn't want to because he's got a full wave to collect up there. But a 3-man dive onto Saint, who is flashless and ghostless.
Yep. And I mean, Cleanse would have allowed him to cleanse Flash after the cease and desist, but I think he still would have been dead. So
that's a strong round.
Not too much of a big deal here as Saint just trying to get them out of underneath this turret.
Yeah. Not only did the Leona come to defend, but they also got the Aurora TP, so that's probably play worth.
Whoa, okay. Miles goes for the Flash Zenith Blade to try and get onto them, but it's just a flash out from Junja. You will take that. Support Flash for the Jungle Flash, probably feeling pretty good. Yeah. Doesn't have Hex Flash, which is a little bit of a shame, but...
And, Inspired has 2 levels on Junja, by the way.
That is a... What? Why?
Yeah. The 40
so
CS.
Much farm. Okay,
yeah.
Well, Saint is now potentially in trouble. Grim Deliverance is going to come on in. He's trying to run this one out. As the Grand Entrance going to hold him in position, and there is a shutdown going over to the Zehen. And I think, as far as where to put shutdown money, that is not where LYON wanted to put shutdown money.
That's exactly where JDG wanted to put the shutdown money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Stridebreaker Mercury Treads on the Zehen now, 2 kills. He will end up being a problem in this game. Still a very close game, as Inspired is able to pick up the Rift Herald and likely use this to break mid, but Xiaoshu getting even more gold now. The original play was defended, but then they went for the repeat play, and it caught Saint off guard.
And having a look there at the Coinbase gold grind, the fact that Gala is ahead in gold as well is not something that I was expecting to see in this lane, with the fact that they just had a lot of control in the early stages. Gala has bounced back quite well. As we move towards the end of this mid-game, things are pretty much tied up, except for the fact that there is that 1 Drake on JDG. Next one going to be an Infernal. Pretty good single Drake, to be perfectly honest. And I imagine LYON wanting to even out that count, stop that double dragon from happening here. Just feels like we're so much earlier in the game. And we're talking about second Drake,
for sure.
It's almost 20 minutes.
Yeah, Inspired was definitely prioritizing his level advantage over Vi in this one. potentially even just trying to delay when Soul is needing to be fought over because Ryze is so good in split pushing scenarios. I can understand the strategy of just, if we don't hit Drake, they don't hit Drake. And then that means a potential Soul point force is going to delay long enough for Ryze to become Thanos, right? So I don't think it's, I think it's a good thing for LYON that the first Drake was so late, even if the last shutdown was a bad thing for LYON.
Decent little charm there. But of course, the upgraded Merc Tread's going to feel pretty nice here for Saint, keeping himself relatively safe and just clearing out this wave. But it is a lot of push that JDG has, a lot of control here towards this bottom side of the map with 40 seconds left on this Dragon. They're doing everything that they can to make sure that they have as much control prepared. But now you've got LYON moving in, Vision being cleared out, and Inspired with that level advantage should be able to try and out-muscle them as far as getting some control around this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Dokka's sitting on Proto Belt, which would make him strong, but he needs to clear out this top wave, and he doesn't have his teleport yet, but Xiaoshu does. So I would expect this to be a slow-played situation by LYON. Like, if LYON has the control, I don't think they should start the Drake right away unless Dokka wants to give more turret gold over to his hand, which I don't think would be wise. Yet, he's roaming down for this Drake control.
Seeing whether he can get there, but I imagine that Xiaoshu will just stick around as now Vampire, having the grand exit, will be able to do so.
Burn his Ghost from Spellbook as well.
Yeah. And okay, Dokka does pick up that wave. That should mean that JDG are allowed to enter this river, understanding that there isn't a teleport available here on the Aurora.
Yeah, they have implied numbers advantage at the moment.
Hello, Baron. Just going to swim away. It's nice to see
swim on through.
Yep. Just showing us that we are very late for our second Drake of the game. Baron showing up at the same time. There it is.
Teleport up for Dokka now, though, so they've delayed it long enough that they could contest if they want, but they've given up control, so it's hard for them to enter, especially against Ahri, Vi, Rakan, who could one-shot them if they walk too close.
Well, Berserker is just going to clear out the minions. Bottom lane is just kind of being forgotten at this point, as the charm just barely goes wide.
How's Mike go in on that?
And Honku just getting burst down by Berserker, throws out the True Shot Barrage, but doesn't exactly find too much joy. As the Rift Herald coming down as well. I do really like the Battle Rift Herald as Inspired. Wondering where he wants to use it.
Me too.
Thinking about going for a bit of an engage towards Gala, but just takes down that turret. There's the charm onto Inspired. The quickness doing a fair bit of work there, but where's the follow-up? The damage is not quite there as now Dokka turns up. Doesn't quite get the angle. Cease and desist does come in, but the knockups are returned. And into the backline goes Xiaoshu. This guy is so big. The Grim Deliverance, though, finds nothing. Still Saint is going to die, and LYON will still be losing this team fight, and possibly the Dragon as well, unless Berserker can make some heroism happen.
LYON really not on the same page at the start of this fight. Berserker was in base when Inspired went in for that Rift Herald crash. So he gets the 2 plates. They do get the jungler, which is keeping the Drake alive, maybe for one more cycle, but the overall team fight does go over to the side of JDG.
Only a 600 gold advantage, and they didn't manage to take the Drake. So that is the good news here for LYON. We can just do this again and run it back. But let's have a look at how this all started.
Aurora's TPing on mid-wave. Berserker's running out of base, and everyone on LYON just has to run. A lot of damage actually turned back onto Junja, but then there's still the numbers advantage. So Xiaoshu can just run forward with impunity. Honku ends up picking up the kill onto Saint, and we are back for another tango with the Dragon Pit.
Yep, round 2. And let's see whether it's going to work out in favor of LYON or whether JDG can finish it off this time around. 2-item spike is big here for Berserker, though. As let's see whether he can land the damage that he wants to. As, oh dear, a little bit caught out of position here is Junja, and he has to just get out of there. I think this could just mean that LYON will be able to take this Dragon, because without any help on your jungler, makes things real hard to smite. And so LYON will be able to take this one down, and they'll grab themselves a crab to boot. There that is. Charm goes wide, and LYON this time, without a contest, going to be able to take that Drake.
Good amount of damage they're able to get down onto Junja. He's having a tough game with how much Inspired has been countering his jungle. So 210 CS to 158 is going to feel a little bit underpowered compared to what Inspired is in these team fights, kind of holding that 2-level advantage as well. But still a very competitive game overall. The name we haven't said much that we might be saying a lot later in this game is Gala. Because the Xayah scaling is real, and Gala's carried many a game on Xayah in his career.
And also almost moving towards 3 items as well when he does have that Lord Doms. Unless he decides to go for Mortal Reminder or something like that, but there's not a lot of healing. So it should just be Lord Doms here for Gala. And then Infinity, like 4-item Xayah is so incredibly frightening and will have a whole lot more consistent damage than what Berserker will be representing. Right now is when Berserker is the most powerful. And so I do like that LYON were trying to force around that, but they're going to have to continue trying to make things happen because there is a certain inevitability of Gala on this Xayah, as you were talking about. Even if the range is relatively low, as Isles in the back of the Baron pit, that is able to mitigate most of Baron's damage as he does vacate the area. Vision available for JDG.
Yeah. Really tense game.
It is.
Really tense series so far. Game 1 had the tension the whole time, even though it was up 7-0, with it being 1 fight away. LYON ends up losing that one. Felt like it was going to turn into a sweep in Game 2 because LYON made a couple mistakes after their early game lead, but they clutched it up, won that big team fight.
I mean, there was a rumble
end.
with a 5,000 gold lead. That should not be
and
a thing that loses the
Corki.
game. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know.
There was a very large Berserker in that game. The Berserker in this game is also looking pretty powerful, although he is behind a bit of gold at this point. But right now, the items are certainly looking good.
Yeah, thinking about the way these team fights are going to progress, so much of it is about who can make the right engage. The team that goes in first might actually win this one.
Dokla is going to be able to bounce back to the other side of the ultimate here, as Solo Player is just going to slow down Vampire, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. Isles still looking for an opportunity. There is no turret up here as Inspired and Saint are both delivered, but the teleport does come on in. Grand Entrance only gets a knock up onto Saint as Honku takes a lot of damage. In they go as Berserker is kind of free hitting. They do take down Junja, but it is Inspired that falls as well. Isle's going to be taken down, and Gala is just hitting whatever the heck he likes in the back line. And is going to be able to live through it, doing so much damage. And JDG, are they just looking for a Baron? That'd be a little bit frightening, as Honku is going to be able to take the Crystalline Overgrowth and takes down the turret.
That could be the game that swings in JDG's, the fight that swings the game in JDG's favor as they get 3-4-1. You could see LYON was really hard forcing that. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised they didn't go for the Baron, mainly because they don't have Smite and they're thinking like Aurora Ezreal could steal it, but it was going to be 4 versus 2. I think LYON might have dodged a bullet at the end here, but you can see the teleport comes in on the Realm Warp, and then LYON realizes they kind of just have to run. Gala gets out so much damage onto Inspired as they're trying to retreat, and LYON can just never get a good line set up as JDG just kind of run through the three of them. Great TP counter to Saints engage with the Realm Warp.
Not to mention Vampire just having an absolute field day in that fight. So much value out of the quickness and his Grand Entrance towards the end there, making sure that they pick off Isles. Really beautifully done. That's going to surge JDG into a 3,000 gold advantage. LYON not out of it just yet, but it is looking more and more difficult as this game goes on. And Xiaoshu possibly caught out of position, does have that Grim Deliverance. Saint goes golden to avoid that damage as now Berserker has finally turned up. But Xiaoshu is so difficult to kill. Inspired goes in, but him and Saint are just dead. And the rest of LYON couldn't really do anything about it. Honku will be able to find a charm as well, as that is not the teleport that Dokla was looking for. He tries to go between the worlds, but the world he finds is in the Death Chamber.
Xiaoshu is out of control in this game, absolutely dominating Saint at the start of that fight, and then everyone else on LYON just trickles in to die. It wasn't Baron before, it's definitely Baron now.
It certainly is, and this is something that we set up earlier on in the game as well, but let's have a look at how it all happened.
Really just taking the ego fight with Saint in the river and realizing he's stronger, and despite Inspired trying to fly in, the map was more in the favor of JDG. They can get numbers to the fight first, and then Honku also scouting this TP, landing the perfect charm onto Dokla, who was late on the TP to get the 3rd kill of the fight.
Yeah, it was beautifully done, and you can see Tabe not celebrating too much just yet.
I mean, we cannot know why LYON is bot. We are running away from bot.
And Inspired not looking too happy about how things are going now. Let's see whether they can turn it around. 6,000 gold is the advantage here for JDG, but not a lot of Drakes have been taken so far in this game. It's another Cloud Soul. I did want to talk about it earlier on, but felt like, I do talk about it probably too much. And Xiaoshu down here towards his bottom side, he is so frightening on this end. And Dokla, I don't think, is going to be able to clear out these Baroned up minions in time. Rebel Baron power play looking a whole lot better here. 1,600 at this point in time with still 2 minutes left to go. And JDG just looking to balloon this advantage, move themselves towards match point, unless LYON can do something heroic.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you could see Tabe not counting his eggs before they hatch into chickens.
Yeah.
This time.
Not counting his chickens before they hatch, I think is the line.
Yeah.
But if you do count chickens before they've hatched, they are indeed eggs, Chad. You're absolutely right.
Yep, absolutely. Just because of what happened in last game. Look at that.
It just sounds a bit weird when you say it a little bit wrong. It's okay, Isles. That's not the Eclipse, but the inner turret is just going to fall. And man, JDG just moving like a steamroller towards LYON. And it looks like LYON just cannot get themselves into the positions that they want to. Isles moves up. I don't know whether that Zenith Blade hitting would have been a good thing, but now JDG go for the re-engage. Again, Vampire just takes control. The charm connects as well, but they go in between the worlds. There is the public execution. Dokla grabs one kill, but unfortunately, that is probably all they're going to get, as it's a double for Gala. And Berserker is standing on a control ward, wanting to try and take someone down. Dokla gonna get delivered grimly, and Xiaoshu should be able to flash on forward to help grab this for Gala. There is the ace, and maybe JDG have had enough of this game.
When JDG starts winning a team fight, they win the team fight.
They really do continue to win the team fight.
On the edges of these fights. What a beautiful finish to this game by JDG.
I have to say, the player of the game is a little bit easier this time around as well. Vampire has been just so incredibly good. As you can see, Isles doing his very best to distract these minions and JDG, but the Nexus turrets are just going to fall down. Half a turret remaining, and they will be able to push this minion wave forward. So JDG will be able to collect match point here, but LYON made them work for it. They had an advantage throughout a lot of this game, and I think that we haven't seen the last of them, as of course, we've still got one more game to go. The possibility of Silver Scrapes though, Jack.
Absolutely. LYON has been winning the early games. JDG has been winning the mid-late games. That's why they're ahead in the series.
Well, we'll just have to see whether they are going to be able to close this one out 3-1, or whether it is going to be able to LYON able to bring it back, as we are going to throw it back to the lounge, and I'll figure out how to speak English.
We're not giving up on hope just yet, guys. They were a bit hasty here again, and once you get JDG rolling in team fights, it's just really hard to stop them. A lot of easy buttons to press on the side of JDG, but what do you want to say? Are you going to flame him again?
Razzleplasm. That's the government, the full government name.
When I asked you who was going to win, what did you say?
We're going to, as in us.
Oh, we?
Yes, all of us.
Because I feel like you lied to me. Okay, where was the explosive energy? Where was Berserker and his aggression? Where was the calculated genius of Inspired? Where was it, brother?
I don't know.
What do you don't know?
I was looking for it all game long.
You're the expert.
I mean, actually, when you said we're going to win, maybe you meant the LPL because you used to cover that region.
Hang on,
I don't know.
A secret agent.
I didn't get the memo here.
Oh, the classic flip-flopping his flippy ways.
As the LPL and JDG expert, break down to me the breaking point fight of the game here.
A lot of it comes down to the fact that JDG, the LPL, they're always willing to fight. So even though LYON were angling for this fight, the Realm Warp was coming through, the TP was coming through, they didn't see Gala. They didn't see Gala the other side. So even though Mbessa was coming through thinking the right side was completely safe, was not. And so it was looking like a good angle because yes, Inspired had been finding good fights prior to this. The early game was nice, just like Jad had also said. But that one was the straw that broke the camel's back. And they tried once more. The problem was the team wasn't there. JDG was there first. They had priority through it, and LYON didn't have their support or AD carry there. That was there on time. So I didn't really understand the choice in this fight.
Tabe has a very long history of working with support players that quickly rise to the top of the table in the LPL, and he set his sights on Vampire and has been very public about how his expectations are so high for this individual and how he expects a lot of things from him. That, I'm pretty sure, is not the game that just happened.
No, that's the game just before.
Yeah, that was the game because I was looking for the Rakan as I was about to celebrate Vampire's impressive play.
But before celebrating Vampire, I actually want to celebrate another rookie that we have in this lineup, Xiaoshu on the top lane. Emily was the one talking about him just a couple days ago. first steps on the international stage, I feel like he had an amazing series.
Yeah, so far he's been doing really well. And the biggest question was always going to be what Xiaoshu was going to show himself, because of course during the regular season in general, even in the prior teams that he had, he was always seen as more of like an average top leader. But his Renekton was always really solid and strong. But I feel like he's been really flourishing in this tournament, especially in this series, has been finding great fights. And I feel like it has been him imposing his will in the game rather than Dokla. And I feel like in those team fights, yes, you talk about Vampire, but in a lot of the fights that we just saw, especially there was one, a dragon fight, that he was really on point.
He was buying a lot of time, but Vampire, as you said, was buying a lot of space for Gala to pop up.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you brought up Xiaoshu as well, just because it feels like that both of these players have simply been exceptional.
Yes.
You highlighted the series as well.
Oh,
yeah!
But of course, the bot lane has definitely shown up here in this game very much so, because when we think about JDG, they're a team that finds success through their bot lane initially. They use them as a driving force. And Berserker and Isles has been getting the better of them so far in this series. But here, in this game 3, they definitely stepped up.
I mean,
feel like I have to move out of the way.
Behind every amazing AD carry, there's a standout support here. And I think Vampire is the player of the game here. You guys voted for him. I voted for Galam. It's been a bot lane thing.
Yeah, it has been.
Tabe told us that it's going to be about bot lane in JDG. It was the case here, especially in game 3. Let's take a look at the supports. He had a super impressive game. His kill participation was off the charts. And I mean, when you give this man playmakers, he's able to, unsurprisingly, make plays.
Yeah, and of course, early on in the series as well, his Alistar performance was just top-notch. And then you can see Gala picking it up from the fans' perspective. But of course, the supports don't get a lot of love in general.
Yeah, people just look at the guy making damage, man.
True.
And it's what the Xayah here.
But both of them, I mean, the stats that we saw tournament-wide, they have both been incredibly solid. And I feel like we heard it, as you mentioned, from the coach of the team, in Tabe, that a lot of confidence is there from Gala, as is starting to get there for Vampire as well. So if they continue to put resources towards the bottom lane, JDG can get it.
Has this rattled you, Raz?
Nah.
No.
Are we getting to game 5?
No, I have confidence.
Are we getting
in
to game
who,
5?
Raz? Who do you have confidence in?
LYON.
I feel like that was some hesitation.
Yes.
Do you want to take the glasses off and
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is coming out, all right? One side is the LPL, the other side is the LCS. But I gotta root for the LCS boys. Game 5, Silver Scrapes, I am ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready to go home. I think that's how it's going to be, man. I think JDG's closing that right now.
No. Hope is the last thing to die.
Hope's gone.
Hope is the last thing to die. LYON is taking us to game 5. You'll see. You'll all see right after the break.
Wrap it up.
Well, Pachunja should still be going down despite being able to do a fair bit of damage. The flash in from Inspired, that'll do it. Solar Flare for the last hit, not sure about that one. Out of it just yet, but it is looking more and more difficult as this game goes on. And Xiaoshu possibly caught out of position, does have that Grim Deliverance. Senko's golden to avoid that damage, and now Berserker has finally turned up. But Xiaoshu is so difficult to kill. Inspired goes in, but him and Sade are just dead.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Yeah, Madam, but I don't know Sasha and represent for hot my bring the fire, burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang, jump them loud, girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Todo loco, loco, endemoniado. Está loco, 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 todo loco, loco, endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho, pero en acá faltan mucho de su. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí.
Hey everyone, we're here in the Riot Games Arena in Sao Paulo. You know, here you recognize the venue from the stream. I just want to give you a small tour of what you can see here in the arena during first stand, because a lot of you are watching from home, but the atmosphere is absolutely amazing here and the place looks sick. It starts with a big hallway with a huge mural. Look at this. It is huge. I want to show you a detail. You even got a pengu here. Going forward, you can find statues of the two sisters. They look incredible. Some snacks, if you want to buy snacks. A wall, fans are gonna get to sign a VR activation on the other side. This place is actually made for all the League of Legends fans and Valorant fans and everything that you can find in the studio, of course. But there's some amazing, super real statues of the champions. Yasuo here, we don't like him in game, but here he looks pretty good. A beautiful statue of Riven as well, check it out. And going this way, merch. Everybody likes merch. Victor from Arcane, and cosplayers! Look at them! Morgana, you look absolutely amazing. We got Lux as well. Hello! And Shivana! Wait, this is absolutely sick. Actually, I have some questions that I want to ask you. How long did it take you to craft this amazing cosplay and get ready for today?
Okay, so this one was more like a teamwork. Okay. There was 3 people working on this. Me, I got the airbrush on the under skin, under the armor and the wig, and also 2 more people with the armor and with all the fabric work. And then for today, I think was like 2 or 3 hours.
Wow.
And for the whole costume, mostly 2-3 weeks.
That's
max.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Why Shivana?
Oh, just because the rework.
Yeah.
And I know everybody is excited for it. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the new design.
She looks pretty sick. You look absolutely amazing. You all look amazing, girls. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to First Stand. Tickets are on sale now for both the LEC and the LCS Spring Splits. Scan that QR code on your screen to get yours now. And hopefully we see more LYON games before they're playing on the LCS stage.
Yeah.
Again.
And also, you can't scan a QR code, but if you want tickets to the LCK, you can do that as well. I'm sure they'll be on sale at some point.
I'm sure.
I just feel a little bit left out.
Yeah, we just saw the whole CB Law studio LEC, LCS tickets.
I know, I'm like,
hello!
Wallpark still exists, guys. I swear. I mean, I promise. It's not really relevant for this particular series. And backs against the wall for LYON. Are we going to see the bounce back? Is it happening, Jad? It happened last time. Is it just going to repeat?
I mean, I'm just getting relaxed with this music. This is some very relaxing.
Very zen.
Don't feel the pressure, guys.
Is this just going to be the new draft music?
It's 2-1. Don't worry. We're better early game. Let's just pick some scaling. Get ready.
You know
That's how we won the LCS. We're not against Gen G anymore. They can't hurt us. We don't need to over-prioritize laning phase. Just pick some scaling and go to game 5.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, you calm the nerves.
Yeah. I think my my heart rate went actively down.
You need more practice. They already won a 5-game series against Brazil. They can win another 5-game series against JDG.
Maximize the amount of stage experience that you get at the event. It's actually calculated.
Absolutely.
It's perfect. Okay, well, I think it is time to get into the draft here for the 4th game of the series.
Absolutely.
To see whether we will be gifted a 5th.
Oh, time to lock in.
Oh no, okay.
The music's changed.
I feel like it's now so much more intense. As okay, Trundle going to be the first ban. There is the Seraphine taken away yet again. No Ashe Seraphines in this particular series. As okay, it is going to be JDG on the blue side once again. Fun fact, Jat.
Yeah, let me hear it.
Last game was the very first red side win for JDG this tournament.
Oh, fun.
Isn't it fun? What a fun fact.
Amazing. Go Lion. 3-2.
I love this. Is one of my favorite fan signs from the LCK as well. Just keep crossing it out until you get the one that you want, or you don't at all, and then you just leave. Is generally how it goes.
Opinion. Okay. Red alert, red alert.
Okay.
Scion. They banned the Trundle.
I think
the Maokai early.
Are they just trying to ban as many junglers as possible to make sure that Inspired is as uncomfortable as possible?
Potentially.
These don't really feel like I feel like Inspired's champion pool is kind of gigantic. Like, where's the Nunu ban, you know?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for what it's worth, this tournament, he has looked best on champions that are already gone. Like Nocturne, Wukong, Xin, Vi.
Yep.
When he's been pushed onto the other archetypes, it hasn't necessarily worked with the rest of the Lion team. It's not FlyQuest anymore, where Blippo's playing all this weird stuff. It was a little bit in playoffs when Dokla was pulling out the Varus and the Vayne, but I think they got a little bit scared off of that.
3 jungle bans. Maybe that guy is going to get his fiddlesticks.
This is four jungle bans if you combine both teams, and then the 6 bans from Fearless, which...
That makes 10.
Good math. 11
Always dangerous
Zehen is a jungle flex. And see the Scion.
Okay.
They set it up with the Trundle ban. This would be the time where Lion would wait a little bit longer and then try and play Vayne again if they wanted to counterpick, but I think they're a little bit scared away from trying to have these counterpicks with them having a low hit rate on them so far at first stand with their success.
Yeah, I think if this was the LCK and I was using my LCK brain, it might just be a Gwen slam at this point in time, but I don't know whether that's what Dokla wants to do. You could even just lock in a bottom lane that you really like. I feel like Berserker and Niles in lane have been really, really good. Or just have a flex pick. As the Aatrox into tanks has been a pretty decent option, as well as being able to flex into the jungle if you would like it to. As Inspired, looking uninspired at this point on the cam, but does need to hover his Nidalee before we do anything.
Yeah, I could still see this turning into a couple of big 5v5 drafts. The Aatrox can definitely flex between jungle and top lane. He obviously always does this Nidalee hover.
Yep.
And they're going for big 5v5 team fighting. They're saying, okay, Aphelios, Lulu's banned. Maybe they try and pick Thresh before they get to the next round of picks. And we'll see if JDG just matches with, you know, Jinx, the classic Jinx Aphelios mirror match.
We have seen this. Which one's like more common? Is it the Xayah Kai'Sa that we've seen from about 2017 until now? Or is it the like Aphelios Jinx? Or is it the Lucian Nami Zeri Lulu?
I think there's been more more games of Kai'Sa Xayah, but I feel like these two champions are like highest percentage of games played against the other 80 carry.
Yeah.
Would probably be these two.
I feel like it just happens all the time. Even if like Jinx isn't exactly top of the meta, and wow, they're even going to pick away the Thresh.
Well, generally speaking, you want to play this champion, either one of these archetypes, with Thresh or Lulu, and Lulu's already banned, so...
Tom Kench for Isles?
Yeah, that's the tricky thing.
Where's the Toad? Oh, it's going to be
Isles does have a good Nautilus, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Berserker to stay alive in teamfights without having the safety of the Thresh Launcher, but at the same time, no Orianna control mage, no Victor, no Annie, no diving top laner. They might be able to get away with it, and then they just have a stronger team fighter in the Nautilus if Berserker can stay safe.
Yeah, I think revealing what Junja and Honky were going to be playing is going to be very telling as to whether or not Berserker can carry this game.
Yeah.
Because it could be very, very difficult. Obviously, Gala with a lot more mobility around the team fights here. Get excited and then win the fight. That is kind of the aim of the game here. As Twisted Fate certainly would be one of those things that could just lock down Berserker for a moment.
Yeah, good ban right there. I do wonder... Like, the thing that I like right now for Lion is the fact that they're holding a flex pick. So they can still pull out something crazy in their 5th pick. So I think they're kind of setting up mid lane bans now so that Saint can blind pick his mid laner on 4. And then we'll see if they throw Dokla up against a Sion as Aatrox and have Inspired on something weird. That's kind of what JDG is expecting right now with the continued jungle bans for Inspired. Maybe trying to push him onto the Aatrox.
So that's 11 bans so far in the jungle. Let's see whether there's going to be even more. Maybe LYON just go for an agreement. They're going to start banning junglers as well. We'll have 13 taken away, and it's finally a Mumu's time to shine. You know, maybe we get there.
I mean, at a certain point, what's Junja going to play?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
He's got Mundo still.
Oh, that's a really good point. That's actually a decent option for either team at this point in time. They'll be very tank heavy on JDG's side with that Sion already shown. So we're going to be looking for a lot of damage out of Honkyu.
Yeah, he's got Mundo still. Jace is technically still able to be played in the jungle, but I don't think it really fits these comps. Then you got stuff like Kiana, Sejuani.
Kiana is certainly one. And with the Sion there for JDG, I feel like it fits their composition. Plus, they're an LPL team, and LPL is the only region that can really play Kiana, as far as I know.
Would you just play Azir here, even with the nerfs? With all the control mage bans, and you're playing front to back.
It does work as peel at the same time.
Could be an Inspired Sejuani.
I do kind of like the Sejuani with the fact that the Trundle has been banned away.
Yeah, we're just team fighting now, man.
Yeah. And what does it mean for where Saint's going to go in the mid lane? Because you can then play some pretty fun stuff that can synergize with the Permafrost. So is it going to be like a Silas angle or something like that? That could be a little bit of fun.
It'll depend on these last 2 picks by JDG here. So JDG needs to pick mid-jungle with the Sejuani being taken away and Mundo gone. I mean, surely in Tabe we trust for what they're going to be picking jungle, but they have banned their own junglers as well.
There are a lot of things that have been taken away. I feel like Sejuani is not one of those picks that's very easy to counter, but Poppy jungle could certainly fit that bill. Now Vampire, what does he want to pick up for Honkyu? Like, is it just Azir? Like, Azir does kind of fit, I guess, because you can sort of peel as well on the champion. A lot of consistent damage as well as you move later into the game.
I mean, LYON needs the consistent damage a bit more to cut through the Sion, since LYON has a bit more bruiser, whereas JDG has a bit more tank.
Still the Mel.
Okay, the Mel blind pick will make them... I mean, Mel's good against stationary AD carries like Aphelios.
Moonlight Vigil as well can be reflected, and that could be a little bit scary.
I feel like you get outscaled by a lot of different mid lane picks, though.
Well, let's see whether Saint is going to be able to find one of those mid lane picks.
I think it's a good Azir angle.
Well, he is going to look for it.
Caps notwithstanding, Caps did win the Azir versus Mel.
He did. He did. Let's just not talk about what happened throughout the very early stages of the game.
Victory.
Yep, exactly. And that's how you determine whether a pick is good. Did they win?
These team comps remind me of 2020 or 2021 League of Legends. Aside from the Mel. Aside, everything but the Mel. Reminds me of 5 years ago.
It's quite old school. Yeah, the Mel wouldn't have existed, so that would just be a bunch of question marks.
Yeah.
But outside of that, we are certainly going back a fair amount of time. So well and truly in our wheelhouse, chat. You know, we have been, we're old, is what I meant. So Sion versus Aatrox should be decent for Dokla there towards the top side of the map. I am a little bit worried about Inspired's ability to actually go for 2v2s towards that top side, just because Arc Control is so important for the Sejuani. And Steadfast Presence can really make you have a bad time. So I think Junja going to have some, the ball's in his court, I feel like, for the early stages of the game. But outside of that, these are 2 team fighting compositions that are just going to butt heads at every later dragon in this game. We could have another barn burner that just really goes a long time.
I think this game could set up to be very close and very long. I was also thinking, with the way that LYON won the first 3 laning phases, that they might actually consider picking a scaling team fighting draft for game 4, because they shouldn't be afraid of getting run over in lane phase.
Yeah.
Like happened against Gen G, and since they've lost these games as they get later, okay, let's just pick some more scaling. Tabe kind of had the same idea, though, setting up for the Sion first pick, and both of these teams have kind of just opted in to 5v5 scaling team comps.
And there is Tank Shrek. with that Azir lock-in, you were mentioning it, they do need that consistent damage, but I mean, if you get a Leandries, things like this, the Scion does not feel as tanky as it otherwise would, and also needs to be building armor in this game, right? Like, if you don't have a Bramble Vest, you're just going to die to the Aatrox, and so no Kaenic Rooker going to be coming out early or anything like that, as we've seen to try and mitigate some of the downsides. I think that the Azir will be able to do a lot of work into this Scion if Saint can keep himself safe in this game.
I don't love Scion, or rather the Aatrox side of the Scion matchup, just because I feel like you need to win the lane by so much in order to have any threat later on in the laning phase. So Dokla's going to have his work cut out for him for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was that really had a phenomenal time in that matchup that I saw recently, because it did impact my brain and how I feel about it. But as you say, I mean, Scion just has a good kit for very early in the game and can just win a lot of matchups. So we'll just have to see. We are going to be restarting the game here, so it's just going to take a little bit longer, but obviously nothing going to be changed as far as these drafts are concerned. It's going to take a little bit of time as we do pan over the studio here. I just want to say, the Brazilian fans have been unbelievable at making sure that every team gets cheered for.
Yes.
Like, there's been none of the library scenarios that we've had in past international tournaments. It's just been constant cheers for everyone.
Yeah, when we got to have the fans in the analyst area for the LYON versus Loud series earlier, that was an awesome experience.
Yes,
they were so
cool.
passionate, such good fans. It wasn't super personal, even if they were super passionate when we were predicting.
And you tried to bait them as best you could.
I did. I tried.
I remember,
hard.
and it was beautifully navigated, but I was a little bit afraid that you might step a little bit too far. But you did a very good job, and the fans forgave you, and that is certainly a good thing.
Already some vertical jungling going on.
Yeah.
As Junja was on a ward when he walked through into Raptors, so Inspired will know that his jungle has been invaded. Won't know when it gets left, though, whether or not he's going to be trying to cross for Raptors or his own blue or go for Krug. So there's going to be some guesswork going on in the jungle. I think we'll see some action from it.
Now there's Vampire just pushing Isles back with that flay. As Saint trying to deal with Honkyu here. It's been mainly Vikla playing the Mel so far this tournament. Honkyu going to try his hand at it now. He's already being able to shove in the Azir.
Yeah, where's Vikla now, though?
Probably on his way home.
Yeah, so a good sign for LYON so far.
Yep, absolutely. Although his Mel didn't do too badly.
No, it actually did really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just didn't do well at winning the game, which was problematic. JDG out to an early lead, though, with the fact that their lanes do have the push. Even top lane, we were seeing that Dokla had a decent exchange early, but wasn't quite able to find it. As great play there to mitigate the engage from Isles. As Inspired looking for a wraparound, as Honkyu already having to flash. And that Aftershock actually getting a lot of value there for Inspired.
Inspired doesn't have any camps left to farm, though. That's why he went for that gank. Can't go for red buff because the Jinx Thresh have push, but might be going for a quick gank here.
Yeah, the flash forward from Isles just to hold Vampire in position. There's the Gravitum as well, as Berserker will be able to find that moonshot, and there's first blood to the Aphelios. Berserker, yeah, he wants game 5.
Berserker Isles in lane this series has been exceptional. They had the extra confidence to go for that fight because Inspired was going to be first to that play, but they get the 2v2 kill before Inspired even enters the fight. So really well done. Plus the kill going under Berserker is the icing on the top of the cake.
Yep, it's absolutely perfect. I have to say, I do feel like there's some national pride happening here in this bottom lane of Australia and Korea, my two homes.
Absolutely.
This flash forward from Isles, man, he just knew that they had the kill threat and the gun knowledge here. The control from Berserker, just perfect.
Plus hitting level 3 mid-fight during that engage was just excellent timing across the board. So we're back to the Raptor battle, though.
Yeah, Junja making
Isles
his way
is here.
in.
They're on top of things.
Yeah, finds the hook as well. As Inspired, going to see whether he can find the permafrost. There it is. Flash out from Junja is going to be able to keep him safe. Does have that phase rush as well. Make sure that he can run away. But run away is what he needs to do, so no crab for the jungler of JDG.
Yeah, Inspired calling Isles up for that reinvade, managing the unique jungle situation very well in game 1 and here in game 4. Basically controlling both Raptors at this point, also getting double crab, and I'd say almost like a hockey assist for First Blood. He was around.
Yep.
He helped give them faith.
As Honkyu is just clearing things as best he can, trying to get rid of some vision here towards his bottom side. Hook does come on through, but Isles is able to just use the dredge line to make sure that there is no further pullback. It was a pretty cute play. It was. Does mean that he also gets the lower cooldown on the anchor.
Yeah, Isles Nautilus quite legit. They were always gonna lose the first couple levels of laning phase, but once Nautilus gets a little bit ahead, he has better all-in, and Vampire hasn't even been able to buy an item, so any all-in that happens will be likely to favor Berserker and Isles in that bot lane.
Yep. They did take a fair bit of damage here from Honkyu, finds his full combo onto the Azir. But there is Inspired making his way down. There is a lot of value out of this rebuttal. I think last time we saw the Mel, there were only a few things. You know, Tidal Wave, I think, was a big one. But this time around, Glacial Prison being thrown back towards LYON could be a huge deal. That's kind of absurd. Obviously, there is the thing that Freak was talking about, where the dredge line, if you rebut, that's probably not what you want to do. So that example could come on through. Did like that one from the champion spotlight. But Honkyu probably not going to be throwing it at Isles. But yeah, being able to throw back any sort of engage that Inspired goes for just makes things feel a little bit uncomfortable.
For sure. Another situation where it's looking like the JDG soul lanes are going to have the upper hand, but Berserker Isles are going to need to play a really solid game. The top lane definitely not going the way that LYON would hope. Doka already being down, 10-12 CS, already having to deal with the Bramble Vest Scion.
Yeah.
If Scion has a good early laning phase, gets that early Bramble Vest buy, it's kind of like lane over unless you get a considerable amount of help, but at the same time with this Aphelios in the game, it is not optimal for anyone to really go top lane. It's much more important that you play mid-bot.
And right now, Doka is just going to do the very best he can. They do get some control here of this mid lane. Honkyu will be able to clear this one out in the end, but it gives Saint the ability to move. And the first dragon of the game could be an early one here at 6.5 minutes, but Junjo going to be moving forward, gets right on top of Inspired here, only level 5 on the Sejuani as the Steadfast Presence is going to wear off. Berserker finally comes in. There's the Emperor's Divide as Vampire gets pulled back, but it's Gala that they want to take down. Red-white guns here for Berserker, and he wants to use them. Takes down Vampire for his first kill of this exchange, and the anchor just barely goes wide, but this should mean that the Dragon will go over the line if they want it.
Inch away from 2 kills, and they burn the Gala Flash. That's a big team fight win in the river early from LYON. Junja is going to want that engage back where he eat into the Sejuani, because that really kicked off a fight that was not in favor of JDG.
They didn't want it, and also it was an early Steadfast Presence there as well as Isles is moving in. Honkyu just realizing that he has to try and go all in onto Saint. Isles was just walking this entire time. Saint almost just dies, walks back to get the kill with an auto. That was insanity.
That's a clap moment for Saint. Has the null magic, so he's not getting one shot by the Mel. Early magic resist, very important in burst matchups like this. And just watching this fight one more time, there's just such good positioning here for LYON. Both tanks are in Aftershock for the first bit of the fight, so no burst able to come out for JDG. And then Berserker just makes sure Gala can't be involved, knowing that Vampire is already flashless and in the middle of the team, so they can clean that up later.
Beautifully done. I feel the 5. I'm feeling it, but I'm not going to count like the eggs of the chickens before they're doing the hatching and things like that. And I'm going to try not to do any more caster cursing, because I already got called out for that one, and I apologize to everyone at home, and I'll do my very best to not do it. Still, early days.
Caster curses aren't real.
They're not real.
Which is why I normally try to do them frequently, because I know they're not real.
Yeah, me too.
But I'm also not going to play that game right now, because I know it's not real, so no reason to do it.
I mean, I do feel like it is real.
No, it's not.
Chronicler said that it wasn't real.
Yep,
Where is he now?
He's dead. He's
not dead, Chad. He's alive. He's back in the Netherlands, okay? I hope he's all right. Chronicler, can you let us know if you are watching? Just let us know that you're all right. That would be really important.
But like I said, caster curses aren't real. It doesn't matter what I say. He's going to be fine.
Caster curses aren't real, and the caster is no longer real. So, all right. Just trying to clear out some waves here as Berserker with his long-range weaponry here towards his bottom side, just looking to hold on to this wave. Gala is going to avoid that hook for now. They do want to be able to get this crash. Hook going to go wide. They are not going to quite get it. Junja in position, though. This could be a dangerous time. Poppycopter?
I mean,
what's it going to do,
even if it does land.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, what is the goal here?
Yeah. I was hoping maybe Inspired was approaching for a gank at that exact moment. Now Inspired actually is here.
Kind of a big deal that it's now on cooldown, though.
It's a short cooldown if you don't fire it.
He did fire it.
He fired it.
Yeah, he fired it.
No, I think I think that's a spectator bug. I think it's going to be back.
It was also nerfed to be on a longer cooldown if you don't fire it as well.
I think it'll be back. Yeah, see, 8 seconds.
All right, there we go. Never mind. Saint is not going to be able to find the Emperor's Divide, as there is some rebuttal there from Honkyu.
Yep. Inspired just crossing, hoping to get something through.
Wait a second, it's not back. Is it back or is it not back?
It's back.
So it's back, but it's not back?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's because it's like 2 different cooldowns on the ultimate. I think the spectator thing gets confused.
Okay. Well, if Junja doesn't
just start charging that up again, so I can prove my point.
I'd like to see it. That's all right. Xiaoshu is going to get control of this Pixel Brush. Gets pulled back by the Infernal Chain. Stokely just doesn't seem to be doing damage to this Scion. Does have his Barmy Cinder now complete as well.
He never will.
Yeah.
That's how that lane
feeling
works.
like he just has the items that he needs.
Oh, hello.
As Isles is just going to move on over. Does manage to lock down Honkyu for now. Finds the depth charge there as well as in goes Saint. The box is down though as Vampire is controlling this pretty well. Super Mega Death Rocket lands onto Isles, but that is not the target he's really looking for. Some overwhelming happening here, but Saint not going to be taken out, and it's Vampire that falls first. Finally, Junja makes his way into this fight, and the sidestep on the zap is good from Isles, who is now looking to try and get on in here. The Moonlight Vigil comes down, and Berserker is going to make his presence known. Not going to quite get enough damage there, though, as the rebuttal gets the auto attack to go back towards the Aphelios.
Really well played, close fights happening right here. Berserker at 2-0. Isles sidestepping, really crucial CCs down the stretch, and Saint really maximizing his damage. And it feels like he's very confident playing against this Gwen with the way he's just spending a lot of time moving, basically, to make sure he's not getting hit by the skill shots.
Yeah. I feel like Saint has one mode. That's what I'm learning. I feel like things haven't changed since he was in the LCK
Saint
challenges.
playing with confidence like he always does, whether or not it's warranted.
Yeah, it was a good hook there from Vampire, but unfortunately they did not quite have the firepower to take them down. Still, like you're saying, Saint just playing on the edge.
Yeah, right here, Isles tanking the first bit of the Jinx Rocket, so there's no chance it goes through to Saint. They finish the kill, and then dodging the zap right there from Gala, even landing the skill shot back in. I thought Isles played this fight incredibly well, flashing away at the very end to not die.
Yep, avoids double zaps in the fight as well to make sure that he is going to survive. And okay, LYON now just going to be clearing waves. We do have a Cloud Drake coming up in 11 seconds time. And let's check in on the Coinbase gold grind. Berserker versus Gala here once again, and it's a big lead.
Love this
for
picture.
this Aphelios.
200 more gold from minions, 579 from the kills. So the gold lead almost completely from the 2-0 on the kill score.
Yep. Not quite able
That's
to get
a lot of people top lane.
either.
That's 5 people top lane.
Okay, well, Dokla might be dying here, ladies and gentlemen. As he does get knocked up, the Infernal Chain's not going to pull back Xiaoshu, as it looks like LYON are going to trade this for a dragon. And wait a second, is Dokla just going to be okay? Flashes towards Junja as he was tanking up the turret. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket, and down will go this Aatrox. Junja almost dead for his trouble. They traded for a Drake. Is this going to be enough? As now Honkyu, once again, good rebuttal. As, of course, a little bit telegraphed is the Emperor's Divide. So Honkyu going to be able to avoid that CC.
Yeah, Saint definitely had a tempo token after they 5-man Dokla in the top lane.
Yeah, I would
to go
assume
for that
so.
play. Gets the ultimate trade. Just testing Honkyu's ability to react. And Berserker, with still no role quest complete, is swapped early, just a little bit early. He'll still be able to get his role quest and call very soon to be completed as well.
Yep, he's got his scope done as well. So making sure that he rushes that item, of course, buffed on this patch, and feels like everyone wants to buy this if they can.
Especially long-range team fighting AD carries.
Although I feel like the best team fights are when you've got the Severum and Crescendum, which is quite short range.
True. Still the best.
You can certainly make that Calibrum get some things done, as Honkyu gonna have to flash out of the way of Saint here this time around. Didn't have Emperor's Divide, but still just didn't want to risk it. And Berserker, who had a look at the gold grind before, he's now going to add a fair bit of turret money to that one with these plates that are going down.
Yeah, in Berserker we trust, man. If we're going to be winning this game for LYON, Saint sidestepping, yet another Q. The biggest problem in this game is Xiaoshu's Scion. I mean, the fact that he's already 600 gold ahead, he's already stacked a ton of armor, has the Sunfire Cape, and Saint's not in a position where he can kill him at all yet. I mean, he had to do Merc Treads for the early move speed in MR against the Mel, so delays his first item Power Spike.
Yep, and you need to buy an Ashes because you're Azir.
Yep.
And so we'll see what he does build second. There's a lot of debate on second items for Azir more recently. I personally hate Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Okay.
I just feel like it doesn't do enough, but everyone does seem to like it as Gala misses a cannon. Berserker's in his head, man. It's happened. It's a -1 in the chat. But I'd like to see a Leandri's built, just because I do agree with you. I think this Sion is public enemy #1.
It might work if for the long front line. You could do the Chovy and build a proto belt.
That's true.
A lot of people don't like that, but Chovy has done
I don't like that either. Although I feel like if you want a there's players that just really like proto belt. They just build on absolutely everything. As Dokla is going to find a Q3, and it looks like it may not have even hit, because Xiaoshu is just not taking damage.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoshu had the wave frozen on Dokla, so Dokla has to try and break the freeze. It's going to be bouncing back towards his turret, but Dokla probably going to have to reset and try and home guard out. Look at the goal difference in these games. A lot of back and forth games. You can see LYON winning the majority of early games and narrowly winning this game in the early game as well.
Ooh, Inspired goes in. They were looking for the rebuttal. Q holds onto it. Takes the Lantern to safety, as now Shelly has been started up here by JDG. 4-man strong for now. And there is a Sion moving up the river. The train could leave the station and become a real problem here if LYON do decide to go for any sort of commitment. So it looks like they are just going to give this one up. Should be the Rift Herald going over to JDG. And I do not blame LYON for not going for that.
For sure, especially with Sion being able to enter the fight and having no real way of killing Sion. So LYON does have to kind of bide their time until their carries can scale up a little bit more. I do think that if they do get a full item Azir Aphelios, then the tankiness of the Sion would matter a little bit less.
Yep.
But I think the mid-game spike with Sion's tank stats and just Mel's bursty kit is going to favor a little bit of JDG in the mid-game.
Yeah, and if they can then get those fights in the mid-game, it's Gala that's going to be the biggest benefactor, and then the Jinx becomes a gigantic problem. Has already cashed in the Cull, and is looking for that item #2 to come on up, and is down about 800 gold. But that's the thing that could really change off the back of Xiaoshu being so big.
Absolutely. And a bit of a tangent, but I haven't gotten the chance to talk much about the Taba interview that we had yesterday. I know he talked about drafting in triangles and squares.
We did talk about
lane.
shapes a lot.
But the other thing that I really liked about that interview, it almost brought me back to really early League of Legends when I was playing, when he's saying like, oh, what is the strongest way to play? Is it through bot lane? Actually, no, the globals countered us. Like, there's certain basics about League of Legends that are just always true. And I feel like Tabe hasn't forgotten those things, even though he's been a coach for so long, as we see Honkyu with no flash getting engaged on.
Well, there's the Arctic Assault flash, and the hook is going to come through just after the rebuttal wears off. Beautiful timing there from Isles, and down will go Honkyu, and Dokla getting some much-needed money in this game.
Yeah, really important for him to flank the sides of teamfights, because the Aatrox can actually be a big threat to the Jinx and the Mel if they're able to get through the Sion at some point. So pretty crucial that they're able to get that kill. Now that they have the Azir laning up against the Sion with their current lane assignments.
Yep. As Isles,
nice play.
He's just sidestepping everything.
He's in flow state at the moment.
He certainly is.
He's playing an incredible series.
Isles is locked in, wants that game #5, and we'll see whether he can get it. Obviously, it will be Berserker that will be the one tasked with making it happen later on into this game, as another hook is going to go wide.
The fastest Nautilus I've ever seen.
He's nimble in that Big Daddy suit. That's all right. Rift Herald going to go down. Going to be JDG looking to deny this, and we haven't really spoken about it, but it's a Hextech Soul this game. LYON would like to be able to take this one, but they don't really need to. Double Dragon was already secured by them, as Rift Herald is going to be on their mind instead, as the hook is going to connect onto Isles this time around. The box does go down there as well, as he does have the Aftershock to keep himself alive, and it keeps himself alive the entire time. Berserker looking to chase down the rest of JDG after they wasted so much trying to kill this Nautilus, and Gala has to use Barrier to survive.
Woo. Berserker goes to push him back. That, I think, could have been a one fight for LYON if Inspired's ultimate was just a little bit closer. It blew up for the slow, but didn't actually land a stun onto anyone. So Drake over to JDG. I do think LYON was just going to take the wave and not want to opt into a fight where Sion could arrive, or they could fight the mid-game Mel, because that's how they actually lose the game.
Well, Honkyu here towards his bottom side is continuing to push things in towards Dokla. And as far as the gold is concerned, 700, 800 is the lead that LYON does have. As now Dokla chasing after Honkyu here. He doesn't have a lot of buttons left available. Finds the Q there. Second Q comes on forward as well, as Saint is going to make his way in, but Junja should be able to catch him there as well. And now is it him that's on the wrong position on the map? But of course, Isles is going to be there, so he's going to be able to back up his mid laner. It is going to be Dokla going back home though, so they have to play a little bit carefully.
Yep, I think they lose a little bit of tempo from that. Sion never had to leave top. They burned the teleport.
Token?
They've lost the token.
Oh, no.
Well, they spent their token. The token was the teleport.
Got it.
So now the token goes over to JDG, also known as it's now JDG's turn.
And now I'm imagining it like
tempo.
a talking stick. You know, like when you have the group meetings and you have to hand the stick over and it's like your turn to avoid people interrupting one another.
It could work. I mean, this is how brainstorming works. Eventually we'll arrive on something that is simpler, maybe calling it tempo, but we're not there yet. We need to do the exploration.
Yeah, no, we're definitely not there yet. We're iterating. As Vampire is going to be playing them back. Does land the hook there onto Isles as well, as who gets thrown into the enemy team. The train just drives past them as Dokla thankfully avoids getting knocked up by that one. Somehow Isles is still alive and wants to continue fighting, as Berserker with Crescendum Calibrum is pretty scary from long range, but now has the Infernum as well. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Gala taking so much damage from that one. Man, that'll hurt so much more later on in this game. Thankfully right now doesn't quite have the items that he wants, but still, there's a bit of a taste test.
Boy, we are in for some team fights later on in this game. Good thing Saint has Mercury Treads there, doesn't let them chain the CC. Fairly unreliable engage on the side of JDG as we're seeing in these fights. Even Sion ulting in and kind of cornering off the Sejuani doesn't mean they can really do anything. The Mel CC, short duration. The Thresh hooks, hard to land, also short duration. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for JDG to stick online in team fights.
I feel like it's Junja or bust, right? He has to like flash in and get the heroic charge to really lock them down. But that is very hard commitment to make that one happen. Of course, you can just throw out death sentences over and over and see what sticks.
True.
But it hasn't really been sticking with this live Nautilus on the other side.
Berserker's
in front of everything.
Berserker's in his comfort zone for sure. 1.1 thousand gold ahead of Gala.
True.
Once again, but incredible scaling on the Cephalios. And because of the kind of lack of hard engage, not having a Thresh or a Lulu, currently not looking like a massive concern. As long as they have a way of As long as LYON has a way of pushing Hongq kind of outside of the fights, that's the only big thing that's going to stop Berserker from being able to hit, is having to dodge and worry about those mage skill shots.
Berserker's going to have to worry about the Vampire possibly getting on top of him. Does have to stop that back, because it was a little bit of an optimistic one. Some Crystalline Overgrowth building up here towards his bottom side as Hongq, with the help of Junja, should be able to take down this outer turret. He's going to be the second of the game for JDG. Just making the map as dark as possible, and LYON's gold advantage is kind of dissipating here.
Slipping away. I do feel like this is the stage of the game where the JDG champs are on their biggest power spikes, though. Really got to respect the Mel and the Sion right now, before you have Lord Doms on Berserker, or before Saint has 2-3 items with the Void Staff. So it makes sense that JDG's winning these small battles as long as LYON prevents them from winning a big 5-0 team fight, because that, if one team takes a bad team fight at this point, the Baron's gone, and the game is probably decided on that play. Since these comps are so similar, if one gets very ahead of the other, it's very hard to come back.
Yeah, I do have to say, Liandry's now completed here for this Azir, and so Xiaoshu becomes a little bit more mortal.
I mean, this is the right choice when you're playing a strong front line and you're doing front to back. No Proto Belt, no Rylai's. The Liandry's against tanks, marginally better.
I like it a lot. As now JDG grouped up around this second Hextech Dragon of the game. Would be their second Drake, and LYON looking for Soul Point. I imagine that LYON are thinking that they do want to fight for this, as the death sentence does go a little bit wide, but there is so much control, and like you were saying, it's a bit of a spike for JDG at this moment.
I think LYON would be fine if they get a turret off of this and the Drake goes. It looks like they're trading control for topside. If Berserker's close to the right guns, they might just try and burst
honestly,
this down.
They have so much Baron damage.
No, they're just playing this back and forth, threatening the Baron damage.
They do have a lot of it, though. So if they're
Sion
given spare time,
the Drake? I think he is.
He seems to be wandering around it at the moment. Dokla is rotating over, as it's taking Xiaoshu quite a long time to kill this Drake, but they're not really checking it. They don't have information. It is just going to be the midway being pushed on forward. Gala is going to move on over, and he has the damage. So this Drake is just going to be taken. There is the hook connecting onto Inspired, onto Isles, sorry.
Well played by JDG. They haven't given up turrets.
Yeah, just keep it leashed. Can LYON actually find an angle here? But on the retreat, I mean, it's so difficult to lock them down.
Yeah, so much mid-prio, but then also because JDG was able to retreat, not even a plate goes down, and no Baron goes down. So JDG wins the game of chicken against LYON for sure. LYON doesn't trade really anything back for that Drake.
Very respectfully played here by LYON. But as you were saying, I mean, I think that the better times in the future here for a composition like this. And without Gala being able to get these resets in these team fights, is possibly going to be killable, depending on the positioning of Vampire here with his Lantern.
Oh, if he does reset, though.
I mean, it's pretty doomed.
Yeah, it's Pentakill City in a game like this.
Berserker has been pretty good so far this entire series, so he might be someone that LYON fans can rely on. Right now, JDG does feel like they have control. I don't want to say tempo vibes again, but I believe they do have them.
They have tempo, I agree.
Inclined to say that.
LYON didn't use their token well, though, when JDG grouped in River for the Drake.
I feel like they could have
wasted
rushed Baron.
token.
Maybe it is going to be a rush Baron angle.
It can be at some point. I mean, with the Azir Aphelios, they kill it incredibly quickly once Berserker has the right guns. That's something that JDG is going to have to worry about this whole time. If they're going to rush Baron, it would be on the next Drake.
Okay.
But I don't even know if that play is worth it in Modern League with how Baron Gold was half this season.
Yeah.
I've just not seen big-time Baron power plays, and I think the Soul Point is going to be more valuable in this game. It'll really just depend on whether or not we have Lord Doms on Aphelios, and if they think they can kill the Scion, whether or not LYON decides to contest the next Drake.
And I feel like Berserker has been out on the map for quite some time as well. We'll see whether he does have enough money to complete that third item.
He's got exactly the same items as Gala, but the scoreboard tells us he has 1,000 more gold.
Yep.
So he has at least 1,000 gold in his inventory.
I feel like he should be 1,000 gold ahead. That's right. Saint clears out this top wave. And let's see how he uses his token.
Yeah,
He's going to go back home?
You spend a token to recall.
Ah, that's what he's going to use.
That actually makes
token
sense.
Yeah, there we go. Gives him his reset. Now you've got Honky's turn. He's going to push that one out. And it does mean that things have slowed down. It's still an 800 gold lead for LYON, but I'm looking at these Hextech Dragons and Quadra Hextech Soul.
Mel.
Yeah.
I will say.
Not fun.
Data point.
I do like data points.
LYON beat a Hextech Soul Mel in LCS Finals.
Ooh.
It was a Mel bot lane, and it was Cloud9, but it happened.
All right, that's enough experience. As Hook is going to connect onto Isles here, gets thrown back into the box. There's the depth charge, going to connect onto Honkyu at the same time. As Vampire needed to get himself out of there. Once again, Isles just survives the rebuttal. He's going to go down. Oh, all of the flashes come through, but the death sentence is for Saint, and now Gala gets excited. Into the front line goes Xiaoshu as well as the Scion turns up with infinity health. What the heck is that health bar? As he wanders towards Berserker, flashes in. I'm not sure about that one, as there is a flash forward from Dokla, does manage to shut down Gala right there, and out goes Inspired, back in goes Isles, but the follow-up damage just is not there, and in fact on both sides the damage is kind of missing outside of Dokla, who does want to try and put them down. The health bars of JDG are low, but they still win the fight.
And the heart rate is high after that one. That was insane. Both Saint and Berserker saw their hero moment, and it was not in fact their moment, but Dokla saves it by getting the execute on Gala. That means the damage kind of ran out for JDG there. Once Gala was down, Dokla could kind of walk wherever he wanted, but watching the start of this fight again, it was looking so good for LYON. As we were talking about, if you win a fight in a big way, you get the Baron and probably win the whole game. So Saint sees no reflect on Honkyu, but everyone flashes as the hook is lining up, and they get the reset. Then the teleport shield is still on the Scion, which is why he has infinity health. And Berserker, what did he see? He sees Gala, and he thinks he can kill him. Technically they can afterwards, not worth a flash from the Aphelios, but then afterwards you can see there's no damage left, and it actually ends up just being a 2-for-1, and we're back on the map.
On second watch, I mean, I felt like the first time seeing it in the moment, I felt like I was with Berserker. In the replay, I didn't.
That was a lot of health left on the Gala.
Yeah, I didn't really feel it,
and a
barrier. As it turned out.
Yeah. If the Aatrox was there first, as long as we're doing, lies, it would have been fine.
Well, I mean, I think that because he did have the option of not flashing in.
Yes.
The out option was there.
I do think, though, if they don't kill Gala, they probably lose Baron.
Yeah.
I don't think they can contest it without the
flash in was good.
Yeah, but then the flash doesn't work if that doesn't happen. But they're on a ward. They don't realize that the Baron is very fast, and they're trying to trade the soul for this. I think they get it if they commit.
I mean,
they're
it's Soul Point. It's not even the soul.
They're scared off by the Scion ult, though. They're going to be on Soul Point anyway, and they're not going to trade it.
Oh, dear. It is going to reset.
Gala's not there.
Yeah, so
LYON lose the bluff.
That is just Soul Point going on over to JDG. And LYON, unfortunately, once again, misused. They dropped the token. It fell down the drain.
Yeah.
Or something like that, unfortunately. They will be able to grab this cross map out of turret. So Berserker getting a bit of extra money is certainly good news. Does feel a little bit like LYON are playing scared, but this might not be that opportunity, as there is the rebuttal. Beautifully done, but the hook is actually going to be used as engaged. Dokla gets into a great position, trying to jump on top of Honkyu, but I think he's just dead. Yeah, Gala is going to get excited once again, as Berserker is fighting Xiaoshu. This time around, though, he does have the Lord Doms, and Moonlight Vigil is going to connect. The rebuttal throws it back! Man, he has that up every time he needs it, and now the Scion goes in one more time. Super Mega Death Rocket not even needed, as Berserker is dead, and JDG, they'll find the Baron right there after they win the team fight.
Just a sequence of positive plays by JDG and head scratchers by LYON. They've taken the top turret, they lost the standoff at Seoul, and then they lose this fight in a big way. So Saint has ultimate here. When he swooped in, I thought he was going to flip Vampire back. Decides not to. And then they all kind of chase into the turret. Dokla ends up dying. I thought they were just going to kill the flashless Thresh.
Yeah.
When they don't do that, it goes from bad to worse as Saint falls to the Mel. And then Berserker with no flash in the river can just get run down by the
that must have been like perfect timing on the rebuttal. The rebuttal cooldown is massive.
Really well played.
And I think right as it came back up again, Honkyu has the perfect angle to find another one. Dokla, you can see, not exactly psyched about it. And the Baron over to JDG here. With another couple of minutes to play with it.
Just looks like LYON is second-guessing themselves. After the team fight where Saint and Berserker both failed their flashes, Saint a little hesitant on the ultimate, but then the hesitancy ends up being a death sentence against a team who can team fight as well as JDG, and now the 1,000 gold lead the Berserker had is 1,000 gold lead on the side of Gala, and LYON's going to need some help.
Certainly are. Let's see whether they can find themselves a team fight. Like, still Berserker is doing a lot of damage. 3.5 items is certainly a big deal, but everything went right in that last team fight. There is the Glacial Prison to come on down, but Xiaoshu is even going to get Mikhail's actually to get on out of that one, but I don't think it really did and damage, if I was counting. So LYON is just going to do their very best to defend, holding on to their inhibitor turrets for now. They still have a lot of team fight in them, and the Ducks aren't necessarily as much in a row. Like JDG, everything went right. What if in the next fight everything goes right for LYON? I imagine
Can it's game 2 again.
Ooh, maybe it's game 5 though, Jat.
That would be the hope, but it is looking pretty good for JDG right here. Gala close to Infinity Edge. Once he gets that, he's going to be extremely powerful with the Thresh, with the Mikhails, and with everyone having flashes up. If they're playing behind their Scion, it doesn't seem likely that LYON would be able to find a good fight.
Well, inner turret is not worth defending, so that one will go down. LYON not going to be dying on that hill, absolutely. Dokla looking for a flash angle and has actually found his way in, I'm pretty sure, without being seen. Thankfully for LYON, the Soul didn't actually go over. Fighting into a Hextech Soul with this composition. Zap is definitely very accurately named. We do like that, but the Mel is also going to be hugely problematic. So not wanting to give that one up, and do still have 1.5 minutes to try and get themselves into gear, as the Baron will expire in 18 seconds time, but a 2,000 Rebel Baron power play is a pretty good one here, putting them at about 5,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah. And JDG not trying to take any risks here, knowing that Hextech Soul is up in 1 minute 10 seconds. Push mid, push bot, don't care about top lane because they have full control of both waves and good vision in the jungle. So anywhere that LYON has to walk, they kind of have to face check. And then if they face check into a Thresh hook, that's half of someone's health with the current Jinx items, and LYON's just going to have a bad time. So you can't really give Hextech Soul, but you can't really walk your way in.
You can't give it, but you also can't get there.
Yes. It's a win if LYON has 5 people in river while Hextech Soul is getting hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they tried to get some vision down there, but that doesn't quite work out. Thankfully, this little cheeky ward is able to do something. They do have a Scryer's Bloom on the map to spot that there are control wards in their jungle. But look at this. I mean, there are wards littering the area as we scan around the map. And JDG making sure that the lights are off for LYON.
Yeah, they might just try and make a fast play onto Xiaoshu. Not that you can kill the Scion fast, but at least it would draw JDG out of the vision.
Yep, and they can all do this together as well, so looking to try and get there as a 5-man unit is certainly what you want to do. Inspired, just tanking things up with his frozen armor, frost armor.
Yeah, and now Dokla's kind of in river, so they've kind of done it. They've made it through to near river while the Drake is still up. So that's step one.
There's the flash in from Isles, looking to try and get that knock up as the hook is going to connect onto this Nautilus. Gala down to 50% health, and the Drake hasn't been taken just yet. In goes Inspired, wanting to try and take down this Dragon. Can he deny the soul? That is the question. No, he cannot. There is the soul over to JDG, and now they're looking for the team fight. Berserker still alive for now as Xiaoshu will be taken down. Into the backline goes Dokla as well. He was able to do a bit of work, but it's a triple kill for Gala, and down goes the Aphelios. The ace is completed for JDG, and they got the Drake off the back of it.
They had to work hard to get the chance at a Smite Steal, but they just couldn't convert on the Smite Steal. Once they over-invested there, they were also likely to lose the fight, so soul acquired for JDG.
And maybe even a push towards ending the game as well, as they're looking for this inhibitor turret on the bottom side of the map.
They got time.
Yeah, these respawns, I mean, it's going to be 7 seconds on Isles, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend this one. And Honkyu is up and available. Gala is alive as well, getting excited, moving towards these Nexus turrets. This Jinx just obliterates structures in front of him. And Gala is not going to be perturbed by this Nautilus. Inspired's turn now just to throw his body at the problem. Is able to take down Junja and then flash out to keep himself alive. And that may have actually kept the game at least alive for a little bit longer for LYON.
Yeah, keeps their first stand alive for now. They're also trying to teleport in. This is an Aatrox. If they can get the Jinx Mel, would at least be a lot of gold.
Yeah, teleport does come through from Xiaoshu, whose health bar is looking even more than infinity, which I know is impossible, but it does look larger than when I said it was infinity before. Now Saint looking to try and find an angle as Hex Gates will be able to bring Inspired in as well. Could this be an opportunity? Can they kill Gala? That's going to be the question as Saint almost dies to a Super Mega Death Rocket. There is the Glacial Prison that comes down as well. And I think LYON have decided that maybe this is not the play that they want to go for.
They couldn't get Berserker through, and Saint took too much damage trying to chase, so it was ultimately just a 4v4. They had to back away.
But Baron.
Yeah, go for it.
Take the token and run, right?
Go for it. They have white and green guns. Aphelios kills it very fast. Sion will ult in to this Baron pit, and the Hex Gates make them back on the map. But this is as good a chance LYON's going to get.
Yep. I mean, there's a rock in front of the pit, so it's not exactly an open door. Let's see whether Xiaoshu can get himself in there, but man, this goes down so incredibly fast. It is going to be secured there, but is this going to be the end of the game? On top of that is Inspired. Extraordinarily low. The mill damage is just gigantic as Berserker doesn't quite find the Moonlight Vigil, and now they just need to get the heck out as Isles already to go down. Dokla will be able to make his way out, and JDG not going to chase.
Took Baron off the map. That's going to delay JDG's chances of winning yet again. They're just trying to play on the slim margins right here. JDG's in such a powerful position. GA up onto Gala with the Hextech Soul for the Mel. They are shredding through LYON. Isles are down for another 25 seconds, but there's no Baron minions. It makes it a little bit harder for JDG to try to end.
Yep. Hextech Soul, man, it is so incredibly difficult to deal with this. As Glacial Prison not really doing too much of anything at all onto Junja, who's just pretty tanky at this point in time.
But you know what's not tanky? The minions.
True.
They need the minions to make the turret.
The minions are tanky on the LYON side, though. Those minions are doing well.
Which is why LYON is keeping this game going.
Well, are they? Oh, no. Okay, so I don't know whether you guys have this as well, but we in the LCK have a saying, when in doubt, Elder flip.
I'm down. If they can get to the Elder, flip it.
Right?
Because that's going to be the struggle like it was with the Soul. Watching this fight one more time, Isles kind of sacrifices himself to not let anybody through. Berserker and Saint nearly took down Junja, but he was able to sidestep the ultimate, and then everyone just has to run. There's always a chance of a comeback. But I just want a chance to say this, since this is possibly the last game we're going to see for LYON. I think they played these early games very well.
I agree.
And it's going to be hard for them to have a positive takeaway from the tournament if they lose 3-1. But that would be the positive takeaway. The mistakes that they made were in their hands, which is a privilege against top LPL and LCK teams that they're playing against here. So
I think that it's going to make it better and worse at the same time.
It's going to make it hurt
all
more.
of these games were winnable.
But the fact that they had the ability to win with slightly better play in the mid and late game could be encouraging for LYON as they move forward to the rest of the year. If they lose this game.
Yeah, and if they make sure that they use the right takeaway.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes that is something that's going to be necessary. As okay, 4,000 gold basically nothing at 40 minutes into the game. Gold is not going to matter. This health bar is going to be the problem, and Hextech Soul, and the fact that they have full control of this Elder Dragon area.
That is 6 thick lines, so that's 6,000 health on the side.
And it's only going to get worse. Or better. Damage Champions is looking pretty good here for Gala, but you can see Berserker is right behind him. Not a massive amount here for Saint. Does now have the Rabadon's Death Cap completed. This is full damage Azir.
Yeah.
I would have personally liked Azonia's to be fit in there at some point, but if he finds an angle for an Emperor's Divide, they could just kind of win the game off the back of it.
I kind of want him to not use that ability. I think he needs to focus on killing kind of what's in front of him. If he ever swoops in, since he's such a high percentage of the damage, he's like 2-shot by anyone who's in range of him.
That is a good point.
So if they win a fight, that's when I feel like he should swoop in. But they need to get the first kill or two first would be my read. And I also think Death Cap is kind of the only play when you're behind. You don't have the luxury of building the defensive items.
Hook is going to come on forward here.
Some
They
damage
are going
down.
to try to kill the
Berserker
side
does damage.
Yeah, Berserker does have. His Bloodthirst is now completed. He does a lot of damage. Xiaoshu might need to be teleporting back into this fight. Does want to do so to get that big old shield anyway.
Yeah.
As Dokla wants to deny it. And it's very dark on that portion of the map.
Elder Flip, 4 seconds.
Hook going to connect onto Inspired, but Inspired is not too worried about it. Dokla still just biding his time, wants as much information as possible.
Yeah, he's trying to find the Scion. He was unable to, so Scion's going to be able to teleport back with the Giga Shield. But when in doubt, they're hitting Elder.
Kind
Just
of
hit
insane, though, at this point in time, as he's finally spotted on that flank ward. Inspired will be able to make this a 50-50. Let's see who's going to be able to lock down the Dragon. As Dokla getting into that backline, it's going to be taken by Junja. They will kill him for it. It's red-white guns for Berserker, but I just don't think that is going to be enough, as the Dragon's Wrath is going to come down onto LYON and will take away their opportunities here at first stand. JDG, they have a date with BLG, and they're looking to lock it in right now as Honkyu teleports to the enemy base.
Dokla trying to hold it off for as long as possible, but it is fighting against the impossible as JDG have 4 in the base.
Oh man, I do love the idea though. They went for the flip. Unfortunately, Junja is able to lock that one down yet again, and JDG will pick up the 3-1 victory.
Junja's smites were so on point this game. Any flip was going to him. This was a close 3-1 series, but JDG do move on to semifinals for that LPL final rematch.
Exactly right. Really excited to see what JDG can do up against BLG, because I feel like their development over this tournament has been absolutely fantastic. However, man, it's sad to see LYON go after stepping up to the plate so well here today. Want to reiterate that I think the takeaway should definitely be positive, because this was 100% a competitive series.
Yeah, JDG hopefully can build some confidence here to go up against BLG. Incredibly clutch smites. Gala Vampire, though, they might need to go back to the drawing board a little bit in terms of how do they play without bot prio, or how can they draft 4 more bot prio, because going away from that, I think, made these games a little bit difficult. Isles, Berserker played with big leads. You can see LYON crushed, I think, more at the way that they lost, because this did feel winnable, like they could have been moving on to the semifinals, but ultimately, their first stand journey does end here.
Yeah, you can see looking a little bit dejected here, but hopefully they can find some positives to take from this, and it is still very early days in 2026. Plenty of tournaments left to go.
Yeah, first stand. We still got Spring and Summer Split.
Yeah.
Still got MSI and Worlds. There's plenty of League of Legends ahead for this LYON team. You could see Berserker with that front to back. 52,000 damage. Did his best.
Yeah. And honestly, he was the main character of this game and did at least go for the plays. I think that is the best thing here, as we're waiting for an interview with Vampire as well, which is going to be very, very fun. Looking forward to hearing from him.
Are you sure it's Vampire?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I thought so.
I know. It says Vamp for interview?
Yeah.
As in, like...
I assumed that was a abbreviation.
Yeah. No.
So it's not. So never mind. I was just wrong.
It's fine.
I got excited though. It was right there, written down in front of me.
We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot today. We've learned that we should just call things tempo. Junja is going to be the interview.
Yeah.
I heard from the producers.
And he was really good at smiting here today as well.
Oh my god. The smites
a little
completely...
bit unfortunate for LYON fans, but...
Without the smites, as long as we're making...
Yeah, honestly, if the smite fights went the other direction, it would have been a LYON win.
That's always the most depressing thing after tournaments like this, because you're like...
You just start hindsighting, man.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can do after you lose.
Well, I mean, you can also just look to the future.
Yeah. Okay.
And try and stay positive and look for things that are constructive that
and
you can use to be better.
Berserker Isles looked very good. Sane had some great moves. I think lost confidence a little bit after the Azir move didn't work.
Yeah.
Inspired lost all the smites. Their flips, to keep flipping, get better at flipping.
And honestly, like, we've seen some teams shut down, like BNK Furex did exactly that in the previous series, but that is not what happened for LYON. So now it is time to throw it over to the post-game interview. Let's have a chat with
galera, então temos a JDG com a gente na semifinal amanhã enfrentando a BLG. Eu tô aqui com a Wendy, que vai fazer a tradução pra gente. Estou aqui com o Junja. Congratulations on winning. Eu vou perguntar para ele nessa primeira pergunta aqui, porque a galera conhece ele, né? Afinal de contas, ele já enfrentou o Brasil algumas vezes, enfrentou o Pen Game, enfrentou a Loud, ganhou, inclusive, da gente ontem. Então, eu vou perguntar como é que, quando ele soube que o First Stand seria aqui, qual foi a reação dele, já que, enfim, nos enfrentamos algumas vezes. It's really cool to talk to you, because Brazilian fans always remember you. You're kind of the guy who knocks Brazil out of internationals every time, even yesterday. So when you heard First Stand would be here, what went through your mind and what's been like to be here?
首先，恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。但其实你和很多巴西的粉丝朋友们有很多的故事，因为他们对你印象深刻。你总是把 CBLOL 的队伍在国际赛淘汰的那一个人，甚至说在昨天你们也是把 LOUD 给淘汰掉，很有趣的一个渊源。所以说，也想问一下你，当你知道这一次的全球先锋赛在巴西举办的时候，是什么样的心情？实际来到这里有哪些感受呢？
首先就是觉得，就巴西的观众都特别热情嘛，然后我觉得氛围特别好，然后来到这边之后，就觉得食物也都特别的好吃，然后，对，就差不多这样。
So coming up here to meet all the Brazilian fans, I must say you guys are super passionate, and we can feel the vibe here in the arena, and also all the foods here are super great, so everything's good, so obrigado.
Que fofinho, ele falou que ele consegue sentir que a gente é muito apaixonado pelo jogo, ele consegue sentir toda essa emoção aqui na arena com vocês, que ele adora a comida, ele está gostando muito de passar esse tempo com a gente. Bom, a minha segunda pergunta é que ele vai enfrentar a BLG de novo, é a quarta vez que eles vão enfrentar nesse ano. Eles perderam as últimas duas, incluindo a final. Então, quero saber se essa vai ser uma revanche aí, né, já que teremos mais esse jogo dessa vez. So, you've played BLG 4 times this year. You lost the last 2, including the finals. So, and you're facing them tomorrow. Is this a payback time? And what's different this time?
明天在半决赛要面对到非常熟悉的 BLG， 第一赛段的时候面对到他们4次，那后2次都是比较遗憾和胜利失之交臂，包括说在第一赛段决赛的舞台当中。所以说明天再次面对到他们，你觉得会不会是你们的反击时间？觉得这一次会有哪些不一样之处呢？
因为 BLG 在季后赛的时候就感觉跟常规赛的时候变得特别不一样了。然后我们输完他们2次之后，我们回去复盘了特别多，然后也想了很多，然后希望这一次这一次又碰到他们，我们能做得更好，然后有机会赢下他们吧。
I must say, maybe from back in LPL, the playoffs BLG is kind of quite different from the BLG in the regular season. And after the loss twice in a row to BLG, we kind of make a very detailed feedbacks and try to find where the mistakes comes from. And after that, hopefully this time, if we face off against each other, we can just become more stronger and showcase a better performance on the stage. And hopefully, we'll be the one to grab the win.
Bom, ele falou que enfrentar a BLG na fase regular foi bem diferente de enfrentar eles nos playoffs, que foi quando eles perderam essas séries, que ele espera que o resultado seja diferente dessa vez, por isso que ele está esperançoso de enfrentar eles amanhã. Thank you, Wendy, and congratulations once again. É isso, gente. Então teremos esse rematch amanhã, BLG contra JDG aqui no First Stand 2026.
That was a tough loss, of course, for LYON, but congratulations to JDG. I will say, though, night and day difference from yesterday
Oh,
in terms
absolutely.
of the expectation. Yes.
I feel like hope has been reignited in the West.
Yes.
Like it's not at an all-time high, but it's higher than it was. Considering we were like on the floor, right? It's like we were down here.
Like deeper than the floor.
We came into the office. I mean, like, so guys, what if we just had a tournament where there was no China and Korea?
Just us, you know?
Just us?
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, no one else can join. Maybe Brazil can join. That's about it, right?
But then, you know, G2 with the win, obviously great.
Yes.
But like, LYON put up a really good fight, and it's frustrating, but also optimistic. Because you got to remember, LYON, brand new roster, right? A lot of new players coming together to form a new iteration. But it also felt so close. The cats were talking about it. Smite differences could have been the difference maker. A single execution difference could have been the difference. Like, so it was close, and that kind of almost hurts way more.
Yeah, that's the tough part, because the conversation in the community is always going to be mixed, and I do think the takeaway that Atlas had of like looking towards the future is very much a correct one, because anyone that's followed the LYON story, the fact that yes, during the regular season it was really iffy. They started in the lower bracket and then they make that run. It's going to be interesting to see them go back and take these lessons and kind of work towards them. So I'm happy because it was a roller coaster, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it was a great series to watch, right? And we still have to recognize the amazing performance from the side of JDG. We got to talk about player of the game, and it was none other than Hongkyu bringing out that one. I was really impressed. It felt like that his rebuttal was basically a counter to everything that LYON was trying to do.
Every time it was off cooldown, it was hitting something massive.
Yeah,
the Sejuani ulti, back at you. The Berserker's Philios ulti, right back at you. I'm like, please. So that's tough. And yes, Hongkyu has really been a stellar player for the team. Even just like at the beginning of the series, I feel like he has been a bane to Saint just a little bit.
He certainly has been, yes.
Just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
But also it was...
Junja, though. That's interesting.
He's a player that just... I mean, Junja, very warranted.
Yes.
And also it's understandable why somebody voted for Gala as well. You can see why it was so difficult.
Yes.
Picking a player, right? But it's a... At the end of the day, everyone showed up in that game 4, which is ultimately what mattered most for JDG. And the question then turns to their rematch against BLG. This will be the 3rd time this year that they played up against each other.
True.
They had that semi-final, I think they call it the semi-finals, where they went to all 5 games. The finals, they didn't quite have the same level of performance, but now they get another opportunity. And winning at first stand, I mean, that could be a great opportunity for them.
And any time, especially around Worlds, when it's like, kind of a match between LPL versus LPL, something about being first seed gives you a disadvantage.
It did seem that way, yes.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just to wrap this one up, though, Oppo player of the series, we said it could go to anyone, but Gala, Giga Chad Gala really came in clutch, and I feel like that's a player that we've been looking towards during, like, on many teams, but especially during the regular season. The consistency that he has as a player is something you should always watch out for. There was a little bit of iffiness when it came to LPL playoffs, but in this series, he was very loud. In the last game, I was really rooting for Berserker, but no, Gala has been a reason why they've made it so far.
And I mean, he did struggle in the first 2 games, right? He was falling behind in the laning phase. We saw Berserker and Howls getting advantages in the 2 versus 2 lane, but he was always able to come back, and it always felt like he was having impact in every single game that they were playing.
Yeah.
And that's just something that, I mean, as an LPL fan, you'd love to see. Gala stepping up when it matters most and always being able to have that impact in the most important fights.
I remember the Xayah game. Jat was like, we're probably going to have to talk about his, like, at some point, the looming threat of Gala and a hyper-scaling AD carry. It's going to take over. So congratulations to JDG for that one. That was an incredible series for them. That being said, we're going to be heading straight to Lore, who's had a word with Dokla in the Verizon post-game interview.
Dokla, thank you so much for joining me after this series. I appreciate it, although I know it's not the way you wanted to end the run here. Even if it's super fresh, do you know what went wrong today from the preparation to things in game? Because it was still pretty close.
Yeah, I think game 1 kind of showed our flaws. You know, that game should have been a free win, and then we somehow managed a way to lose. And just we weren't connected on really crucial timers. Like everyone was not on the same page ultimately. And yeah, they team fought well, and you know we had chances to win, and we just didn't come up in the moments. Yeah.
It comes down to very small things in the end. That's one of the hard things with First Stand is that you have such a long travel. Every team has, of course, but so little time to prep as well. What is the most difficult prepping for a tournament like this?
It's just a fast tournament, so I'm not sure. It's just like the level that you come from is pretty much the level you're probably going to play at. And we're not good enough to honestly win the tournament, but we still can compete, and there is stuff to take away. It's just in the moment feels pretty hard to see that right now, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about those takeaways actually, because thinking about LYON, you guys peaked late in the season, but I feel like it gave you a bit of momentum, a lot of hope, obviously, for the rest of the season in the LCS. So takeaways from this tournament that's going to help you in the future for the rest of the season, and also what do you expect the team is going to improve upon the most going forward?
I think Dragon Steps, in terms of how we want to contest them, is like the biggest thing for me individually. On top of that, I think I need to use counterpick way better and actually have an impact, because I feel like maybe 3 of these games I had essentially no impact. So yeah, I just need to play better. But ultimately, we're playing against the best players in the world, so it's going to be hard, but yeah, we still need to level up.
And you always manage to clutch your way at international, so I'll be looking for the first one and excited for that. And also, we had the vlogs in China, we had the vlogs in Brazil, so I'm going to be waiting for the Korean vlogs at MSI. Dokla, thank you so much for joining me today.
Got a smile on him.
I mean, it's understandable, but he does seem optimistic. Like, like you're going to be frustrated. You could hear it in his voice about how he talks about how like they felt like they could win, but also that has to create a little bit of hope that there is a lot of potential in this roster. And ultimately, that's what you're looking for in North America, right? That roster that can go the extra distance, that because you've come so close so many times now, it feels like you just need a little bit more, and you can get there.
True, and it's nice that they tasted it early, all right?
Absolutely,
Split one, tasted it early. You're looking towards, hey, MSI, Worlds. I'm starting to feel a little hyped again. Maybe it's too early.
That's what we need. That hopium, baby.
We need it.
But right now, this is your opportunity, Raz, because you get to join the EU hopium train.
True.
Do you want to take, because I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to need a big huff. Okay. we're going to need a big dose of hopium. Look, G2 are going up against the monoliths of Gen G tomorrow alongside the rematch of the LPL final.
I have a method to my madness.
Yeah.
Hansama was in North America for a little bit.
Okay.
Broken Blade started in North America.
That's true.
I feel like if you're a North American fan, you got to get on the train.
I like it. I like it. Do we think G2 can get a game?
One game.
Okay,
One game.
we'll take that. We'll
One
start
game.
with one.
Yeah.
Once we get the one, then we'll go on to the next one. That's all we need,
I'll go to
one
sleep.
at a time.
I'll go to sleep tonight. If it's a nightmare, we stick to one game. Maybe we reduce it to 0.
Okay, no.
If it's a good dream,
we stay away from the 0. We look at the 1.
Okay.
We're focusing on the 1.
Minimum is a 1.
Minimum is a 1. Hell yeah.
Okay, minimum is a 1, guys. Let's go to sleep, and then you'll make your decision based off of whether you have a nightmare. Okay.
All right. Well, we've had a ton of fun on the desk.
Yes.
Thank you so much for watching. We need rest.
We do. We definitely
we need so
do.
much rest. That's going to be it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. CET for Gen G versus G2. Thank you so much for watching. Raz, send them off.
Let's go, guys. At least one game. Go to sleep yourselves. Come back refreshed. G2, take it away.
Good night.
Whale of a time right now. 400 gold lead in mid for Vikla over Caps, keeps him low. Charlie will land onto Vikla. The wave cleared out there, the chains. Oh, they have to be careful. Oh, Caps and Hansama.
I think I might try by on the pit, okay? Yeah, I will go, I'll jump. She's going on me, I can feel. I want to go. Are send me on me? Yeah, I'll come back. I'm on Nora. Where is it? Oh, Nico dies here. Oh, wait, slowly, you now. I'm feeling out, guys. We got this. He might go on the... I'm shooting for you. Win this hard. Give me vision now, follow. Elder in the bottom. Guys, nice. Let's go. I'm moving 20, guys. Kaiser. Nice, we kill Kaiser.
Broken Blade is clear. Fighting out the top lane battle. The Forge God has answered.
Nice, guys. Kaiser no plus. Yeah. Only Kaiser. Break you.
Yes, chill out.
Nice. La Bomba. Let's go, guys. We in.
Skewmon has to flash. Raptor going in. Cap steals the flash away. Onto Canning, taken out by the hammer smash.
Look virus. I need help. No flashes. Go on, turn. I can't kill Marco though. Guys, come. Win.
3-0, baby.
Alright. Win. Oh yeah.
Kill him.
You on top or? Let's go! Let's go, guys! GG Nate! Nice! Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Sade ulting in there. That's a true teammate right there.
Yeah, and Isles is able to pick it up with the blooming burst. Oh, it could be dangerous, but Saint likes this position. I don't know whether he should. The flash comes in, and that is a pretty simple first blood there for Honkyu.
Nice, nice. Focus in.
And then hit.
Oh, one more auto, and there it is! Not out of it just yet, but it is looking more and more difficult as this game goes on. And Xiaochu possibly caught out of position. Does have that Grim Deliverance. Saint goes golden to avoid that damage, as now Berserker has finally turned up. But Xiaochu is so difficult to kill. And Berserker still alive for now, as Xiaochu will be taken down. Into the backline goes Dokler as well. He was able to do a bit of work, but it's a triple kill. JDG will pick up the 3-1 victory.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.